of the world. Yes, 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 yes. Happy Monday. How are we doing, chat? How's it going? Just finishing off my tea. Daylight savings, huh? What's the deal with daylight savings? How are we all doing? It's great to see everyone this Monday. We have got the incredible Valerie Valkyrie, Spooky, Johnny, Ninny, Morgana, Vord, Sally, Soul Chicken, and we're ready to go, man. You're really tired yesterday? You're sleepy? Hey, Emily. Okay, just gonna finish off the last bit of this rice, and then I'm gonna go get coffee. Back in a sec. Back in a sec. Hello. Hello. Sorry about that. I'm back. I'm back and I'm ready to be seen. Sally, thank you so much for the 3 months at tier 1. Appreciate you. Been out of sorts for a few days now. Hopefully I can get good rest tonight and feel better tomorrow. Yeah. Daylight savings is so odd. It's just really odd. Banker, how you doing? What's up, my skankers? Yeah, big skankers inside. Network, how are you doing? Morrigan, guess who just started their break? Is it Charlie Kirk? That's my guess. Did he decide to have a big break? A big long break? Possibly the longest break you could ever have. Longest break possible. This year was our last daylight savings in Canada. Are they abolishing daylight savings in Canada? Hey, RTE Clearance, how you doing? Did y'all hear about the US dropping landmines near Shiraz? I heard that they dropped electromagnetic mines. Something like that, not sure. He already reincarnated into an earthworm. Yeah, it's true. I don't think he would reincarnate into an earthworm. I think he would reincarnate into, like, Probably one of those bugs that gets impregnated by another bug. You know, like a different species. You know, like Alien. The wasps that, like, do that. They, like, find, like, a little caterpillar or something and they just go, like, just fucking alien him up. That's what he's been reincarnated as. And he'll have to be reincarnated as that at least 20 times before the demiurge allows him to come back as a person. A human. I don't like to say that bugs aren't people. Not a great optic for a guy like me. You know? How was my weekend, I hear you ask? It was very good, thanks, chat. I had a nice Friday where I had a long, big sleep. I slept until possibly 3 p.m. and it wasn't even daylight saving at that point. So that was crazy. And then I just played Mugenics and I went to the gym and the gym is going very well. And then I went to the gym on Saturday as well. That's very good. I'm in my second workout phase. So what you're supposed to do when you lift weights is every 6 weeks, you're supposed to switch it up. And considering it had been 6 weeks, I think it had been more like 2 months, to be honest. So it wasn't 6 weeks. I think it had been more like 2 months since I was like exercising regularly. You know, pretty much almost every day. And so I've switched it up and I'm doing new exercises now, which is very exciting because it brings you back to like, oh, I'm in pain after the gym again. So that's great. So I've been really enjoying my workouts. It's like, it's nice to freshen it up, you know. The variety is the spice of life, they say. And what else? I went out walking around in the village, the gay village, on Friday night. Chatted to one of my friends who's a drag queen there. They're getting harassed by like these weird fucking auditor freaks. So I've decided that I'm just gonna like try and spend a bit of time just like walking around the gay village and trying to help. I don't know if I see that shit happen. Where's the straight village? That's what they say to them. Yeah. What is the gay village? It's exactly what it sounds like. Yeah, it's just like a stretch in town of maybe, what would it be? Maybe like 500 meters of road where there are like queer-owned, mostly pubs, but businesses. There's like a sex shop, there is coffee shops, there is some food places, there's some places that do some nice food, corner shop, get your bits. You can also, there's a chippy, there's a chipper, and you can get your hair done. There's like a hairdresser. So yeah, there you go. It's the gay village. And yeah, so now like these little weird auditors like Hugh Anthony go around there. Well, Hugh Anthony doesn't go around there anymore because he would just get tempted. And it was quite funny because I was talking to my mate who's a drag queen and they were like, oh yeah, I know that guy. Like, yeah, he was dating one of my mates. He was dating one of our mates a couple of years ago who's like a trans woman. And I was like, oh no, I feel so sorry for her. Unless she's like a proper fascist, in which case I don't. But I still do. I think it's tough. It's different when you're a trans girl. You know what I mean? It's different. It sounds amazing. In my city, we have one queer bar, and it just opened last month. Yeah. Every place should have a gay village. Everywhere should have a queer village, queer trans woke village. You know. And so yeah, I had a nice little walk around. It was pretty good. I got reminded very, very intensely by a trans fascist. They exist offline. Yeah, it's fascinating. There's this crazy thing about trans people, right? And what it is that they're human and they have brains, just like us. And they can get to all kinds of ideologies. They can... it's crazy. I have met some, like, when I've dated a bunch of trans girls, and like you know, some of the politics that comes out of these girls' mouths sometimes is absolutely crazy. I'm just saying, you know, I don't really talk about it too much because why would I? There's no point, like. But you know, it should be said that like just because someone is trans doesn't mean that they're going to be like a communist that plays Hearts of Iron 4 all the time and watches the Donkus Mule stream and engages in serious geopolitical analysis. Like, yeah. I had a really awkward moment because there was 2 trans girls that I was dating, and one of them, well, they hated each other. They like absolutely hated each other. And I can't remember what. I think that one of them found out that I was that I had dated the other. I wasn't dating him at the same time or anything, but one of them found out that I was dating the one that had like. It was real drama. It was real messy drama. They just like really hated each other, and I don't know why. But I think one of them found out that I had dated the other one. And obviously, like, they'd brought this up and I hadn't mentioned it. And they just sent me this, like, message that was just, like, so completely unhinged. And she was just like, I can't believe that you would ever go near that bitch. Bro. I was just like... Wow, crazy that people are people. I'm getting stressed just hearing it. Yeah. It's just, it was not my business. It was not my business. Spooky says, in my town there's a singular club called The Club. As in, like, it's not even a gay club. It's just The Club. You're like, but she's hot. Yeah, well, it's not even just that she was hot. She's nice. She's hot and nice. And I just thought there's no way that she could be nasty. I mean, everyone can be nasty. I actually saw the one trans girl that I was talking about there, that the other trans girl got mad about. I actually saw her in the village on Friday night, and it was so cute. She's got really good politics, and she came up to me. It was so funny. She was obviously pissed, and she went, "Oh my god, darling, it's so good to see you." And I was like, "Oh, it's really good to see you." She goes, "What the fuck is happening to this country?" I was like, I know it's bad. So yeah, it was nice. It was nice to see some people that I know, you know what I mean? So anyway, that's bringing it back full way round. So that was good. Where am I up to in the chat? Hey Gummy Mama, how you doing? Welcome in. Playing Hearts of Iron 4 can of course mean 2 very opposite things about someone's politics. That's true. Yeah, sorry. Not a great indicator. It's not even a gay club, it's just a club so ass they didn't even bother to name it. That's fucked up. My biggest bully in high school was a homophobic gay diversity win. Hell yeah, I'm so glad. I'm so glad that that's how that goes. Hey, should we get stuck in? Do you want to hear about the rest of my weekend? I went to a baby shower yesterday. It was really nice. I went and met one of my friends that I haven't seen in a long time. She's having a bit of a fucking nightmare, so I went and caught up with her. I was like, hey, I'm also having a nightmare. Let's talk about each other's nightmares. And yeah, we just like had a great chat. Step streamer, I'm stuck in. What the fuck? What are you saying? What are you saying in the chat? I went to have a coffee with her. It was really nice, and I went to this place that my neighbors own. They're like the owners of this place. Nightmare to nightmare communication. Yeah. It's good. It's good stuff. And it was great because there's just like all these people that I haven't seen in like a long time since pretty much COVID. We're just all there, and it was just really nice, and like it was just like a proper family thing, and like, you know, it's cute when like your mates have got kids and like there's kids in the community and stuff. It's just really nice. So yeah, we went to that. We had a catch up beforehand, and then we were like hanging out. It was just nice to see everybody, and it's a really nice venue. It's really cool, and yeah, no bad vibes whatsoever. And yeah, had a couple of games of pool. It just felt nice to like get out and do a bit of socializing, you know what I mean? Anyway, that's it. And then we did Red Planet last night. What I also did, now that there's a few more people in, I will mention this. I did a stream on a new channel, which is not really a new channel. As you can see, it's just the bot channel. So I changed the bot channel from MuleBot 5000 to Donkus Jonkus. And I will be doing Vibby Game stuff on that channel. So if you want to watch me do no-cam, chill, gaming content, that's the place to go. You could go and follow me there. And we played some Mugenics at the weekend. A few people that were here then, that are here now, were there then. And that was nice. It was nice to see. Morgan says I shall. Were you not there? Or is it Morgana I'm thinking of? You got similar names. I thought you were there on Saturday. I think it was, I think it might have been Morgana. Apple Chips video game, how you doing? Baby shower, yeah, I helped my girlfriend get married to her partner. That's fucking dope. He was raised, wait, what's this? He was raised by his Pinochetista grandma. I tried throwing a chair at him once, but nowadays I just hope he got better. Throwing a chair at a homophobe is crazy, and I would never advocate for anyone to do that, and I wasn't about to do that. I had that last night, went to this concert, saw all these people I've not seen in ages, very good vibes. Yeah, I just think that, like, that kind of community is so good. You know what I mean? It's nice to have that kind of community, and I feel a bit bad that I haven't, like, hung out with them too much. And I think that that's what we gotta do. I think that's what I gotta do. I think that's what I gotta do for my soul, to be honest, chat. Bit of a blue fella, thanks, RTE clearance. Yeah, I will take that. I will take that, my friend. W pronunciation of Pinochetista, that's a hard one. Yeah. Pinochetista. I do my best. I try my best. Let's... Oh, Val says, I did some cat sitting for a family member last week, which was lovely. Also got to catch up with a friend while I was in Glasgow for it. Delightful. That's very good. I'm very happy to hear it. So, listen. Let's crack on. There's some really important questions that we're going to answer on this stream. We're going to start off with this one. That's so loud. I think this is really important, and I think that I just wanted to, you know, use my channel and my platform to, you know, to signal boost this. It's just too loud. That's just too loud. That's the question that we all need to answer on today's stream chat. Is Green Guy with Glasses the next Hawk tour? These are really important things that we need to be thinking about. Yes, he is. Okay, it's answered. We've done it. We've answered the question. Very good. You see, this is why it's important to do this stuff. This is why it's important to talk about this stuff. Hello, Middle-earth Marxist. Shrek is love and it is also life. That's true. Many people are saying this. Let's take a look at some really base stuff that I disavow of and I don't think is cool at all and would never advise anyone to do. This is action takers breaking and destroying equipment inside Amatec in Dronfield, England. Crazy that there's a place in England that sounds like it's called Dronefield. The firm is a key supplier of electronics and hardware for Israel's biggest weapons producer, Elbit Systems. Damn, chat, this is so illegal and wrong, and I'd never say that anyone should do this, even if their capacity for moral understanding of the world overtakes their desire to abide by the law. I don't use the word hero often, but Green Guy is the greatest hero in American history. Yep. Obviously, this is actually a really important thing that I do want to draw some attention to, and I think that, you know, it is important to remember that. You know, there are action takers happening. There are action takers doing stuff all the time, all over the place, and, you know, that is completely separate to the group of Palestine Action, which is prescribed, and that is just something that is going to continue to happen. Direct action is a popular way of protesting in this country, and it is an effective way of protesting in this country. And all that's going to happen with the prescription of Palestine Action, and I think I said this at the time, is it's just going to make people actually like do it more covertly, and they're going to just like, they're going to learn how to do OPSEC better. They're going to like end up like, you know, just doing it with a couple of people that they know, and they're going to have meetings only in rooms where they take everybody's fucking phone out of their pocket before they get into the room, and they put it in a fucking safe that's lined with lead or something. And then, you know, and then have the meeting in, you know, just somewhere completely innocuous, and no one knows each other's names and shit like that. And then they'll just end up doing stuff like this and just totally getting away with it because there's just hardly any evidence to get them with. So, you know, I think that that's the important thing to remember, that that stuff is just gonna happen if the state keeps cracking down on this stuff and doubling down on supporting genocide and participating in a genocide. So here we go. Now, chat, I said that we would watch this last week and we didn't. It's only 4 minutes, so I thought we'll watch this real quick today. It's our mate Charlotte. She's doing a bit of brain rot, isn't she? It's just some brain rot that she does. And I'm excited to check out her brain rot. I don't know about you, chat, but I'm excited to check it out. I'm going to warm up my coffee in the microwave real quick, just before we do. It'll be about 30 seconds, okay?
Vagina.
What's happened? Did someone just give me 20 squid? Planet Mushy with the 20 quid. Let's fucking go. Yo, thank you so much for subbing off Twitch and supporting the stream. Yo, hang on a minute. It's the last couple of days before we can hit the extended dono goal. It's crazy time. It's going crazy time. Where are we up to? So that means that we're at 675 pound. So another 25 quid and 50 quid. Chat, we only need another 75 pound in order to hit that extended dono goal. Can you believe it? A score of pounds sterling. Exactly. Yeah, chat, please consider subbing off Twitch, supporting the stream. You know, this is my full-time job. I do try and make this content as entertaining and as informative as possible so that you can all enjoy it and it's a good place for you to be and you feel like you want to give me at least £2 of your cash. But if you can't afford to do that, don't worry, because I have the solution for you. Go to my socials, literally just like and comment on any of my socials. Go to my YouTube channel, go to my VOD channel, you know the score. Most people know the score who are here already. Very nice TV. How are you doing? It's good to see you. How are you doing? Everybody, please go follow very_nice_TV. She's an amazing streamer. As you know, we have rated her a number of times. How are you doing? How is your day going? All right, we've done the call to action. I've only been live for 30 minutes. Let's crack on with Charlotte Gill. Let's crack on with Charlotte Gill. Little mini video from Charlotte Gill about Hope Not Hate. To understand Hope Not Hate, chat, the best way to understand the Hope Not Hate organization is that it is quite an effective organization at de-radicalizing people who are like full-on fucking Nazis in the UK, right? They do a lot of work that does that. So, you know, they literally will infiltrate Nazi organizations to like talk to people and find people who are disillusioned and bring them away from it. It happens quite a lot, right? And unfortunately, there is a truth about Hope Not Hate that is not good. And I think I've mentioned it here on the stream before, which is that they have been infiltrated by Zionist interests. And so they say literally zero shit about any kind of Zionist group. They said nothing about Gaza over the last 3 years. They've not said a word about it. They've not said a word about, you know, Zionist protesters that turn up, you know, counter protesters that turn up to pro-Palestine marches and stuff and harass people and attack people, because these are just fascists. They are just fascists, and they don't say anything about those guys. So, you know, unfortunately, that's the reality of Hope Not Hate. But it's quite funny because Charlotte Gill's going to tell us all about it, right? She's going to tell us all about it, and she's going to be so spot on with her analysis. I can't wait. Everyone count your brain cells before we start this video. You will lose. Day's going all right, pretty busy. Hope you're well. I'm very well, actually. Thank you very much for asking. I appreciate that. I'm doing very well. All right, come on. Let's check it out.
How is Hope Not Hate able to be political? A lot of people know that Hope Not Hate is registered as a charity. And surely charities aren't allowed to delve into those areas. And I'm going to be talking...
So we're just assuming that, like, charities can't be political. This is great. This is already so great. She's predicated her entire whiteboard Charlie Kelly conspiracy nonsense on the fact that she thinks, it's just what she thinks. She just thinks that charities shouldn't be political, which is insane. It's so insane. Hey Jenny, how you doing? Welcome in. And I think someone else just came in. Sorka and Link, how you doing? No, yeah, she's great. We love Charlotte. She's a queen.
About today in my whiteboard lesson.
She's owning the whiteboard branding as well. That's crazy. She's fucking killing it. She's fucking killing it.
How Hope Not Hate is able to get past that. But first of all, just a quick...
Yes, exactly, Nuclear Slayer. Is it possible for a charity to not be political? Because most charities exist because of a political failing, right?
Say that actually, charities can be a little bit political. The point is that they're not allowed to go into party politics.
Yes, that's right.
Which is what Hope Not Hate has done. It has come for reform constantly.
No, you plank. What it means when it says, when the Charity Commission says that charities can't be associated with party politics, what they mean is they cannot advocate for particular political parties, and they cannot do campaigning for other political parties, and they can't promote them. They could criticize them until the fucking cows come home. You know? We need a communist with a blackboard to be enemies with her and achieve balance. That's true. I should get a blackboard. Yeah. I can't think of a non-political charity. I know she's talking specifically about mentioning political parties, but damn, no, yeah, it's just brain rot. It's total brain rot. Hey, Virulent, how you doing? Welcome in.
Susan Hall, who was the Conservative candidate for the Mayor of London. Anyway, this is how it gets by.
Isn't she reform?
It's the most simple structure, actually, to understand.
It's great. I love... Oh, it's so good. She just... The thing is that I just think she really likes writing on whiteboards. I think that that's all it is. I think she really likes breaking things down for people so that they understand them. The problem is that when she breaks them down, you don't understand them because she's completely biased and forgets to mention that, right?
Should really be thought of as one entity acting as if it's two. The two entities are Hope Not Hate Charitable Trust.
Uh-huh.
And Hope Not Hate Limited.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The charity...
Why do we need the whiteboard if you're doing this? Sorry, does she not... What's happening? What's happening?
Trust has been renamed recently. We're going to get...
What's the point of the whiteboard if she's going to do this? I don't understand.
But for starters, this is the structure. So it's really just one big thing. But to bypass charity rules,
I already know that it isn't. I already know that it isn't that. I already know it absolutely isn't that. Here's what I think has happened, because I remember when I was the chair of GMTU and I looked at the structure of it, right? Essentially, we never had a second part of GMTU that was a charitable trust or whatever, but we were a limited company, and GMTU is still a limited company, I think. And when you're a limited company, the reason that a lot of organizations do that, especially membership organizations, is because it means that if anything happens, you are like, you know, because all the committee are the leaders and the directors of the, you know, the organization. If anything goes wrong and it goes belly up and you lose all your funding and shit like that, you're only liable for like £1 or something, right? It's something like that. And that's probably what Hope Not Hate have done. They've made a limited company called Hope Not Hate for that reason, so that if anything goes wrong, because, you know, these are political organizations and, you know, they're open to sabotage. You have to think about the worst case scenario when you're doing something like this. If you are creating a legal entity for the purposes of, you know, adhering to the law and being a, you know, an organization that is able to, like, move in the circles of British society, being open and just like, you know, say, well, this is what we are. We're a tenants union, or we're an anti-racist organization, or yada, yada, yada. Yeah, you would do this. It makes total sense. And then like the charitable trust is probably like, yeah, they probably want to like do some charity work and like, you know, spend some money. And, you know, they have the charitable trust because if they were to do it through the limited company, there could, you know, there could arise all kinds of issues where you're thinking about tax and you're having to pay too much tax and you're actually not making a bunch of money because you're doing charitable stuff, like you're taking in charitable donations, and then also like, you know, funding your activities as a organization. So it's like, this is not anything out of the ordinary, and a lot of organizations do this. This kind of shit is only sus when corporations do it. Corporations that are providing products and services to the community, to the world. I say the community. I mean, they're providing products and services. They're selling shit. This is only when this shit is sus. Because if someone is setting up that, you know, the corporation will be doing this to avoid tax. The charitable trust part.
Trust funds the private wing, which then goes.
She stuck it up again for like 2 seconds.
Candidates, parties, is party political, comes for reform. Susan Hall writes things like, "We defeated Susan Hall in London." And to show you how much funding is being passed from the charity to Hope Not Hate Limited, so the charity's total gross income for 2024 was £984,000. And the Hope Not Hate Limited, the year ended 31 of December 2024, it received 787,000 from Hope Not Hate charitable.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
So it's quite a lot of money. It's almost as if Hope Not Hate Limited probably couldn't really survive without the charity.
You got it. That's what it is. That's what it is, man.
Now, the Charitable Commission for England and Wales, understandably, was getting quite a lot of complaints about Hope Not Hate. People noticed.
Who from? Who are they getting complaints from, Charlotte?
Lobbying. So it launched a little review into this. People just don't like it. You know, it's nasty what it does coming for individuals and political parties.
How is it nasty?
People also know that the charity...
Let's unpack it. Let's unpack the nastiness. I want to hear about the nastiness, Charlotte. Why is it nasty?
Received taxpayer funding between 2019 to 20. So here is what the charity...
Wait, what was she throwing up then? What was she saying? Income from government grants. Yeah, they get grants from the government. What's this? This is during the time of the Tories, by the way. So I don't know what she's trying to prove here. Like they didn't get income from government grants in the 2021 and 2022 when the Tories were like, right, we're not doing it anymore. We're not approving your grants for this year. No more grant funding for Hope Not Hate because actually we like hate because we're the Tories. What are you on about?
19 to 20. So here is what the Charity Commission had to say about it, which I think is just so stupid. The charity was ultimately, the commission was ultimately left satisfied because the charity changed its name, so it's now called Hope Unlimited Charitable Trust, because there's no end to hope with this charity.
What do you mean? What is she? Does she think that that's like an own? There's no end to hope with this charity. What a depressing life, man. What a fucking depressing existence. Is she just saying that she's abandoned hope?
And it did other things.
She does speak like an aristocrat. Charity. She's doing the charity. Shit like that.
Such as recruiting 3 new independent trustees to diversify its board, and it reviewed its website to remove
its charity
references to Hope Not Hate Limited and requested the company updates its website with regards to references to the charity. So the Charity Commission was happy that this organisation, this blob divided into 2, removed references to the other part of the structure because this apparently increases transparency. So now when I go on the websites, I find it harder to find out how it's financed, and this
So, like, she's like, this company didn't update their website when they changed the charity name, but I was able to find this out. Like, she was able to find this information out. I'm sorry, but I don't believe that Charlotte Gill is doing deep dive research for her 4-minute video about Hope Not Hate and how they're allowed to be political somehow. What are you on about?
Is apparently, it's apparently increasing transparency. It's complete nonsense, as is the utterly pointless name change. It's so stupid. It seems to me the Charity Commission genuinely thinks that these 2 things have nothing to do with each other.
Yeah, now do LGB Alliance. Can you do this but for LGB Alliance, please, Charlotte? Instead of a charity that is, you know, trying to actually do some good. Could you do this for LGB Alliance? Could you do this for Richard Branson's charitable trust? Can you do this for James Dyson's charitable trust? Can you Hey Willow, imagine being such a fucking loser that you care about this at all. It's so crazy. Hey, by any means necessary. I don't get it. Is lady saying hate isn't political? It's just a massive misunderstanding of what Hope Not Hate are about, and you know how the Charity Commission works in the UK and how limited companies and charitable companies work. It's just she's trying to imply that there's dodgy stuff going on, like she did in her last video that we watched, where she was being like, here is the conspiracy of the left, like this is what the left in the UK is doing. They've got all these organizations and they're all connected, and it's just crazy.
But it's actually a really simple structure, lots of funding coming in here, and you can find out who funds Hope Not Hate Charitable Trust, or should I say Hope Unlimited Charitable Trust, on my Substack, and then pouring into the private arm to come and be rude about right-wing candidates.
Being rude about right-wing candidates. Oh no! Oh no!
A complete nonsense. Anyway. That is how Hope Not Hate is structured. And very little has changed.
Also, no it isn't. Like, it's not how it's structured. This doesn't tell us anything about the structure within the company. What do you mean?
Changed since the Charity Commission's review.
Okay. Thanks, Charlotte. Sorry, I'm on the wrong screen. I'm on the wrong screen. Thank you very much, Charlotte. That was good. I'm glad that we watched that. Just like short and to the point, really concise, informative stuff. What are the comments like? We'll have a look at the comments, yeah. Let's face it, the Charities Commission is probably run by a load of leftovers. What? Hate, no hope. Hope, not hate. A charity run for and by the government using a third party. You see, that's what people are taking from this. That's what people are taking from this. You've got like a guy with like a Crusader fucking in his profile picture who's probably like 78 years old. And he's watched Charlotte Gill's video. Just been like, yeah, mate, actually, it's a charity run for and by the government. She didn't even say that. If it's not illegal, it's certainly immoral. Evil hiding behind a mask of righteousness. Evil? How is it evil? What do you mean? Hate, not hope. This guy's holding on. Is this the same guy? Hate, not hope. No, it's not. After decades of donations, they haven't learned anything, improved anything, made a difference. I'm starting to think charity is a scam. What are you talking about? Charities are a racket nowadays, and the Charities Commission is part of the problem. Brother, you have a Deep South flag in your fucking... like the Confederate flag in your profile picture. Are you even from this country? Not that that matters, but, you know. Fucking Yanks over here being like, I understand the Charity Commission of the UK. Hope, not hate. False advertising. I hate the slippery snakes that use every legal loophole to badmouth people with false lies. These two things are not connected. Not connected in any way, shape, or form. Even if you're implying that the Charity Commission, you know, has turned a blind eye to people being political and stuff like that. That's not what's happened anyway. That's not what's happened anyway. They're not using the charity to fund the company so that they can be political. That's not what's happening. They're using the charity so that they pay less tax. It's just way more simpler than that. Fucking hell. You Brits don't even celebrate the 4th of July. Hey, Grabbar Simpson, what's up? Notice they target far-right extremism and not the far left. That's crazy, bro. That's crazy. There's no such group as the far right. This is so good. This is what they're doing nowadays, by the way. This is what they're like, you know? They are absolutely desperate to be like, the far right doesn't exist. It's so funny, man. The far right is a figment of imagination by the left. Far right just means normal people who don't want to be replaced. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, sure. Actually, center right. But that's a whole new argument. What? They work hand in glove with the government. No, they don't, dude. What are you on about? Okay, alright. We're done with that. Yeah, it's really cool that the far right doesn't exist, but the far left does. Yeah. Hey, Hippie Marshmallow. I was catching up a bit of a VOD mist. I'm glad someone else loves the Kyle Kalinske video as much as me. I keep going back to it, and the Chongqing 30-year development difference. Yeah, it's very good. I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. It's a quality bit. It's a quality bit. We're gonna get into the first bit of news chat. First bit of proper news for the day. It's not brain rot. This is the news that Zack Polanski is being smeared in an absolutely fascinating, but totally, absolutely incompetent and abhorrently immoral way. So this is the Daily Mail article by Nicole Lampert, who is being investigated, by the way, for hiring private journalists. This is a real thing that is happening regarding Nicole Lampert. she's being investigated for hiring private journalists who have broken the law in order to get information from people and, you know, harass subjects of her stories, right? So there's every chance that this Nicole Lampert, this so-called journalist, could have used those private investigators in this particular story. But this headline should tell you everything that you need to know about what kind of story this is. Zack Polanski is facing rebellion from his own family as they fear being forced to leave the UK if Green Party leader becomes Prime Minister. Fucking hell yeah, dude. It's quality stuff. It's really, really normal. Let's have a read of this. Family members of Greens leader Zack Polanski fear they'll be forced to leave the UK if he ever became Prime Minister. Which ones? Which family members? The party, which stormed to a surprise by-election victory last month, is holding a spring conference on Saturday where it'll debate and vote on a controversial motion alleging Zionism is racism. Under Mr. Polanski's watch, the Greens have attracted an army of alleged Islamists and far-left activists moving away from its traditional roots. They're desperate to do this shit. Do you remember the article that we read last week? Born into a Jewish family in Salford. That's crazy. This is a crazy bit of word in here. Born into a Jewish family. Like what? Like he's not Jewish? He was born into the family, but actually he himself is not Jewish. He just happened to be birthed by two Jewish people and brought up in a Jewish way. And well, he was just born into the family, actually. He's constantly said he's proud of his Jewish heritage, but family members believe he's put his ambition and politics ahead of his community. Which ones? Which ones? Which family members? The Daily Mail has spoken to 3 members of Mr. Polanski's extended family, none of whom now talk to him. That's convenient, isn't it? He's currently the leader of the future Islamic Party of Britain, and that's what the Green Party is fast becoming, said one. And there will be no place for Jews in an Islamic state of Britain. This is so good, dude. This is fucking brilliant. It's so good. I love this to bits. I love this to bits. You could just tell that it's completely made up. It's completely made up. The motion, which is set to be debated today, would see the party formally declare itself an anti-Zionist party and would ignore definitions of anti-Semitism, including those Mr. Polanski once tried to get the Greens to adopt, which equate anti-Zionism with anti-Semitism. Wow, it's crazy that someone can, like, learn and grow. It also calls for sanctions on Israel and support for resistance and liberation from Israeli occupation, effectively backing Hamas attacks. That is not what it is. And there is no way that they would be able to do that as a political party because they will get arrested for terrorism. Like, just the apparatus of the Green Party would just all be arrested overnight if they did this, right? If they backed Hamas in any way, shape, or form, or Hezbollah, right? We've got, like, what is it? Beware the Green Menace. This is crazy. This is fucking crazy. What is this picture? Is this a front page? Beware the Green Menace? Daily Mail? This is mad, dude. This is absolutely mad. I can't believe that this is real. Someone edit the green guy face onto the Green Menace. Oh, that's such a good idea. That's such a good idea. No, it is a great sign. They wouldn't be doing this if the Greens weren't a threat. You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. White boy commie jihad summer. Sharia courts with solar panels in every city. Hell yeah. Alhamdulillah. No, there's no way that they would do this if they weren't shitting themselves about Zack and the Greens. Mr. Polanski, pictured running into the Green Party conference in Bournemouth to deliver a speech, has constantly said he's proud of his Jewish heritage. Like, do they not understand how utterly at odds with what they are trying to portray here that they are by including these quotes where he constantly says he's proud of his Jewish heritage? It's, what do you mean, bro? This is like going to break Daily Mail readers' brains. Who would stand to benefit the most from Jewish expulsion? The same Zionist state that has intentionally caused such expulsions multiple times. Yep, obviously, yep. Yeah. They had that on the front page a couple of weeks ago. That's mad. That's absolutely mad. They can't dismiss them as irrelevant tree huggers anymore now that they're a genuine force that could galvanize the working class. Yes. The Jewish Greens, of which Ms. Polanski was once a member of... Wait. He's still a member. Oh, no, he's not. He's not, because the Jewish Greens are the Zionist party. So, yeah, he's not a member of them. Say the motion would, for many Jews, come across as an attack on that very basic right of aspiring to lead a safe and secure life. The campaign against anti-Semitism, as we discussed last week on the stream, is a Zionist lobbying effort. Said the Green Party was not only tolerating but amplifying some of the worst rhetoric we've seen in British politics in a generation. Yeah, if you're a fascist. If you're a fascist. The only member of the Greens leader's family still speaking to him was his mother, Ava, relatives said. She is said to tell the wider family that while she does not agree with his politics, she loves him as her son and is proud of what he's achieved. That's crazy. Family members have described their shock at how the former actor and hypnotist, Hypnotits, has become a leader of a party expressing hatred for Israel. If the Zionism is racism motion is passed, it will make the Greens the most anti-Semitic party in British history since Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists. This is such a joke, bro. Since Oswald Mosley's British Union of Fascists. Hey, have you seen Restore UK? Have you seen those guys? Have you heard the things that they say? You know, all of this completely is just designed to make you not think about all the Islamophobia that exists in the UK at the moment. And, you know, worldwide. Not even just the UK. Worldwide. Because, you know, what they're saying is like, oh my god, everybody hates Jews so much, it's becoming like fascism again. And it's like, no, actually, we have fascists, but the Jews this time are Muslims. That's what it is. So, you know... The idea of it is one of the most sickening things I've heard in a long time. Yes, if you're a fascist. A third family member said the mad thing is... Okay, I'm going to read this in a way. Yeah? I'm going to read this in a way. Yeah? A third family member said, the mad thing is, he's gay, he's Jewish, but he's cozying up to people whose ideology is a complete antithesis of everything that he's supposed to stand for. It's like he's a chicken telling us to vote for KFC. Chickens for KFC, by the way, is the, like, most commonly expressed phrase that Zionists use when queer people support Palestinian liberation, by the way. Because what they do is they go, Hamas throws gay people off roofs, right? And Hamas executes gay people and stuff like that, right? What they always fail to clarify is that Hamas has never thrown anyone gay off a roof. That's a complete lie. That's ISIS that does that. And secondly, Hamas, when they have executed gay Palestinians, it is because they have been turned into infiltrators by Israel. The IOF goes onto Grindr, finds queer Palestinians, meets up with them, and then fucking kidnaps them and says, listen, man, we're going to expose you to your entire family unless you, like, gather intel on Hamas. Yeah, main Hezbollah lines. Yeah. That's the bit that they always fail to fucking clarify. My fucking Zionist stepbrother used to say this shit to me all the time. He used to say, why don't you go to Gaza? Why don't you go to Gaza, bro? Yeah, ISIS that routinely gets support from Israel. Hello, McGinn, how you doing? I looked it up. The Daily Mail supported the British Union of Fascists. Yes, exactly. That's another thing. That's another thing, RTE. The Daily Mail, Lord Rothermere, who founded the Daily Mail, loved the British Union of Fascists and Hitler. I was going to get to that in a bit, but because Zack's response to this is great, to be honest. So, just 5% of motions submitted to the Green Party's conference actually concern protecting the environment. That's so good, dude. What do you think they've been doing for the last 30, 40 years, bro? They're like, I can't believe 5% of the motions submitting to the Green Party's conference actually talk about the environment. Yeah, that's because the environment is all they focused on for the last 50 years. They've got that shit on lock, bro. They don't need any more motions for the environment. Instead, they include abolishing London City Airport. Yeah, that's great. Redistributing funding from police to prisons to drug consumption rooms. Yeah, what they mean by drug consumption rooms, by the way, is harm reduction hubs. That's what they mean by that. A Green Party spokesman said Zack is one of the 5 Jewish leaders of a political party in British history, and the harassment he's received since being elected is patently anti-Semitic. Reporting like this demeans the press and our democracy. Wow, that's crazy that that's the last thing that you mention in the article, man. That's crazy. I wonder why you did that. All right, let's see what GB News has got to say about this.
Comments didn't work, weren't controversial.
Wait, what?
If Zack Balenski's breast enlargement comments didn't work, weren't
What? What's happening already? 2 seconds in.
If Zack Balenski's breast enlargement comments didn't work, weren't controversial enough, he's now dealing with a backlash to...
By the way, breast enlargement comments are just like the Sun made him make a made him answer a question fucking years ago saying, do you think you could hypnotize someone's breasts to be larger? Because that's the kind of thing that the Sun says. Crazy, man.
Leaked WhatsApp exchanges between Green Party activists. Now, this is, we can joke about the boob thing. That was marginally funny. This is not funny at all.
No, the reason that you're saying that the boob thing is marginally funny is because you know it doesn't work anymore. So let's see you go for this other angle that also won't work. Let's see how you manage to do this.
In the messages, Jewish people are labelled an abomination to this planet. Well,
let's see them. Let's see the messages. Show them. If they've been leaked, show them. Let's have a look.
Campaign against anti-Semitism says the comments are straight out of Nazi Germany.
Yeah, wow. The organization that loves Israel says that people who don't like Israel are Nazis. That's crazy, man.
Confirming its lawyers are looking into it now.
There's also going to be people watching this who are like, yeah, but Nazi Germany's mint, though.
Joining me now is a journalist.
Also, hi, Bellatrix.
Who's done a lot of delving around in this story.
It's her! It's Nicola Lambert! Oh my god, it's Nicola Lambert who's doing the fucking story in the Daily Mail that we just read!
Oh, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining me. Nicole, tell me about this story and the basics of this story. I mean, I was stunned when I read it this morning.
Yeah, wow, it's almost like it's made up.
So this story comes from a WhatsApp group for the Greens for Palestine, and as we as you may know, well, I think you just discussed with Lord Warney, they are.
I'm sorry, but this lady's, I've never seen her speak or do interviews before, but you can tell by her body language straight away that she is lying. She's like doing this thing that people do when they lie, where they like try and desperately like keep eye contact with a fucking camera or something, or like a person, but like they're really trying not to like let their eyes like move away, and you could tell that that's what's happening.
Discussing this morning, or this
she's like blinking a bunch.
A motion about whether to vote that anti-Zionism is racism. Sorry, whether Zionism is racism, and so this is part of that discussion. But what we can see is that anti-Zionism is racism. So even though they say that they are not Jew haters, that anti-Zionism is quite a different thing, we see how intensely they're linked here when they call Jews an abomination. So I've actually been speaking to members of Zack's family. I've got a piece in today's Mail.
No, you've not.
About that and how disgusted they are with the way.
This is working really well, by the way. Yeah, just show him dancing with a bunch of grandmas at a community center. Like, this is so indicative of what is going on between like the media and reality, like the distance between the media's attempt to portray someone and reality right now, right? Like, there he is. Like, he's so cute. Chat, I'm being for real. He's so cute. I love him to bitch. He's literally, I want to, like, hug him and hold him and look after him. He's so sweet. right? What a beautiful man. He's dancing with nanas in a community centre. Keir Starmer could never, bro. He could never do this. If Keir Starmer touched the hand of a nana in a community centre, he would explode. Like, his gammon fucking gout times 20,000 would just fucking explode. There's no way he could do it. There's just simply no way. Do you know what I mean? Jew haters is absolutely a phrase that only racists would use. Yeah, no, they're fucking waxing lyrical with this shit right now. You know what I mean?
His family, with the way that his party is going, and they see his party as dangerous to the future of Jews in this country. I've also had someone who's been listening in this morning to what's going on with the Greens.
Bro, they're doing the okie dokie with nanas. They're doing the okie dokie with nanas while you're sat there going like, these people want to be killed. These people want to kill Jews. They want to kill Jews. And you're like showing all this footage. The only footage that they have of Keir Starmer, they don't have any footage that they would like of him, right? Which is him at a podium going like this. Yeah, right? Because that would make him look like a Hitler. So all they have is him dancing with nanas. This is crazy.
To try and get the Zionism is racism motion voted out by saying previous Green motions were pro a two-state solution, which kind of means that we are Zionists ourselves.
Why was she shaking her head?
And as a result, the people in the conference have tried to do a vote of no confidence in the chair. And all the voting has gone down. I mean, this is a party that wants to.
By the way that she is presenting this is like a child. Like, and I don't mean to be like patronizing or patriarchal when I say that. I know I'm talking about a woman, but like her language is so clearly not that of a journalist. Like, she is just not. You know. She's not lying. There was someone saying that. There was someone saying what? Sorry. No. I know the things that she's talking about now are true. And we're going to get into that in a bit, because the anti-Zionism is racism. The Zionism is racism motion did not pass this weekend because of massive fuckeries and infiltration in the Green Party by Zionist interests. So that is an unfortunate reality. But yeah. She got someone to join to hold it up by saying we have a policy and that's a two-state solution. Yeah. We're going to have a little look at that. The only source that I have for that is Kerno Demo. And we'll have a look at his coverage of it later, but hopefully Greens members in the chat can, like, you know, correct him if he gets anything wrong, because I love Demo, I love Demo's content, but I think a lot of the time he exaggerates stuff and makes them sound more devastating and sensationalist than they actually are. But yeah, let's take a little look. Let's continue with this.
In our country, the voting has gone down. So
it's true. Dancing with nanas is very dangerous. Yeah.
Came on is that they were going away to discuss whether they could even vote on any of this.
It would be laughable if it wasn't so horrific, yeah. Nicole. The Green Party are holding their conference today, but it's an online kind of conference, isn't it? That's what the problem there. Now, this motion,
what do you mean?
Zionism is racism, it'll be the first party to declare that supporting a Jewish state is racist. Because Zionism simply means supporting the state of Israel, doesn't it? As a country,
much.
Rather than the government.
And why do you support the state of Israel? Why do you do that? I love this because what's happening now is because of everybody's obsession with this and belief that, you know, if they continue to just say that supporting Israel is anti-Semitic, that somehow everyone is going to magically forget the genocide, and everyone is going to magically forget the war with Iran, and everyone is going to magically forget all the things that they learned on the internet about Israel in the last 2 or 3 years. Because they are obsessed with this in this way, they are going to get to a point where they're like, Zionism is just supporting Israel. And then people who haven't even educated themselves on that kind of stuff are going to go, oh yeah, Zionism's bad then. Because you shouldn't support Israel. Like, that's what she's doing. And they don't even know that they're doing it. They're like, yeah, Zionism's great. It just means you support Israel. It's the Jewish state. And people are like, yeah, but like, we actually know now that they're doing really bad stuff. So Zionism is bad, actually, and it is racism. So, yep, that's it.
Exactly. It doesn't mean that you support Netanyahu. It doesn't mean you support the war. It just means that you don't want to see the destruction of the
No, it does. It does. It means all that stuff.
The country. It's been pushed forward by a British Palestinian woman who basically is push the narrative that all resistance is fine. So a kind of pro-Hamas agenda.
Well, that is not just like a narrative. That is the actual UN Charter definition of the legality of resistance to occupying armies, you know?
Allegedly. and that's who is pushing it. And what we've seen in the Greens is obviously Zack Polanski's deputy, Mohsen Ali, was someone that appeared to celebrate.
Mohsen Ali, let's mention the Muslim. We got to mention the Muslim to make sure that everyone gets scared and realizes how scared that they should be of this motion, because a Muslim man was happy. Yes, he was happy once.
October 7, we saw it in Denton in the Manchester by-election, that they were pushing this idea of voting for Gaza. So they're using the Gaza war.
I don't think they were, dude. I think that they were just going around to people's houses and being like, hey, the rent's bad, isn't it? And everyone was like, yeah, mate. And the Green Party were like, we're going to do our best to sort that out. And people were like, that's great, because no other party is saying that.
Or the radicalization that we've seen on our streets. And they've seen the rise in Jew hate that has obviously seen the death of 2 Jews in Manchester just a few months ago, the torching of Hezbollah ambulances and all the attacks that we've seen.
Yeah, let's talk about the 5 mosques that have been attacked in the last month. In the last month, there have been 5 mosques attacked by fascists in the UK. Proposing that we start an occult writing of the Green Party called Viriditas entirely because what it would do to the Daily Mail would write with 1,000 psychology essays. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Mental gymnastics required to believe that every adult in Palestine gets to vote is unacceptable, yeah.
Jews. And they're basically trying to create a movement out of that. And we know from history how popular that is, you know, that helped the Nazis.
They're trying to create a Whoa! They're trying to create a movement out of this. What do you mean?
Create a movement out of that. And we know from history how popular that is, you know, that helped the Nazis along. It helped the British.
No, what helped the Nazis along was a liberal, wet, weak piece of shit center government that was absolutely servile to imperialist powers like the USA and the UK, right? That's what helped the Nazis along. The Nazis had, unfortunately, a popular bigotry at the time, which was anti-Semitism, and they used that to galvanize their base and use Jews as a scapegoat and Romani people and queers as well, you know, that existed in Weimar Germany at the time. You know, it's just this ahistorical bullshit. It fucking winds me up to fuck, man, because they're like, yeah, man, people doing pogroms, like, helped the Nazis along. No, people were already doing pogroms. What do you mean? The pogroms got worse after the Nazis were in power, you fucking freak. That's how that went.
Union of Fascists.
And by the way, the paper that you work for supported the Nazis!
It was popular for the National Front.
Yeah, where did the National Front go, Nicole? What did the National Front turn into? Would it be the English Defence League? And then what did the English Defence League turn into? Would it be, you know, all the different splinter groups of Nazis in the UK that we have at the moment? Why aren't you talking about them?
That's where they are. And this is a party that would consider themselves of the left, anti-racist, pro-community. And of course, this has nothing at all to do with the environment. You know, if you care about the environment, actually, Israel really leads the way in terms of environmental initiatives.
What? Bro, what the fuck? How can you say that when they are bombing oil refineries in fucking Iran? This is completely depraved. This is completely depraved, insane shit, and everybody can see it. There is not one person that is sat there going like, yeah, man, I believe Israel that is creating white phosphorus. I believe that they are leading the way in climate initiatives. This tiny fucking country that does nothing but genocide and threaten its neighbors and bomb its neighbors all the time, uproots olive trees, you know, encourages settlers on their land, to, well, not on their land, on Palestinian land, to uproot olive trees and displace Palestinians, poison fucking crops, create so-called nature reserves with European trees in occupied Palestine that don't work, and they fuck with the natural ecology of the place, all because of their fucking fucked up, insane ideology. Dude, what are you talking about?
Helps create water out of the desert.
Missiles are so good for the environment. Yeah, explosives, so good. Really, really good.
And helps many countries in Africa with...
Yes, anti-communism also helped the Nazis along. Hang on a minute. What the fuck are you talking about? Helps many countries in Africa?
Water out of the desert and helps many countries in Africa with...
How did Palestinians get water out of the desert before? There were people living in Palestine for thousands of years before so-called Israel came along. How did they survive, Nicole? How did they survive? How do they survive in Saudi Arabia where Israel isn't that well? Israel is totally fucking in bed with Saudi Arabia at this point. But how did they do it there? How did they do it? Was everybody just the Palestinians famously what humans do when they can't get water is they just stay in that place and die and don't try and get water from anywhere else. You know what I mean?
Things like that. So this is just pure and utter Jew hatred.
Nicole, we have run out of time, unfortunately.
That's not unfortunate.
How worried are you about the Green Party being successful in this country?
I'm very worried. I'm not worried that...
Good. Remain fucking scared.
They may take... I don't think that they will take power at the next election.
Oh my God, it's so good. It really took quite an effort for her to say that. That's crazy. She's like, I am worried that they're going to be successful. I don't think they're going to be successful, but I am worried that they will be. This is mad. Hey Threads, Israel were training paramilitary groups in DRC to aid the genocide there too. There you go. Yeah, Israel famously doing great things in Africa. Yeah, the UAE, which is actually like the Gulf state that is the most... allied and together in terms of shared interests with Israel, did the genocide in Sudan, and it's still trying to do a genocide in Sudan.
Although it may be that they would join forces with Labour if there's a hung parliament, but we have council elections coming up in the next few months.
There's no way that these people are so fucking divorced from reality. It is completely insane. It is completely insane. There is just no way that the Greens will join with Labour. What are you talking about? That is not going to happen.
And they are likely to win quite a few seats or even councils, including my own, which is incredibly worrying, particularly if they pass this motion. And even if they don't, knowing that there are thousands of people within the Greens who hate me as a Jew, as a Zionist.
Okay, again, like completely... displaying what Diane Abbott was talking about when she was saying that black people just fundamentally have a different kind of experience of racism in this country than people who pass as white do, right? I had no fucking Scooby-Doo that Nicole Lampert was Jewish. There was no way. There was no way I could have told you that. I'm being genuinely fucking serious. I had no idea that she was Jewish until she said that just then. I just was like, yeah, you're just like a white British person. You're just like a white British fucking Daily Mail freak. And it's like, oh, I'm Jewish and I'm a Zionist. And it's like, okay, well, one of those is fine. The other isn't. Please don't be a Zionist. I don't know what to tell you, man. It sounds like you're biased. It sounds like you're a fucking fascist and you're biased. Everyone should be constantly reminded of Israel's warm relationship with apartheid-era South Africa. Yes, absolutely. You not knowing is antiseptic. It's true. It's true, actually.
Verifying 2026. Welcome to the UK. Thank you very much, Nicole. That's Nicole Lampert there, who's been doing a lot of research, a journalist there.
What?
Very much, Nicole. That's Nicole Lampert there, who's been doing a lot of research, a journalist there. Okay, now GB News contacted the Green...
Doing a lot of research at journalist there. What?
Party regarding this story, and a Green Party spokesperson said this exchange does not represent Green Party views.
Free speech, censorship, and growing concerns of online privacy.
Oh, dude, I don't want to see the ad. I don't want to see the ad. ExpressVPN. Oh, brilliant. Who have GB News got on now? It's our favorite fucking Zionist lobby piece of shit. What's his name? Stephen Lawney? I can't remember his name. Lord Walney. That's his name. Something like Lord Steve Walney. You know, this is the guy that pushed for Palestine action to be prescribed. And you know what? I'm glad that he's doing the rounds so that people know who he is. I think that the more people who know who this guy is, despite what he thinks that does for his reputation, it actually helps us, you know, spread the message that he's a piece of shit Zionist fascist, right?
Enough to remember the days of the 70s when it was the far right. We had the National Front, we had the British movement targeting Jewish people, targeting Asian people on the streets of London. Horrific times. That seems to be...
He is kind of British Jonathan Greenblatt, yeah.
Because there was one person who was arrested last week for carrying a swastika. It wasn't a member of the British National Party or the National Front. It was somebody supporting the Islamic regime.
Yeah.
What? What are you talking about? What do you mean, dude?
Yeah, are they the new far right?
Yeah, well, it is really ironic that you get this reflexive response from the left, in that they are deeply uncomfortable about talking about the growing strand of intolerance.
None of us are uncomfortable talking about the growing intolerance in this country. What we are uncomfortable talking about are things that aren't real, which is what you talk about. You know, that's the stuff that you talk about is stuff that just isn't real, right?
And virulently anti-Israel, going into anti-Semitism on the left, but they will always...
That's very interesting. Virulently anti-Israel, going into anti-Semitism on the left. Now, if you were to take this guy in good faith, you could say there's an argument to be made for that. There are people who are unknowingly engaging in anti-Jewish rhetoric because of, you know, the way in which Israel amplifies the idea that if you support Israel, you support Jews, right? That's absolutely a reality. But he is not talking about that. He is talking about the idea that somehow left-wingers are all of a sudden doing Sikh Isles, they want to kill Jews, all this kind of stuff, right? And it's like nonsense. Virulent, yeah. Well, virulent is, you know, it means like poisonous, you know?
Want to come out about the far right, and
you have that word in your name. You should know what it means.
Someone notes today that you've got the Green Party who have moved really far into this territory and are this weekend, I think, debating.
Yeah. Meanwhile, here's all the shower apologists GB News platforms every hour upon the hour. Yeah. So he does understand the difference between anti-Zionism and anti-Semitism. All of these cunts do. Every single one of these cunts does understand that. That's the thing that we need to remember. And they are talking to us like we are children. Right? That is the most abhorrent thing about these fuckers. Like, of course they know that that's what's happening. Of course they know that there is a total difference between someone who is, you know, a fascist who hates Jewish people and someone who just like despises the state of Israel. They know that there is a difference between Candace Owens and someone like me. They know that there's a difference between those two people. They are just pretending that there isn't because it furthers their cause. And this is what Israel does all the time. Israel knows that this is the case. Israel knows that there is a difference between people who hate Jews and people who, you know, don't like Israel and what Israel is doing. But it serves their interests. Absolutely. It's in their interests. It's totally in their fucking interests. And this is why I get so fucking mad about it, because it is literally like, if you care about discrimination, if you care about bigotry, you know, like, it's like Sam Sader was saying like a couple of weeks ago, this shit just keeping on with this idea that if you like don't like Israel, you're making Jews unsafe and yada yada yada. Like, this is going to make Jewish people unsafe. It is going to do that. It is going to do that because eventually people are going to be like, oh, you're Jewish, so you love Israel, and then they get beat up or some shit. You know? Israel's whole shtick is blurring the lines, yeah. It's in the Zionist interest, but yeah, I read that, I think. It's the only play they have. I feel sorry for them. They have an anxiety-inducing job to be a Zionist apologist in 2026. Well, I don't know if it is, because it's just, you know, I look at these cunts and I'm like, this is such an easy job. You don't even say anything of any substance at all. You know, there's no communication that's going on between them and the masses that is like difficult, or like they're getting into the nitty gritty of it and they're really like thinking about things. They don't have to say anything. They just have to go on and just be like, well, anti-Semitism, these people are the same as the Nazis. It's just all that. It makes Jewish people unsafe.
Disgusting motion that anti-Zionism, that Zionism equals racism, which would ban the vast majority of Jewish people in this country and across the world.
Again, I want to know if this guy's Jewish. I need to know if this guy's Jewish. I obviously had no idea that Nicole Lampert was Jewish. Whatever, right? I really don't think that this guy is Jewish. There is, you know, a lot of people in the UK who go on these kinds of fucking tangents and be like, yes, this is making Jewish people unsafe, and they are just not Jewish. You know? I was trying to find the story he probably made up about being arrested for having a swastika and accidentally found this. No further action after Hitler birthday party in pub. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, this is so good. No further action will be taken after 9 people were arrested on suspicion of celebrating Adolf Hitler's birthday in a pub with a swastika-themed cake. Yeah, man, this is so good. It's so good that no one is focusing on this stuff. It's really good that no one is focusing on this stuff. You know? Hey, Dirty Bird Distiller, how you doing? Also, is he saying that racists will be banned from the country or something? I don't know. It's fucking seriousness. Brits think seriousness makes you immortal or something. It's a strange realization I'm coming to, yeah. It does. If you're just dead serious about stuff. Kind of makes you wish that leftists didn't spend the last 5 years watering down the term Nazi when now it's really relevant. I don't know if that's had that much of a difference. Because this is like a totally online phenomena that you're referring to, right? I don't know if it's made that much of a difference, but I do think that there is definitely an argument to be said about people like exaggerating people's particular ideology and stuff like that. I don't think that what you're referring to is totally irrelevant, but I don't think this like affects people in real life at all, to be honest. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's cool that people just aren't focusing on that shit, and people are just like, oh no, Zionism's fine. Why does everybody hate Zionism now? You know?
As inherently racist, and someone was pointing out that a recent example, an example from previous decades, of someone of a party that switched Jewish people for Zionists was the National.
No, I think that Dirty Bird Distiller does make a good point, RTE clearance, because there is like I don't think that we escape the ramifications of over-exaggerating harm, right? There's like a puritanical thing that what's the right way to say this? There's a puritanical way of thinking that permeates the left, and that actually doesn't just exist online. It's more prominent online, 1000%. But you will find that people will try and describe people in the most extreme ways possible for making mistakes, sometimes honest mistakes. Like, look, chat, there are people on the internet who call me an abuse apologist because I said that a guy on the internet shouldn't have made his girlfriend fucking homeless when he found out that she was like stealing money off him, right? This stuff does happen. Like, there is an over-exaggeration of harm that exists within our circles, and it doesn't serve us a lot to be doing that. So, two things can be true, right? Switching Jewish people for Zionists is what these guys are literally doing. Yeah, 1,000%. Yeah, that is what they're doing, yeah. Hey, Hunter Biden's bathroom.
There is a long history of this, and there is a meshing together of the far left and the far right.
Yeah, man. Famously, that's what's going on. Fuck you, bro. Fuck you. I can't believe this cunt. This is desperate, actually, to say that the far left and the far right are now, like, uniting against Jews. Like, brother, you are living in cloud cuckoo land. And, nonsense city. Islamist influence.
Over a hatred of Jewish people. And
brother, this couldn't be further from the truth. It couldn't be further from the truth.
And as I say, the people who are going on this march, the celebrities...
Horseshoe bullshit, hey, cunning linguist.
They should not be allowed just to blink at themselves.
Whoa. The people who are going on this march. This clip doesn't even explain what march he's referring to. Swoopy hair TV. Yeah, it's swoopy hair. They both got swoopy hair, yeah. Yeah, it's been bash the fash for 40 years. What the fuck? Hey, PvP, reminding me the book Conflict is Not Abuse, which is good. I'm actually planning on rereading that very soon, yes. Yes.
As I say, the people who are going on this march, the celebrities, people like Andy Burnham, they should not be...
2 linked anti-far right marches taking place in London today. Oh my God. This motherfucker just sat there and said the far right and the far left are meshing together when on the fucking Chiron here, it says imminent protest marches in London. 2 linked anti-far right marches taking place in London today. Brother, I need people like him to go on a long holiday. A very, very long holiday. You've done enough work. It's time for you to retire. Look, sir, your hair is grey. It's time. Enjoy the fruits of retirement. Go away. Go away. The far right and the centre right are uniting against Jews, I would say. I'm sure there are leftist anti-Semites, there's bigots everywhere, but there's not. It's not a party line like it is for these Nazis, yeah. Yeah, countryside. Countryside.
Allowed just to blink at themselves, close their ears.
He's probably 30.
They have a responsibility.
No, this guy is actually 85 years old. He's just never been outside. He's never touched the grass. This is the benefit of being rich. This guy's a lord, right? That's what you gotta remember. He's a fucking lord.
Andy has a responsibility if he wants to be the next Labour Party leader and Prime Minister, which is obvious that he does. He's actually got a responsibility not just to lap up this support in the hope that it will be part of a helpful campaign to get him over the line as Labour leader.
Lord of the Rings
leadership himself.
Hey, UE6969696969
is there on the far left.
Yeah, and John, just briefly and quickly, obviously with Andy Burnham, it's so important because it's not that long ago that 2 Jewish worshippers at the synagogue were murdered.
Yeah, that's right. And every time...
Bro, these people just think that it's impossible for a Muslim to be far right. They think that if you're a Muslim, you're just like left wing. I don't understand. Muslims are like famously the most hateful people of all time, but they're actually just left wing. And everyone on the left is just like, yeah, man, everyone, like every left winger just supports what every Muslim does. It doesn't matter if they're like a pedophile. It doesn't matter if they murder people. Like, what are you talking about, man? Like, the people who murdered the fucking people. This is why it's so important to just refer to, when you talk about like ISIS, you just call them a fascist. There's no point in being like, yeah, they're religious extremists. There's no point, because that just serves the interests of white supremacy. You just have to refer to them. Every single Muslim fighter in Rojava just called ISIS and Daesh psycho-fascists. And ISIS and Daesh murdered thousands, if not tens of thousands of Muslims. So, there's nothing Muslim about ISIS. The guys who killed the Jewish worshippers at the synagogue in Manchester were ISIS. They were linked to ISIS. You know. And at this point, they could be linked to Turkish ISIS, HTS. So, you know, it's completely unhelpful, you know, when we're saying these things like, oh, yeah, man, you know, these Muslims murdered these Jews. And it's like, that just doesn't help anyone in any kind of way. It doesn't help anyone understand what's going on in the world in any fucking way.
See an horrendous anti-Semitic attack like this, political leaders all come together and they sincerely say, we will do whatever it takes to combat anti-Semitism. But then they don't. Yeah. They then show lips. They then go on marches like this. These things are not commensurate, and we just point out the contradiction.
It's so interesting because they haven't even set up what the march is about. But I'm going to go into the march because I'm covering it in a minute. It's the Together March where like literally 500,000 fucking people in the UK this week marched against fascism. They demonstrated to be like, this is how many people don't like fascism in the UK. And Zack and Hannah were there. And so was, like, you know, a bunch of fucking other people. Jeremy Corbyn, Lenny Henry, Paloma Faith. And obviously, like they're saying, Andy Burnham. You know? In 2014, as Arabs, we'd be waiting every day to get shot by Al Jazeera Arabic showing new ISIS footage. Yeah. It was completely fucking, like, relentless. Mule, would you say the word 1999 or the better version of it, 1999? No, I would say 1999.
Lord Warney, thank you so much for coming. Always a pleasure to talk to you. That's our former government advisor on political violence, Lord Warney. Okay,
it's crazy to be like former government advisor on political violence, Lord Walney. He's still in the government. He's a lord. Shut up, man. Okay, what do we got here? So yeah, this is the march that they're referring to. So you can see it's great. Like I love this fucking image so much, man. Because you just got like a bunch of people who are like, yeah, man, these are the people who are the face of hope in the UK at the moment. I forget this lady's name, but she is often in marches in the UK. I've seen her a couple of times in Manchester. I think her name is Anas or Anam. I can't remember. But she's great. So she's there, she's leading the march, and then you've also got in the back here, you got Diane Abbott, you got Zara Sultana, you got Rachel Millward, who's one of the deputy leaders of the Greens, you got Zack, and then also we have Jeremy Corbyn. I recognize this guy, but I can't remember his name. You know, it's just like a plethora of people who like turned up to be like, yeah, man, we actually just hate fascists. 500,000 people, chat. 500,000 people. Now, on Red Planet last night, I was talking about the fact that when Tommy Robinson did a march about a year ago in the UK in London called Unite the Kingdom Rally, fascists online were going, 3 million people attended the march. It's a great this shows how much people really hate migrants in this country. We need to stop the boat people and send them all back. Right? They were like, 3 million people turned up. It was 3 million people. I can't believe it. Oh my God. Right? And there was a lot of discussion online about that number, right? Because the cops reported that it was 110,000 to 150,000 people, right? And then a crowd size expert in the Daily Express, no less, right? And I'm not going to bring this article up again. You'll have to trust me on it. I reported on this last year after it happened. A guy, he is called, I can't remember his name. I'm not going to try and remember it because I'm going to get it wrong. I think his surname was Mazig. He is a crowd size expert at the University of Melbourne, a professor. And he said, listen, man, I ran the numbers. It was probably 56,000. At a push, it could be 75,000. There's no way that there was 150,000 people there. The police have doubled the amount of people that could have possibly been there today, right? So when we think about it, this crowd size expert has said 75,000 people showed up to support the far right in Britain, yeah? Now remember, chat, the fact that we covered it back in the day. And you can find all this on the VOD channel, right? Go and check it out on the VOD channel. We watch the Hugh Anthony coverage of it, because that's what we do when there's a big far-right protest in the UK. We look at the fucking, the boy behind the lines, our boy on the inside, right? To show us the truth of how these people are interacting and the solidarity that they express with each other. They were all there, like they had to pull people from all over the world to come. There was people coming from the United States, all various different states in the United States. There were like Trump MAGA freaks who were coming to do speeches. There were people coming from Belgian fascist parties, French fascist parties, like I think Le Pen was there. There was people from German, the AFD fascist party, Netherlands fascist parties, Spanish fascist parties. They even got people all the way from fucking Aotearoa, right? They got people all the way from Aotearoa, Destiny Church, that Tim talks about, right? Which is like fascist Maori people. And they came and did like a fascist Maori fucking haka at this Unite the Kingdom rally. So they pulled people from all over the world, and they could only get 75,000 people at the top end of the conservative estimate, right? At the top, well, not even the conservative estimate, at the top end of the crowd size experts estimate, right? So 75,000 people, and that's with all these people from all over the fucking world. And we've got 500 million people against that. 500 million people to stand against that. So literally 10 times more. And it is exactly what I've been saying for the last fucking year on this channel. And you know I've been consistent with this, and I mean it. And the reason that I say it is because people need to know that hope is real, and we should feel hope, because there is just not an appetite for these kinds of far-right, fascist, completely disgusting, unacceptable opinions in this country. There just isn't an appetite for that, right? The appetite is for this stuff. The appetite is actually, no, we hate that shit and we don't fucking want it. This is the reality in Britain. The entire support for the Reform Party is completely fucking astroturfed. It's not real. It's just not fucking real. When people are saying that they're going to vote for Reform, it's because it's a protest vote. It's because they saw Nigel Farage on a TikTok going, Labour and the Tories are the same, and they went, yeah, mate. That's it. If they saw Zach Polanski doing the same, they'd probably be like, yeah, mate, you know? So that's my rant about that. But this is what this proves, you know? I've been saying this, and I will continue to say it while it is true, because I try my best to speak the truth. Welcome in, Rob. Thank you for the 50 consecutive watch stream streak. Hey, Butter Bebop, how are you doing? Welcome in. Fast travel miles to attend shit. Familiar faces show up and down the country fucking all the time, mostly ex-EDL. There are so few of these fuckers willing to show their faces. Absolutely. So it's like Unite the Right. Lots of people sure, but it took pooling turds from the entirety of the USA to get that number. Yep. Police running cover for the Fash since 1936. Police protection detail. The BUF got outnumbered by fascist marchers. Yes. Yeah, the British Union are fascist, Buddy Bebop. The only power the Fash managed to wield on the streets is getting TSG thugs to out to protect them. Absolutely, that's what it is. That's what it is. Nazis, no tar. That's great. What a great sign. So you have got here... what is this? I think this is a union banner. You got like the London chapter of Woodcraft or something. Woodcraft Union. Lebanese flags. Palestinian flags. You know? Extinction Rebellion flags. More banners from more unions. Oh, I think that's the Runnymede Trust. Not a union, but you've got like the Unite. That's another Unite banner there, Union banner, Green Party banners, you know. Unfortunately, you got the standard Socialist Worker Party placards that they shove out at every protest, but it is what it is, you know. Stop the War Coalition, campaign for nuclear disarmament, Together for Palestine. Palestine Solidarity Campaign, like, yeah, you know, this is a huge coalition across the fucking UK to just be like, yeah, man, we reject this shit. We totally reject this shit. And I know that on the front line here, we're seeing like a lot of grey hair and a lot of old people. And I often look at the fascist marches and say, look, it's just all old people. But generally speaking, this crowd is far more diverse in terms of age. It's obviously way more diverse in terms of race and gender. There's a lot more women at these marches. That's always the case. There's just literally broadly only men, who show up to these fucking fash marches and shit. Crazy that they got a UN flag, though. I don't know what that's about. Palestine auction has not been deprescribed yet, no. No tar just means no thanks. Tar is a shortening of thanks. So there you go. That's what they're all fucking mad about, basically. We've got Andrew Neil here. Andrew Neil just like completely descending into his, I don't know, man, completely obscure era where just like no one even really kind of knows who he is because he doesn't really do anything. Andrew Neil started GB News, by the way, chat, and then he pulled out when he realized that it was going just a bit too far right for him, which is a bit wild because he's pretty far right. Let's see what he's talking about here. Little video here from the Together March. Zack and Hannah showing us how it's done. Wow, that's crazy. That's crazy. They're just fucking normal people. And everybody loves them. There's fucking thousands of people here. There's thousands of people in Trafalgar Square, and they're all just like, yeah, mate, this is sick. They're being so cute. They're being so cute. I love the dancers next to him. Okay, so really fucking funny. I saw a tweet last night where someone said, I can't believe that Zach Polanski is standing next to a guy in full BDSM beard. Full BDSM gear. Right? Bro, like, this is who they're talking about. This is who they're talking about. Just this guy wearing, like, a bit of a mesh vest, sports shorts, and some tights, and big boots, and gloves, right? They're, like, full BDSM gear. That's what someone said about that guy. It's just like a queer person wearing whatever they want. I'm sorry, chat, but I'm a freak, right? And I am into BDSM. I'm fascinated by it. I like to do it. I'm a participant, right? This is so tame. What are you talking about? Yes, their sex life is completely boring. A BDSM beard is when you have a really vanilla spouse. What? Oh, yeah, because a beard makes you BDSM. It's like, oh, yeah, my kink is beards. Yeah, I see what you're saying, yeah. You know? Gotta get leather daddies back in public. This is what I'm saying, man. It's just like, you are just wearing, like, leather gear. That's all it is. If you just wear anything leather, everyone is just like, what the fuck? Oh, by the way, I totally forgot that we unlocked Catcam earlier because Planet Mushy donated 25 quid. I'm sorry about that. Hang on a minute, everybody. We've got Catcam for the rest of the stream. I totally forgot about that. And he's right there. There he is. Welpert Melpert. Completely robbed. Well, I remembered after about an hour and a half, so I owe you an hour and a half of Catcam. I was actually riffing up beards as in gay people being in fake straight relationships. Oh, okay. Down low demons. If that guy walked down the street in Santa Monica, nobody would even notice. If that guy walked down the street in Manchester, no one would notice. It's just normal. I wouldn't call that full BDSM gear, but I'm gay, so I might have a high tolerance. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I know I'm queer as well. Like, I'm a leather guy. Like, I like to wear leather and stuff. Like, it's a fetish, right? But like, this is nothing. It's just nothing. It's just like someone wearing clothes that are a bit like, I wouldn't say the word here, but like they're just a bit queer. He's just looking a bit queer because he's like a cis guy, obviously, and just rocking like, it's a bit more goth than anything. It's kind of more goth. Hey Susie, every time I join your chat, your conversations are way better than anyone else I've been listening to. Thank you. I appreciate that. But I would argue that everyone has something to offer. I don't want to alienate myself from people. Every streamer is good. Every streamer that I recommend is good. Where was I up to? Is the leather BDS? BDS? As in BDS? Is leather BDS? No, leather is not BDS unless it's made in occupied Palestine. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? Pardon the embarrassingly basic question, but are there subs that enjoy leather? Yes. Absolutely. Yeah, being like a puppy guy and wearing one of the like puppy masks and stuff is like a huge sub. Like if you like see these guys about. Like these guys are basically just like, hello, I'm yours, do whatever you want to me. I love wearing this leather mask. I'm just a dog. I'm just your silly little dog puppy boy. I'll do whatever you like. I think, listen, I don't know much about being a furry, but this is separate to being a furry. I think it's a little bit like being a furry, but like they don't wear furry stuff. They don't, the stuff that they wear is leather, right? Are there catgirl equivalents to this? If there aren't, you should invent them. That's what I would say. Brody G99 says, I just opened the stream for the first time. Yeah, it is important. It is important that people see this. But anyway, so, you know, everyone, all the fucking fash are just like freaking out and being like, oh, Zack Palance, he's dancing next to a sex gay. He's a sex gay and he's wearing sex clothes. And it's just like a guy, and they're just, I don't know what they're trying to say. They're trying to say, oh, he's dancing funny. And it's just like Hannah and Zack just being really normal. Like, can you imagine, right? Can you just imagine Keir Starmer doing any of this? Can you imagine Kemi Badenoch doing any of this? Like, this is what people say when they say the era of the briefcase wanker is over, right? Now, the only time that I would get actually worried about reform is if they have a guy that does this. Do you know what I mean? Angela Rayner is the only Labour person who would do something like this. That's true. That's true. I mean, obviously, I'm talking about the Labour right. And I guess that Angela has betrayed her positions to make herself part of the right. But, you know what I'm saying, right? If you wear sex clothes, the Tories want you to sexplode. It's true. Mule walking down the street. You think... That is not A. I don't look anything like this. Combat boost? Distressed t-shirt, but actually it's not a t-shirt because it's just not anything. That's not me. What's an infinity scarf? It's a scarf that doesn't have two ends. It's like a snood. MC Zacky P, that's so funny. It's a bit cringe, but it's cute. It's cute. Okay, Hannah Spencer is the only fucking MP in the world who knows Oggy 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 Oi Oi Oi. That's fucking crazy, bro. There's someone wearing like a trans flag in the crowd. Oh, is that what the thing is? Green Party leader Zack Polanski dances with male stripper on stage. Bro, like, what? Where have you gotten the idea that he's a male stripper? Every single one of these people who write shit like this is just basically saying, like, I'm thinking about that guy naked, and I'm thinking about that guy right now. I'm thinking about him right now, and I'm thinking about him being, you know, being naked. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's fucking crazy. They're just telling on themselves all the time. Yeah, I don't know about you, chat, but this guy's looking like pretty clothed. He's looking rather clothed. I thought everyone knew that. No, Hippie Marshmallow, I'm saying, like, Hannah Spencer's the only MP in the world, even in Canada, who knows Oggy 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 Oi Oi Oi. There's no other MP that would do that or admit to knowing what that is. Oh, they kept that, but they used this bit for this clip where they have the writing that says he's dancing with a male stripper because Zack is like the LGBT community. And it's like, yeah, this is fine. Yeah, there's no nipples out here at all. They hired he's the worst stripper ever, bro. He doesn't even take anything off. They hired the worst stripper ever. He didn't even take his coat off at the door. What the fuck is this, bro? Right, so this is the video that people are getting mad about. This guy here, Nick Dixon, reactionary satirist and important intellectual. Yeah, I'm sure you are, bro. Being like, I'm absolutely consistent. I'm against Muslims praying in Trafalgar Square, and I'm against whatever the fuck this is. By the way, this motherfucker just censored fuck on Twitter, where it's legal to do comedy now. Did you not get the message? Bro, you don't need to censor the word fuck. Comedy is legal. You fucking freak. You absolute freak. So we've got Andrew Neil here being like, we have this Green Party leader dancing around like a demented numpty, and Lib Dem leader Ed Davey mounting one stupid stunt after another. Polls currently give them around 35% of the vote combined. No wonder we're increasingly regarded as not a serious country, because we're not. Yes, I'm sure, Andrew, I'm sure that this is the reason we're not seen as a serious country. It's nothing to do with the fact that we do everything that the pedophile president of the USA says that we should do. It's nothing to do with that. It's nothing to do with the fact that Keir Starmer plays blinder after blinder, and when I say that, what I actually mean is steps on rakes every single time. I hate that hearing anyone say LGBT makes me full body cringe immediately. Yeah, it's sad, right? It's sad. It's just a clunky way of saying it, but could you imagine the discourse if Zack Polanski said the queer community? He would probably upset a lot of older queer voters, unfortunately. I'm not sure that that's a massive block, but like, I've had older queers be like, don't fucking say that. And it's like, it's a difficult conversation because you just have to sit there and just be like, I'm sorry, man. I know that that's like a word that was, you know, used against you back in the day, but we're reclaiming it, you know? You should hear the other word I say all the time. So anyway, that's Andrew Neil, and he's getting mad about that. But there's this unrelated video doing the rounds.
We're on our way to election day. We can't wait for the 5th of May. Dreaming dreams of number 10 with Mark Mardell and Portillo. La 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 la. La 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 la. La la la
Mark Mardell and Portillo. State of that fucking jacket, mate. The state of that fucking jacket.
End up PM, or will we all be voting Lib Dem? Election fever's in the air.
This is gay. It is gay. This is one of the gayest things I've ever seen in my life. And this is the thing, right? Like, what are we learning about Andrew Neil here, chat? What are we learning? He's so mad that Zack Polanski was dancing on a stage, yeah, next to a guy that wasn't wearing that much clothes but was still wearing clothes, and it was probably fine. And, you know, he was doing this in the past. I think that there's a life that Andrew Neil wishes he had. And I think it's sad that he didn't get to live that life because he thought that that would just be too gay.
Election fever's in the air.
It was all an introduction to Newsnight. Was this Newsnight, or was it fucking... Is this like an extra show that doesn't get played anymore?
Election fever's in the air.
Bro, this is nuts. This is fucking nuts, bro. Absolutely nuts. I can't believe it. No, it was a commercial for his channel, yeah. Yeah, the little run he did. He did the dad run when he got into the fucking thingy, right? You know what I mean? Oh, it's good. It's really good. Oh my god, the end. They did an ending of it. He's in a wheelchair. Like, okay, they're parodying the Phoenix Nights thing because in the actual video for this tune, the guy who sings the song, I can't remember his name, he's pushing along Barry Potter in a wheelchair. Barry Potter is the fucking... Not Barry Potter, Brian Potter is the protagonist of Phoenix Nights. No one's going to understand what the fuck I'm talking about, man. No one's going to fucking know what I'm talking about. Anyway. So that was that. Let's have a look at this. This is TalkTV talking about the anti-racist demonstration this weekend in Monday, which, by the way, 500,000 people were there. 500,000 people were there.
A march going on yet again in London, and what?
Oh, this is so good, dude. They're so tired of marches. This is why you should go to protest, chat, because it upsets people like this.
There is a march going on yet again in London, and once again, our intrepid and courageous reporter, Samara Gill, is there. Samara, how are you doing? Explain.
So you'll remember, chat, Samara Gill was on TalkTV last week for Jeremy Kyle, and she was reporting on the Hatsola ambulances that were attacked, and she said all kinds of insane shit. That was really fun, wasn't it? That happened. Now here she is, reporting on the 500,000 strong anti-racist march in London this weekend. Let's see what she's got to say. I can't wait to hear her cope.
What is happening today? Where are you?
Well, it's full of Islamists, it's full of crackheads, they all want to smoke crack, and it's all full of transgender, they're mutilating a children right now, in front of us, they're doing it, it's like a ritual, they're summoning the demon Baal, and they all hate Jewish people, there's, something else is happening, and I don't quite understand. This is just what she's gonna say. That's just what she's gonna say.
Hi Alex, I am genuinely in the cesspit of what London and Britain has become.
I didn't even think it would be that intense, like, when she first started it. I thought I was, like, exaggerating a little bit. It's so good, dude. It's just so good.
This is basically the amalgamation of the Together Alliance, the pro-Palestine groups, the trade unionists, the Socialist Workers' Party. You couldn't get a worse crowd than this. It is shocking and scary. The Jewish groups were excluded.
This kids. As she's saying this, there's kids walking behind her, just chilling.
From this protest against the far right today, which makes absolutely no sense because on the very far right, you do have anti-Semitism and a lot of it.
You can't. You're doing it. They're doing the thing. Oh my God. Do you remember literally 30 minutes ago when I was saying if they keep this up, they are just going to expose how stupid all of this is? And here we are again, TalkTV. Sadly, TalkTV isn't getting that many eyes on it, right? Nowadays. And when I say sadly, I mean it's good that that's happening. But, you know, they are going to, like, end up educating their audience way more than they fucking realize by saying this shit, because when they're calling it hate marches and then Samara Gill is going like, it makes no sense that they protested the far right because the far right's got lots of anti-Semitism, and it's like, I don't know, man, maybe unpack that a little bit. Maybe you should unpack that a tiny bit, just a tiny bit.
What we're only hearing is what I predicted a couple days ago, which is just free Palestine. Free Palestine from what? I've been asking people, they don't have the answer for me. No one here has told me that Hamas is a terrorist organization. There are kefirs being sold on the street.
Kefirs. You know that like kind of yogurt, right? That kind of yogurt that you have? Kefir, you remember that?
We're having free Palestine, death to this and that.
Thank you for the clip, Virulent.
There's multiple Iranian flags. Sorry, we're having to not show our branding. We're having to be on high alert because it is very tense out here. And
this is so good. There's two ladies like this. These people here are not part of the protest. They're just walking around London. They might even be tourists. And they are so not threatened by this stuff. That is crazy.
As you can see behind me, there's a lot of hatred for Farage, which is so strange.
How could you see that? How can you see that behind you? What do you mean?
Ayatollah. So what the hell is this, Alex?
I don't know, man. It's almost like the narrative that you have tried to spin about left-wing movements for the last 3 or 4 years has just not worked. Yo, RTP. RTP, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? I hope you had a great stream. Everybody, please go follow RTP Talks. Another incredible politics streamer that you can go and watch for yourself. Indeed. Welcome in. If you are coming in from RTP stream, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at the news, geopolitics from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. Yeah, we are currently covering the 500,000 strong anti-fascist march. It wasn't like explicitly anti-fascist, but it was anti-racist. It was a demonstration against the far right and fascism just in general. So, you know, by proxy of that, it is anti-fascist. It took place in London this weekend, and you've got all the British gammons and the gammon reporters and journalists not understanding what's happening, not understanding why so many people support the left in this country. And I have been saying it for a year at this point, almost a year, that the entire support for reform in this country is like just entirely astroturf. Do you know what I mean? So there you go. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Appreciate you. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the follows. And we got RG's mom, we got Dragon Wizard, we got Mad Eye Missy. Yeah, welcome in. Fair warning, we may have brought a couple of live ones with us. Sorry, hell yeah. Can't wait. I can't wait. But yeah, thank you so much. Let's take a little look. Let's continue with this. Yeah, I just want to, I just want to like for the Raiders, right? For the Raiders, I just want to pull this right back. And Sophie's here now as well, so this is even better. Please go follow Sophie, by the way. She's another great lefty streamer on Twitch. She's my co-host on Red Planet, the Comedy Roundtable show we do pretty much every Sunday. But Soph, I just want to show you TalkTV's reporter here. and all the Raiders, I want to show you TalkTV's response to this 500,000 march against racism in the UK, which dwarfs. It's 10 times bigger than the crowd size experts counting of the Unite the Kingdom fascist march that happened in London last year. So they said that was 56,000 people strong. This march was 500,000 people. So let's take a little look at this. It's quite fucking funny.
Were excluded from this protest against.
Here we go.
Alliance. This is basically the amalgamation of the Together Alliance, the pro-Palestine groups, the trade unionists, the Socialist Workers' Party.
Hopefully, Alex. Hey, Ross Ferratu. Love that name.
And scary. The Jewish groups were.
Look at this. She's saying it's shocking and scary, and there's just like families walking about. There's just families walking about doing their normal fucking routine on a Saturday.
Excluded from this protest against the far right today, which makes absolutely no sense because on the very far right, you do have anti-Semitism.
You've got to go back to what saying, Zespool. Okay, the Raiders are getting stuck in ads. I'm sorry, you just have appeared here as ads have started happening. So I am sorry about that. I will hang up, hold up for a second until the Raiders are not watching ads anymore, or just like the general ad watchers, because I know that we got ad watchers in the stream, unless we got gifters, Okay, are the ads done? It says that the pre-roll is off for like an hour. Mule says he's sorry for the ads. It was unfortunate timing. Yeah. We're just waiting for people to get out of the ads. I think maybe there's like another minute. I'm going to use the opportunity to run to the toilet, chat. Okay? I'll be back in a tick. A second tick. Okay, I'm back. Let Mule know it's okay. We blame RTP for the timing. I'm actually just going to get a jacket as well. Okay. All right. Hey. All right. Are we back? Is everyone out of the ads? It looks like it should be the case. I'm not saying Melpert is a dumb cat, but he is half ginger, so there are implications. No, he is very silly. He is a very silly Billy. We're back. Okay, good. I've heard SWP called a lot of things, and scary is not one of them. Yeah. I'm sure there's absolutely no Jews at this protest, definitely. Yeah. No one check if there's any Jewish people at this protest. Don't check. Don't check! Alright, so let's go back to this chat. This is the TalkTV. So TalkTV, in case you don't know, if you're a Yank, which I think a lot of RTP's audience are, or if you're not in Britain, just in generally, you will not know TalkTV. TalkTV is kind of like Fox News. It's kind of like Newsmax. It's that kind of flavor stuff. They tried to do this in Britain. It's definitely unpopular in Britain because there just is not, there's not a lot of appetite in the USA for these like fascist, unacceptable opinions and stuff. That it's definitely astroturfed in the US as well, but in the UK, I think it's far more astroturfed. I'm not saying that we're like super more progressive or whatever, but I just think that the kind of politics that exists in the US, fascist movement, the MAGA movement and stuff, that stuff is just not that popular in the UK, right? So let's check out what TalkTV is saying. So this is TalkTV's reporter Samara Gill. She did a report on the Hadsola ambulance attack in the UK in London last week, and she is just she's you can't really describe her as a reporter because she doesn't really report anything. She just makes stuff up,
Hi Alex, I am genuinely in the cesspit of what London and Britain has become. This is basically the amalgamation of the Together Alliance.
TalkTV is shutting down, I think, Brody.
Groups, the trade unionists, the Socialist Workers' Party. You couldn't get a worse crowd than this. It is shocking and scary.
She says as families walk by in the background, literally with their children, not trying to protect them in any way, shape, or form.
The Jewish groups were excluded from this.
The Jewish groups, by the way. The Jewish groups. The Jewish groups.
Protest against the far right today, which makes absolutely no sense because on the very far right, you do have anti-Semitism and a lot of it.
It makes no sense. Why would they be protesting against the far right? Because they love anti-Semitism. But she thinks she's being super smart here, right? But she's not, because eventually people are just going to start like hearing this stuff and go, wait, what? So they're protesting the far right, but the far right has anti-Semitism on it. So the far right anti-Semitism is different to the left-wing anti-Semitism, so they don't like the far right. Why is that? No, she absolutely means Zionist groups, Brody. Like, without a shadow of a doubt, that is who she's referring to. But, when we're talking about these people who cry anti-Semitism, when people are there saying, yeah, we hate the fascist state of Israel, right? They will often say anti-Semitic things. Like, Samara Gill is just like, the Jewish groups. And it's like, how are they Jewish? What are the groups that you're talking about? Are you talking about Campaign Against Anti-Semitism, which is literally a Zionist lobbying effort? Are you talking about UK Lawyers for Israel, which is literally a Zionist lobbying effort? Are you talking about, all of the fucking Zionist groups in the UK, which appropriate Jewish identity in order to prevent criticism of Israel, right? Which is literally the only reason that they do that.
What we're only hearing is what I predicted a couple days ago, which is just free Palestine. Free Palestine from what?
It's the way she says it, man. Free Palestine from what? From Israel! It's from Israel, mate! From Israel! Free them from Israel! That's what we're saying! It's great, though, because she acknowledges that Palestine exists. So, we can work on it. We can bring around, chat. We can bring around. It can happen. I'll go on TalkTV and I'll debate her. She does growl a bit. Yeah, she's like, from what? She's like super like mad about that shit. Always a good time to pop a reminder. Zionist does not equal Jewish and Jewish does not equal Israel. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure that everyone in my chat knows that. Yeah. I'm not concerned about that. I don't think that anyone here is under the illusion that Israel represents Jews. And if they do say shit like that, I'll be clapping them, don't you worry.
Been asking people, they don't have the answer for me. No one here has told me that Hamas is a terrorist organization. There are kefirs being sold on the streets. We're having
kefir, fermented yogurt,
this and that out there.
Death to this and that. Death to who? Death to who, Samara? Like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. She does not want to say the word Israel. There is a shift that is happening even on far-right media where they don't even want to say the word Israel. And the really important thing to remember about that, chat, is that we have seen in Hugh Anthony's streams where he goes around and he's behind the front lines of the fascist marches in the UK, and all of the fascists, they argue about one thing, and that is whether they should support Israel or not, right? So there is a split in the UK in the same way that there is a split in the USA. The split in the UK fash scene is more prominent and effective though, because our fash scene is smaller, more broadly than the US. And I think that these news channels are becoming aware of that now, right? So that you can't even sit there and say, like, you know, so she said death to this and that, right? She didn't say what they would have been saying, which is probably death to America and death to Israel, right? Because even people who watch TV would probably be like, yeah, I kind of see where they're coming from at this point in time, right? You know what I mean? Like, you can't just be there being like, America's mint, actually. And so is Israel. We love those guys. Like, it's just so unpopular. So this shift is fascinating. It's fascinating that she's not saying death to America or death to Israel, which is probably what is being chanted. Like, I believe that they're probably saying that stuff. Because, of course, they mean death to the state. Like, death to the you know, the terrorist state of Israel and the terrorist state of the USA.
There's multiple Iranian flags. Sorry,
multiple!
We're having to not show our brand.
By the way, chat, multiple is more than one. Yeah? Now Rob is raiding. Rob, thank you so much for the raid. How are you doing? Welcome in, everybody. You all know me. Most of you know me. If you don't know me, my name is djmuel. I'm a leftist political streamer from the UK. I look at geopolitics and the news. I analyze that shit from an anti-imperialist and a communist perspective. My guys, go follow Rob. You know the score. Our boy, Rob Rousseau. Come on, Red Planet Challenge. Difficulty level, very impossible, but we will manage it at some point. Welcome in, everybody. Dr. Awesome. We got Dr. Maggot. We got Paraf Gosda. We got Shrice. How you doing? Good to see you. We got Wasn't Me. We have got... I think that's it. Bonbon C3PO. Sorry if I missed anyone. How was Rob's stream? I hope you had a good time. We just caught up to where we were before the last raid. I'm really, really sorry, Rob Raiders, but we are not going to... We're not going to reload this. I'll tell you what we're doing, right? I'll tell you what we're doing. We are going through the right-wing response to a 500,000 strong demonstration against the fascist far-right in London this weekend. And so the fash media is losing their collective shit about it in the UK. They don't know how to report on it. So far, this reporter on TalkTV, which is essentially like a Newsmax or Fox News equivalent in the UK, has already said Jewish groups weren't allowed to participate in this march, and that's crazy because they're marching against the far right, and the far right is also anti-Semitic, and so they don't know what they're doing. They're like exposing their shit. It's you know, fascinating stuff. So yeah, that's what we're looking at. That's what we're looking at. One who reads, the token American. Hello, Kira V. How are you doing? Do you want to see a cool trick? Do I? I don't know. I don't know if I want to see that. Israel just made the death penalty default for Palestinians convicted of terrorism.
Hello, me old chum.
So that's finally happened. This is something that I think I reported on a while ago. But this is something that the Knesset has been trying to do for some time. Now, the very concerning thing about this is that I imagine the reason that they have done this at this particular time is because they are scared that Israel is going to be ended, and so they want to murder as many Palestinians as possible, because as you know, Palestinians who are convicted of terrorism is every Palestinian. And I imagine that it won't be restricted to those who are convicted, because Israel engages in administrative detention all the fucking time. So I think that that is why they've done that. Yep, this is on PBS as well. So, you know, we'll take a look at this when we cover the Iran stuff in a minute. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, much like the Nazis did when they were losing the war, yeah. The similarities are striking. I fixed it, said Kiravi. Oh, well, you were following me, right? Okay, yeah, fair enough. Thanks for the cool trick. All right, so Lesbian Hot Sauce is here. Everyone should also go follow Lesbian Hot Sauce. How are you doing? Good to see you. Associated Press article as well. Yeah, I'd prefer to look at a number of sources. Yeah, we'll take a look at like a liberal source like PBS, and we'll take a look at we'll take a look at what the fucking Times of Israel is saying and shit like that, right? Kind of like how ICE in the US decided they didn't need judicial warrants. Oh yeah, like ICE, you know, takes shit from Israel. Israel takes shit from ICE. It's the famous, they call it the Zionist circle jerk. That's what they're calling it, chat.
We're having to be on high alert because it is very tense out here. And yeah, as you can see behind me, there's a lot of hatred for Faraz.
Oh, that's right, Kiravi. You actually had an issue where you couldn't follow the stream, didn't you? I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to be dismissive of that. I just forgotten. I'm alive, I guess, so that is good. That is very good, and I'm very happy to hear it. Hey, Ickbin Dead, how you doing? How are you and Kitty? I'm actually really good, and Melpit's alright. He's got to have a bath soon. And he's blissfully unaware of that. So, yeah, it's gotten to the stage where he's got a lot of dander, and I'm just gonna have to give him a bath. It is gonna be available on the Patreon. For those who were just about to ask, are you gonna film it? The answer is yes, it will be on the Patreon. So, you know, that's how you get that content. Alright. Anyway. Will he kill you? No, he'll just be really sad. That's the thing. He's not a violent guy. We do play, and he does, like, you know, swap my hand and stuff like that, and give me a little playful bite and stuff. But he's not like a super feral, you know, kind of cat that's just gonna go sicko mode. He will just be dead sad. He'll be going, Mah! Like, I can just hear it right now. I can hear his fucking screams for help. Will you be paying Melpert for his labor? He already gets paid for his labor. Which is nothing, because he does nothing.
Which is so strange, and a lot of love for the Ayatollah. So
love for the Ayatollah?
What the hell is it indeed? What are the numbers like?
There's thousands here, and that's the scariest part, you know. I was expecting a sort of okay turnout. This is scary. What has happened is that London has been taken over by these jihad sympathizing crazies.
Let's go! Let's go! Chat, they're scared! Chat, they're scared! Fucking hell yeah, dude. I fucking love it when they're scared. It's so sick when they're scared. But no, for real though. They're like, she's like, I can't believe it. There's thousands of people here. And this is exactly what I was talking about when I was saying earlier that they cannot accept the fact that last year, Tommy Robinson only managed to get 56,000 to 75,000 people to attend the Unite the Kingdom march, right? That was the maximum amount of people that he could get to come. He had to get people from all over the world, even as far as New fucking Zealand, to get the fascist Maori group Destiny Church to like do a fascist hacker for him and stuff like that. And now in the UK, they didn't even have to try. Leftist organizations got 500,000 people on the street to demonstrate against fascism, and their brains are fucking in pieces. They are in tatters, right? Complete fucking tatters. It's wild how genuinely the right wing fears social change that will literally benefit everyone. I think these guys are also scared for their job. Right? I think that's like a big part of it. Like when these so-called journalists are there like, this is scary. It's like, yeah, man, she's thinking about having to write up her CV. That's what she's thinking about. That's what people like fucking Alex Phillips and Jeremy Kyle and Julia Hartley-Brewer and all these people are thinking about. They're like, oh no, we need to tell people that this is the worst thing ever so that we can stay in a job. No, exactly. Like the things that she is saying compared to what is in the background, Shrice. Like you could just see, like here's the difference, the total distance from reality that these people have.
The horrible sort of mixture of old people who have no idea why they're here. And
they will end up working in another rag. You're right, Paracosda, yeah.
Hand ring, and proper people who are following me, people who look like they're, from the Middle East. They've been following me, filming me, and trying to...
They look like they're from the Middle East is so crazy, bro.
...intimidate me out of here, but I think it's very important for Talk to bring this to the people and to show them what's happening.
Who is Samara Gill? Like, where, like, what? I'm trying to, like, figure out, like... she doesn't have like a Wikipedia page or anything like that. She's got like a Wikidata bit. Like when you bring her up, it's like it comes up with this thing, so you can see that she's there. Does she have her own?
Well, this week.
Oh, she's got her own show on TalkTV. So she's done another one
this weekend.
She's done a more edited version of this 5 days ago. So this is. So she's got a show called Triggered. Great. She's got a show called Triggered with Samara Gill. Jihad flags. This is so good, dude. Jihad flags. Fucking jihad flags. You know? What? Yeah, and also she was saying people are following her. She's literally at a fucking march, man. This is fucking March. This reminds me of an old Egyptian video claiming that the protesters were speaking Christian. Oh, what? Do you mean from like the Arab Spring or something? You're fucking crazy, man. Absolutely fucking crazy. They're always cowards. They're always cowards. All right, so this is her, like, this is what she's referring to. She's referring to, I made the prediction that there were going to be jihad on the street. They were going to be saying things like, oh, this, that, and the other, yada, yada, yada. Yeah, that makes sense, Yui. Yeah, that makes total sense from the Arab Spring. There will be conservative commentators being like, these people are speaking in Christian. Yeah, no, I get it. I get it. Don Jr. had a show called Triggered. Yeah, they love to be individual and come up with, you know, the cult of individuality and personality that neoliberalism and fascism inspired over the last 40 years is really telling when these people just can't even come up with their own unique show name. You know what I mean? It's really telling how effective that actually is when it comes to, you know, shit like this. Hey Diego, racists in my country are so deranged they stopped a bronze memorial for Danish freedom fighters in World War II because it had banners, and they claimed since the patina would turn the banners green, they'd be Islamist banners. It's a Rumble exclusive? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, hell yeah, dude. Donald Trump Jr. launches new show, Triggered with Don Jr. They should sign him up for the Iraq War and keep this name. And see how funny it is. You know? I just said the Iraq War. Oh my god, chat, that's how fucking... I just said the fucking Iraq War. That's literally just how similar this shit is to the Iraq War. What the fuck? It's just in my brain as that. It's just occupying the same place in my brain. Yeah, I meant Iran, obviously. Hey Alyssa, how you doing?
It's great capital of our country.
Yeah, you're saying that you are worried about showing the station's branding when you're going to attend these horrific marches. What sort of things are happening to you?
I'm getting filmed.
I've been stabbed. I've been killed. I've been destroyed. There've been people poking me. People called me a poo head. I can't believe it. This is just the worst. People were anti-Semitic to me, and I'm not even Jewish. I can't believe it.
I'm getting intimidated. We are keeping a low profile. We are not trying to agitate anyone. We're just asking.
Hey, Unelectable Airwaves, how you doing?
Trying to get the story for the viewers and listeners.
Oh, that's so funny. Oh my god, that's so funny. I'm getting filmed. I'm getting bullied. Right, listen, yeah? Listen to what she says here. Listen to what she says here.
I'm getting intimidated. We are keeping a low profile. We are not trying to agitate anyone. We're just asking simple questions.
Right, so this whole thing about we're not trying to agitate anybody, we're just asking questions, right? This is the same shit that these fucking auditor freaks talk about all the time, right? Because they are agitators. They're protest agitators. They turn up and they say things like, why do you want to kill all Jews? Where's the straight village? Why do you want to trans children? Why do you want to mutilate children? Yada, yada, yada. This is agitation, right? This is fucking agitation. That's what agitating is. It's agitating people to the point where they get fucking mad at you and they might end up like assaulting you or something. Because that's what happens when you wind people up. They act in more extreme ways, right? And so, yes, you probably have been called an agitator because you're asking these kinds of questions which agitate people. I'm getting agitated about the fact that you're crying about being called an agitator when you clearly are one. That's how effective agitation is, right? You know, I just asked where a family lived 9 generations ago. I'm just asking questions. I'm just asking if they were born in the UK. I'm just asking why they need to cover the face. Yeah, got called a racist in Greg's. Why is that? I was being racist in Greg's.
Get the story for the viewers and listeners, but it's a hostile environment. They ask which press we're from. You know, we tell them. They don't want to talk to any of the press, really. It's so...
They're so hostile. It's so hostile. It's so scary. They ask us which press we're from, and we tell them, and they don't want to speak to us. But actually, it's just because they don't want to speak to any press. It's not just because of us. It's not just because they know that TalkTV is a horrific, evil piece of shit rag.
Interesting, you know, they're socialists, they're communists, they're free thinkers, whatever they are, and they don't want to talk to the free press.
Yeah,
there's a real lack of support there for anyone wanting to report this. And you know what? I can see why. Because the reality of the situation is doomsday.
Bro, there are like disabled people in the background, just like, you know, sauntering along with their walkers and shit, and like women and children. Like there's like a couple holding hands. Like, brother, this is crazy, man.
It really is. I'm not trying to overgrandize this.
This old person is Hamas. This mum and her child is Hamas.
But behind me is a bunch of extremists.
It's just fucking families, bro.
Oh,
and I'm getting watched right now, so I think we should probably finish this report.
Right, Samara, you go.
We're getting looks right now, so we should probably finish this report, brother.
Stay safe. Make sure Aladdin looks after you as well. The brilliant Samara Gill there. I mean, I was just looking at an aerial view now, currently, which is being shown on another broadcaster, and they're really, I mean, from Samara there, you saw the edges of it, but if you look at the aerial view, it is...
I can already tell what this guy smells like. I feel like I have intimately known this man for 10 years just by looking at him.
Sea of people.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the reports here, the photos, that you can just tell there's a lot of people, and the police presence is very, very heavy. It's funny how they always seem to appear on these ones, don't they?
But what I
What?
I don't understand, you know, history has shown us. I used to wonder, how was it that Nazi Germany came about? How did...
Oh, hell yeah. They love to do this Nazi Germany thing. How is it that Nazi Germany came about? It was just when loads of people protested because they didn't like racism. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is, dude. It's when people were protesting because they didn't like racism.
I say the sensible Germans who sell things to Iran. That again.
Yeah.
But...
Whoa! What? What are you fucking on about?
Understand, you know, history has shown us. I used to wonder, how was it that Nazi Germany came about? How did... Well, I was going to say the sensible Germans who sell things to Iran. That...
The sensible Germans that sell things to Iran. Chat, what's she talking about? What's she on about? What's she on about? Is she talking about, like, fucking... What's she on about? Yeah, famously, the Nazis had no problem with protest, yeah. No leftists or protesters of any kind were executed by Nazi Germany. It's true.
Again.
Yeah.
But how did so many people get brainwashed into thinking that they were on the right side of history? Well, you look at this, you look at those scenes, and it's happening again.
Yeah.
Let's do a comparison, chat. I'm sure that we can, like, find some images of this, right? I'm sure that we can find some images of this. Nuremberg rallies, right? Nazi Germany rallies. Let's have a look. Yeah. Right.
Throw out 12.
Let's have a look at that. Yep.
Throw out 12 long years.
So we've got that, and then let's get the let's get the footage of this. Where is it? Where's the... Oh, I lost the video, chat. Fuck, I lost the fucking video. Wait. Surely I could just do this. Yeah. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah. So we got this. Right. Now, if I can do this. How do you do this? Split screen. Split view. Yeah. And then can you do, is that how you do it? Add tab to new split view. That didn't work. How do you do this? Chat, how do you fucking do this? Do you just do that? I'm just gonna have to do that. Yes, here we go. Right, okay. Right, let's play them side by side, chat. Let's play them side by side. Yeah. Yeah, I hate to say she's right, chat. No, it's exactly the same. I hate to say she's right. It's chilling, actually. No, I'm getting goosebumps. No, it's crazy. No, that's mad. Well. That's crazy, chat. I can't believe it. I can't believe that that's right and real.
Once again, so many of the legacy media stations seem to be almost complicit. They don't call it out. They're not calling...
What do you mean? What? Brother, I can't fucking deal with it, mate. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with it. I can't deal with them saying that no one in the legacy media says that these protests are dangerous. I can't deal with them saying this. It's just like we're not in reality. We're just not in reality. Yes, apparently the BBC is socialist jihadists. Islamo-Gauchisme BBC.
Extremist or racist or dangerous or niche opinion or hostile towards the
Oh no, this is great. Now they're trying to say, yeah, this is a niche opinion when they're talking about how scary it is that there's 500,000 people at this march. Hell yeah, dude. Fucking hell yeah.
Jews. It's absolutely terrifying.
You have to remember that democracy doesn't die with a scream, it dies to rapturous applause. And
Bro, who are you? Shave that off. Just accept it, bro. Shave that shit off. Just shave that shit off. Your hair looks like brown smoke.
it's a quote I've always lived by, that actually people will celebrate the end of things because they don't understand the danger of what they now are entering into, because they're not the ones affected by it, but they will be, but not right now. It is the people and communities who are actual minorities that understand the dangerous threats that we have and we're letting into the country. And it is absolutely infuriating to see on this march, there's one that says, women against the far right. No, you're not protecting women at all. You're putting women in danger.
Exactly.
Yeah.
How? Explain it. He just quoted Padme Amidala? Wait, what? He quoted a Star Wars. What? First they came for the Star Wars fans. Chat, I told you that I knew I told you that I knew that I could smell what this... I knew what this guy smells like. You could just tell. You could just tell.
I made the same point about
the democracy thing is a Star Wars thing. That's crazy, dude. What the fuck? That's fucking crazy.
Community, I made the same point about all these groups. You are literally letting the wolf into the village and, you know, serving up grandma on a plate. It is...
Oh, yeah. You know, you could just... He said he lived by it. That's wild. What? What do you mean? What do you mean, man? It's great because the thing is, he's reacting like this and he's being so animated about it because he's triggered. This guy's triggered. He's really upset. He's really upset about this shit.
Ridiculous, and they've got to stop.
Granddaughter, unfortunately.
Yeah. Sorka with the link. No way, man. I can't believe it.
So this is how liberty dies.
It's not even like a big scene. It's kind of like really muted.
So this is how liberty dies. With thunderous applause.
Oh, that's so fucking funny, man. This is wild. This is absolutely... He quoted a prequel. He didn't even quote one of the good Star Wars. It's in the top 5 of Star Wars quotes. All right, okay. Listen, I'm not a Star Wars... I'm a Star Trek guy, so I don't... Also, he misquoted her because she said, this is how liberty dies. This was also about going to war in the Middle East. Yes. Yes, it was. I know that much about this. He lives by this scene. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can't believe... But this guy, he's just so fucking animated about this because he's scared. Again, he's having to think about his CV. This guy's thinking about his CV and like where he's going to work in the next 10 years.
Yeah.
But I remember when this sort of stuff happened in a big way recently during lockdown, during COVID, when it was the BLM stuff versus, you know, people came out on the other side. That got very tasty. And of course, the police were there taking the knee. BLM, we know basically.
Bro, what are you talking about? The police in the UK did not take the knee. That is fucking crazy.
To be a psyop that was conducted by mass bot farms, including mainly those from China who also funded...
BLM was a psyop! Wait a minute, man. Wait a minute, man. How many views is this? This has got 178,000 views. Mate! BLM was a psyop! Fucking hell! Oh my God.
A lot of the organisation in America through seed companies. And this is happening again. This is, when you look at it, it's not...
It's happening again. Those 500,000 people are just a psyop. It's not real.
Theory. When you look at the extremes...
No, the taking the knee thing, she's totally talking to a US audience here. That's exactly what it is, Diego. She's totally talking to a US audience. She's talking to US fascists because no one in the fucking UK even knows what taking the knee means. No, yeah, it's so fucking unserious. Insane that they call themselves journalists. Mental. That 8-year-old was a paid Hamas actor.
On either side of the political spectrum, rising up, taking to the streets, calling for demonstrations, mass protestations, with increasingly extreme unhinged demands. So much of this is being fed by online. And I first started seeing that during...
They're projecting. They're entirely projecting because their entire ideology is in an echo chamber. Like, these guys are so mad at this because they're like, I've been on Twitter for the last year and comedy is legal. I can say the F word, I can say the N word, and I can say the R word now. Why is reality not reflecting that? Why is reality not reflecting my online fucking echo chamber of fascists?
COVID, when we were all locked in our silos on social media, but the problem is people didn't leave that state.
Yeah.
They didn't go back to...
No, everybody left that state. This is just absurd.
The water cooler at work for after work drinks. They've stayed working from home in their fortified chambers of insanity. And it's playing out in the public forum.
It's also for me.
Wait, what? People stayed in their fortified chambers of insanity, but it's playing out in the public forum. Make it make sense.
Stayed working from home in their now fortified chambers of insanity, and it's playing out in the public forum.
It's also...
It's so sick. Like, their entire shit is just breaking down in front of their very eyes. This is so mint. This is so good. Also, hi Krill, hi Krill, sorry. Chatting from my insanity work from home chamber right now. Yeah, it's brilliant. It's brilliant. Here we see a Lady Gammon, a rare kind. No, sadly, it's not that rare. It's not that rare. Julia Hartley-Brewer is another one. Who's the other fucking lady? We just had Charlotte Gill on the show. Not on the show. That sounds like I was fucking interviewing her. But TalkTV and GB News, also that GB News presenter, I don't know what her name is, Katie Hopkins, Katie Hopkins, yeah. Rachel Riley is a fascist gammon. I meant she's got a very red face. Oh yeah, I think she's just got a red face because she's like getting worked up about it, and also I think it's the lighting in the studio because this guy's also a gammon, isn't he? I don't know. It's hard to say. It's
the consequence of institutional collapse. The things that used to hold us together, the courts, parliament.
The consequences of institutional collapse.
You know, these great institutions, we don't trust them anymore because the people that ran them into the ground and destroyed them. So therefore,
yep. Who was that, brother? I don't even know who this cunt is. Who is this cunt? Name 100 women gammons. Maybe we'll do that next month for the that actually might be quite a challenge. 100 women, like, just like gammons, like literally like 100 women British gammons. You know what I mean? Gammon just means hog. Hog, fascist, reactionary, racist. You'll never make it. Name 100 women challenge, but it's just gammons, British gammons. And there's like Posey Parker, Julie Bindel, Maya Forster, Julia Hartley-Brewer, Alex Phillips, Melanie Phillips, Rachel Riley. I thought gammon was like boomer. I mean, you could be a gammon and be like 5 years old. Rosie Duffield, yep. Appreciate the clarification of misspeaks. See whether clarifying ambiguity is stark contrast to the right-wing fascists who refuse to admit mistakes. Yeah, you gotta be clear in what you're communicating. No, I'm exaggerating. You can't be anything when you're 5 years old. You're a child. What's the etymology? Right? The etymology is... Wait. How do I do this? The etymology of gammon Oh, how am I gonna fucking do this, bro? I'm doing something. No one talk about it in the chat. No one's allowed to talk about it in the chat until I do this joke. This is taking so long. It's so stupid. It's not even going to be funny. It's just not even going to be funny when I do this. Right. Okay. This is the etymology of gammon. Right? That's the etymology of gammon. There you go. It was worth it in the end, wasn't it? It was worth it. That was what you expected, yeah. Yeah. It's just, the reason that people think it's mostly boomers is because of Andrew Neil. The old guy on the right is Andrew Neil. We've watched him on the show before. We've watched him on the stream a couple of times. These are different pictures? Hey Connor, that was actually gam off and gam on. Yeah.
Have no single body of truth that we all believe in. So therefore we don't trust the person we're debating with that they're an honest person. We think they're lying. The number of times I get comments on Twitter saying, oh, he's just a shill for Israel. You know, I wonder who's paying his bills. If you could tell me, I'll send them an invoice. That would be great.
Oh, I know. So you're shilling
but
for this.
But that's the point, is the only way somebody could disagree with them is they're being paid to disagree with them. Yeah. It's that mentality.
No, I think a lot of us know that a lot of you do it for free. I think the majority of us know that some of you just do it for free. It's just even more embarrassing than that. And I think that you should take the dub when people say, oh, you're being paid. You should actually just be like, actually, that's a compliment, because at least I'm not embarrassingly doing it for no money whatsoever. Right? At least I'm not embarrassingly advocating for a pedophile, fascist, genocidal state that just passed a law to execute every single fucking Palestinian that they currently hold in detention for free. At least, you know, you could say, well, at least they don't think I'm doing that, right? People are being nice to you when they say you're on the fucking Hasbro payroll.
It's rotten.
It's really dangerous.
Yeah. I think you've got professional political parties like the Labour Party who are fed into this.
Oh, I know.
And have milked
they
it.
encourage it. Yeah, milked it for
the Labour Party.
It's disgusting. An abrogation of duty, to put it mildly.
Wait, hang on. Whoa. Milk to the sea.
You've got professional political parties like the Labour Party who are fed into this.
Oh, I know.
And have milked
they
it.
Encourage it. Yeah, milked it for seeds.
Yeah.
It is disgusting.
Milked it the seas. Milked it the seas? Milked it the seas. Okay, dude. The Labour Party are not encouraging anti-Zionism, by the way. I think that she was thinking of From the River to the Sea, and also, like, the fact that her co-host just said milked it. I think that that's what happened. Ah, Ben Bang Boom, milked it for seats. That makes more sense. She did say that. Yes. It's still not true. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, you're right.
Abrogation of duty, to put it mildly.
Abrogation of duty. Even if that was true, what are you talking about? All right, what have we got next? So, just in case anyone doesn't know what like the broader context of this segment is, right? I was talking about Zack Polanski, the current leader of the Green Party, getting smeared by the Daily Mail, saying that they've spoken to his family members, and this is probably entirely untrue. And his family members are Jewish, and they're saying, we're scared because if our relative gets put into the position of Prime Minister, we'll have to leave the country because we're Jews, and he'll make it unsafe for us to leave the country. So he posted this. I think that this is just a great response, and this is, you know, this is why Zack Polanski is the right leader for the time. This is why Zack Polanski is the right leader at the right time in this country regarding everything that's going on. He says, for whoever needs to hear this, I'm the only Jewish person to lead a political party, the third largest in the country. The Daily Mail have been and always will be my enemy, right? Speaking about particularly the fact that they historically supported fascists and continue to do so. I'll take no lectures from them on anti-Semitism, right? Yes, a little bit of it is connected to conference. Yeah, the anti-Zionist motion of the conference. So, it's a great response. And here we have Nicole Lampert, the journalist that was just interviewed on GB News, quoting this. So, let's take a little look here, right? So, we've got Stop the Hate UK. Leader of the Green Party continues this morning to share hate towards Jewish journalists, Jewish journalist Nicole Lampert. Yeah, no mention of the fact that like the leader of the Green Party is also Jewish, but never mind. This one calls herself a journalist. The entire world detests you, right? So basically, Zack Polanski reposting this tweet from Olutoyin, aka Iya Chukwudi, who is saying, this one also calls herself a journalist. Imagine someone associated with the Daily Mail saying shame on anybody. You lot are literally the dictionary meaning of the word shame. The entire world detests you. This one has got nothing to do with Judaism. And I'm telling you fucking right now, dude. Yeah? I'm telling you fucking right now, nobody knows that Nicole Lampert is Jewish, right? I didn't know that she was Jewish. She isn't even talking about it here. She says, Daily Mail journalists aren't going after your family. As you are aware, there is more that we could write if we were. I'm a freelance journalist who spoke to your family members who are frightened by the Jew hate in your party, right? She isn't even saying that she's Jewish here. So, like, this fucking group here, Stop the Hate UK, leader of the Green Party this morning, blah, 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 blah. A leader of worth would apologize for using the word parasitic. A weak leader would keep sending hate her way, finding ways to justify it. Let's see what Nicole Lampert says. She says, you'd think the leader of a political party would have better things to do than continuing to send hatred in my direction. He's not doing that. My story, which is in which his family expressed fears about the dangerously Jew-hating place the Greens are going to, appears to have touched a nerve because he knows it's true. That's why he's attacking me and the paper I wrote it for. No, people are attacking you because you're scum. Right? They're attacking you because you're scum. The only thing that people are going to respond to this, the only way that people are going to respond to this in real life when they're presented with this story is they will say, yeah, but isn't he Jewish? Because I'm not being funny, but the lack of nuance that the Zionist lobby, has for this discussion is going to be their downfall, because the everyday average person is just going to be like, yeah, man, he's also Jewish, so it doesn't make sense. What are you talking about? It's over, bro. It's fucking over. Like, when we're talking about, like, the dying screams of something from that freak gammon prick before, quoting the fucking Star Wars Episode 1 thing, yeah? The only thing that's dying is support for Zionism, yeah? And it is screaming. That's what's happening. Like, you know, and also, potentially, the Zionist entity itself is also dying. So, you know, we've got that. Now, let's take a look at this account here, chat. Stop the Hate UK. That's crazy. I've not heard of this organization before. Stop the Hate UK. What Oh, they've got a Israel flag in their cover photo, and an Iranian monarchist flag in their cover photo, and a Kurdistan flag, which is always appropriated by Zionists, and the UK flag. That's so crazy. What do they say here? We stand in opposition to the hate marches that have swamped our country since the 710 massacre. October the 7th. We shall not be cowed. Terrorist supporters of our streets joined in April 2024. That's crazy, man. That's crazy. What's going on there? Followed by Northwest Friends of Israel. That's so weird. What's that about, bro? Let's get some more information about this account. Okay, this is interesting. They changed this? Account based in United Kingdom, and then when you click on this, it says country or region may not be accurate. One of our partners has indicated account may have used a proxy such as a VPN, which may change the country or region that is displayed on their profile. Chat, that's because this account is based in Israel. It's fucking based in Israel. Eleonora's got the screenshot from before. Yeah. Is it on Lefty Stats, or is it just on Eleonora's page? This is March 29th, so this is like a couple of days ago. What was it, a couple of days ago? Yeah, let's go to Lefty Stats. This is still March 29th. Yeah, okay. Let's go to Lefty Stats. No. It's based in Israel, Ross. It's based in Israel. Stats for lefties. There we go. Where do we got it? Oh no, okay. So, apparently not. Apparently, alright, well. You'll have to find me the screenshot. Hippie Marshmallow. I scrolled past it immediately. Oh, it's there! Yeah, so this is the screenshot from before. There you go. I told you. 26th of Julio is absolutely not based. Quite the contrary, actually. That's very true. Yeah. There you go. Hey, Soren's left eyebrow. How you doing? Yeah. It's good stuff. It's just really normal stuff, isn't it? It's just really good. Stop the Hate UK, based in Israel. Mint. So good, dude. Israel definitely doesn't do like election interference or anything like that. Anyway, let's take a look at some good news regarding the Greens. This is the candidate for the mayoral race in Hackney in London, Zoe Garbutt. Let's take a look at her election campaign material and see what kind of stuff that she is saying.
I knocked on a door in Dalston last week. A young mum answered.
Already she sounds working class. Sorry, but like immediately I hear this fucking voice and I'm like, okay, she's a working class Londoner. She doesn't sound middle class or posh or anything like that, like any other fucking candidate, any other political candidate in the fucking, you know what I mean? In the UK.
I knocked on a door in Dalston last week. A young mum answered.
I was mostly just remarking on the US admin cooking to Israel, so the difference being minimal, so the direction of Israel in either case. I think that we've got to be really like solid in that, in how we understand this to be. America is not cooked by Israel. Like, you know the way that you have to understand it is that America has wanted to do this war in Iran ever since the Islamic Revolution, right? Ever since the Islamic Revolution in 1979. And, you know, Israel is happy to be the state that is thrown under the bus. They're happy to be the state that's been thrown under the bus. And that's the arrangement that they have, right? The US doesn't really care too much about whether the people in America think, well, the current administration doesn't really care too much whether the people in America think that they're going to war for Israel, right? They're just like, whatever. It suits them, actually, to say that, you know, to allow the narrative that they're going to war for Israel to take precedent, because it means that they can still, you know, pretend that they were just like deceived or something in the future when it comes to winning elections. You know what I mean? Yeah. I did tell you about the local Labour Party is taking on the tenants issue on our estate. They're really scared that they're going to lose this borough. You see, now London Renters Union need to be fucking on point with that shit. London Renters Union needs to be on point with that shit, and they need to grab hold of that immediately with both hands and go, oi. Yes, London Renters Union could have had it. No, they could still have it. They could still have it, is what I'm saying. They could still have it. They need to grab it with both hands and go, this cannot be allowed to be seen as something that Labour is doing. No, I know you told them about it, Soph. I know you did. I know, but they need to do it. They need to be told again by other people. Maybe some people who live in London who are watching this stream, who need to understand that Labour are trying to housewash their fucking reputation. You know, LRU needs to have a campaign on this last year, when you first told them about it, Soph. And now Labour are going to try and use this shit to win the fucking council elections against the Greens, you know? And LRU could step in and be like, Labour are using this in a cynical way. They don't support tenants' rights. Insane.
A kid's running around. Gave her a leaflet. Said I'm running to be the mayor of Hackney. She didn't say anything, just looked at it. So I said as usual, have you voted Green before? She didn't answer. Just thumbed the leaflet. And for some reason, I said, do you feel let down? And she said, yeah. I just don't see the point in any of this. And I was about to tell her about the plan on the leaflet and about how things are going to get better. But something in her eyes stopped me. So we just had a chat for a while, and then I carried on down the street.
Now, you see, this is fucking crazy, man, because, like, you've got a Green candidate who, in their election material, is actually referring to the issue of voter apathy in the UK, right? Two cats on the screen right now, by the way. And people don't want to address the fact, Reform will not address the fact that there is a voter apathy issue in the UK, because if they did admit that, then they would also have to admit that their polls that they release on a fucking weekly basis are skewed in favor of that voter apathy. The only reason that they're showing so much support for Reform is because the majority of people polled in these fucking stats are ending up going, I don't want to vote for fucking anybody. So the people who are doing the protest vote for Reform are being overly represented in these stats. And so everyone's going, I can't believe it. I've had people, like people who are not doing organizing and not doing politics stuff in Manchester, like just mates, you know what I mean, from like years ago and stuff. And they've like messaged me and stuff and been like, I can't believe it, mate. How is the country this racist? And I'm like, trying to explain to them, it's not. Like, don't be deceived by these freaks who are telling you not to believe your lying eyes because you're out in the real world all the time. Like, do you see an appetite for this stuff? No, it's not real, you know? But people are like shocked by it. And it's like, the reason that they're shocked is because it's not real. It's fake.
Because I've been thinking about this all week. I've been knocking on doors in Hackney for 12 years, and I've never heard so many people feel the way she did, let down. The market traders on Ridley Road whose livelihoods have been destroyed. The woman on Kingsmead Estate terrified her ceiling will collapse. People who feel the system has never had their back, who think politicians like me are all the same, going round, asking people to vote, to trust again. And then I realised something. The people who feel like this, the people who feel the most let down, come May the 7th, they won't be voting.
Yep.
They won't be going to the polling station. And yet, the building developer making millions from Hackney's housing crisis, he'll be voting. The executives who don't want your kids in their schools, they'll be voting. The landlord who just says to open the window to get rid of damp and mould, they'll be voting too. People who know the system works for them, they always vote. Who've been let down, like that woman in Dalston, show up at their polling station on the 7th of May in their thousands. That's when this borough starts to change.
Bro, this is sick. This is fucking sick. Oh my God, it feels like such a salve on my soul when I hear fucking politicians say this stuff. It's like, Jesus, dude, this is just what people want to hear. People want to hear this shit because they know it's fucking true. Like, everybody knows that this is the fucking issue. Your landlord is gonna vote. Your fucking boss is gonna vote. You know, the fucking fascists are gonna vote. They're all gonna vote. You know what I mean? And you do have to go out and vote. I'm sorry. I know I'm a fucking, you know, I'm a pragmatist. Yeah, have the link. It's Zoe Garbutt on Twitter. Yeah, your enemies would love it if you didn't vote. It's just a really great, simple fucking message, and it's so smart. It's like, yeah, man, voter apathy is real, actually, and the reason that people feel that way is totally reasonable. It's completely reasonable. Hannah winning was a good bit of hopium. We have to ride that hopium. Like, this is the key thing. It doesn't matter if you're a Marxist-Leninist. It doesn't matter if you're an anarchist. It doesn't matter if you don't believe in electoral politics. These kinds of politicians saying these things is proving, and if people go out and vote for them, it shows that there is a mandate for a better politics. And if these kinds of political parties are pushed and repressed and thrown under the bus and no one is going to fucking support them or whatever in the future, it just means that another one will show up that is more radical and takes a more radical approach. You know what I mean? If the green hopium could get momentum, it will be unstoppable. Absolutely. And even if they get into power and they renege on some of their fucking ideals, or King Charles says, this is too much of a socialist government for my country, you know, like, it will radicalize people further and it will get them to create more, you know, radical political parties that are like actually openly opposed to the electoral bourgeoisie system. And they'll just be there like, yeah, actually, we're only engaging in this to show that there's a mandate for revolution. You know what I mean? I'd never thought of phrasing the people we're trying to appeal to don't vote and we need to convince them to turn out as a thing to appeal to the voters. It's just people saying how it is. You know what I mean? It's just saying how it is. And that's the thing that's so refreshing about these Green Party candidates. Like, they're just fucking normal people. It's like Hannah Spencer. She's a mank. She's a normal mank. You could just tell from the way that she talks, the way that she holds herself. Same with fucking Zack. Even though he lives in London, he's a mank. You can tell. He's just like a normal guy. Just looks like a cute, normal guy. Zoe Garbutt. You can tell that she's a working class Londoner. She's just going around being like, yeah, man, things are shit. And it's really shit, actually. And we shouldn't like fucking put people down because of that, because they're scared of voting, or they don't want to vote because they're just scared that things just aren't going to change. And yet, you know, redda. 1, Zach Polanski watches The World Not Ending. 2, Zach becomes PM. 3, PM on the podcast. Yeah, we will be the first commie roundtable show to have the Prime Minister on our show, talking about how you do that, how you become Prime Minister. He is actually a podcaster as well. This is the thing. The best type of messaging is action. I think a good policy for a party to have is a youth organization, extracurriculars that function as affordable childcare. I mean, yeah, that's just like one, right? That's just fucking one. Like another great thing for a political party to do is to endorse a tenant union. And then another thing to do is to endorse a trade union. Do you know what I mean? It's like, hey man, we're all part of this stuff. We're going to get into power and we're going to do our best to fight the fucking capitalism and the bourgeoisie in the system. But actually, these dual power structures are very effective and they work. And we, you know, endorse them, you know. We don't demand their support or anything like that. In fact, they probably won't give us their support and that's totally fine. But this is what it is. You know what I mean? Yeah, absolutely, banker. Yeah, 100%.
And that's why I keep knocking on doors.
Great. Fucking great. Totally great. Simple. Simple shit. Very effective. What else do we got here? Oh, wow. What's this, chat? More resignations from the Labour Party? What? We have got Councillor Ihtisham Malik Afzal resigning from the Labour Party from complicity in the Gaza genocide, ethnic cleansing in Lebanon, illegal war in Iran, attacks on migrants and the poor and vulnerable. Labour has betrayed its founding principles and people it was created to fight for. We will continue that fight in your party. Hell yeah, dude. Now, I know that people are a little bit... doom-pilled on your party, but I still think that people joining a party like your party is similar to people who might defect to the Greens, because your party and the Greens have incredibly similar policies. In fact, your party, at this point, has more radical policies pertaining to Palestine than the Greens. So, in terms of how things are going, and this will be verified at the next election in May, like the council elections in May. This is going to be verified as to whether people are happy with this or not, right? Is the party name your party? It is, yeah. The online left is doom-pilled on your party, but it doesn't translate as much as the Twitter left thinks it does, yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of people into them, in my opinion. Yeah, there's a lot of people into them in real life. Like, there's a lot of people who, on the ground in Gorton and Denton, there were voters who were saying, oh, well, we were going to vote for Jeremy Corbyn, but his party doesn't have a candidate, so we're going to vote for Reform, right? This was like a real thing. I can't imagine there ever being a situation where a vote or a seat for your party impedes the interest of the Greens or vice versa. They're going to work together. They already said they're going to work together. This is it, right? If they can unseat a Tory or Labour MP through coalition, they'd always go for it. Yeah, exactly. So let's have a look at the full statement. I'm today announcing my resignation from the Labour Party. The reason is simple. A sentiment shared by millions of people. I did not leave the Labour Party. The Labour Party has left me. Yes. Under Keir Starmer, it has left behind the very people it was created to represent. The working class, the poor, the marginalised, the oppressed. It has abandoned the principles on which it was founded. The principles of socialism, justice and solidarity. A party that is complicit in the genocide in Gaza, ethnic cleansing in Lebanon, and now this illegal war in Iran. A party pursuing incredibly hostile immigration policies, increasingly hostile, sorry. A party balancing its books on the backs of the most vulnerable. A party that cracks down on peaceful protest, underfunds local authorities, and fails to act on the climate emergency. An economic model that protects wealth. A political model that centralizes power. A narrative that increasingly mirrors the right. This is not the change people were promised. But this goes deeper than broken promises. We are witnessing a dangerous shift to the far right in language, in policy, in direction. And instead of resisting it, the Labour Party is enabling it, normalising it, legitimising it, and now enforcing it in the government. This isn't just disappointing, it's existential. My allegiance has never been to a political party. My allegiance is to what is right, to justice, to those without power, without wealth, without a voice. That is who we are elected to represent. That is who Labour was created to fight for. I have given more than a decade of my life to this party, 8 years as a local councillor, and the last 4 as chair of the Labour group. That is not something I walk away from lightly. I joined Labour as the working class son of immigrants growing up in Burnley, an area long targeted by the BNP and National Front. My life was shaped by social housing, temporary accommodation, minimum wage jobs, 0-hour contracts, raised by a courageous single mother. Labour was supposed to be the political home for people like us. Today, it no longer is. There are still good people in the Labour Party, but their number is shrinking. Many share this deep frustration and disillusionment, yet are held in place by a party increasingly run through fear, control and coercion. As socialists, we must build the mass movement that is already beginning to take shape. That's why I'm joining your party as part of a wider progressive coalition committed to confronting the root causes of injustice in our society, to build a system that serves the people, not corporate lobbyists, one that unites and not divides. We must create a better world for our children, for the many, not the few. That's great. That's great. That's totally great. When I attended the conference, it was pretty clear that the vast majority of your party wanted to work hand in hand with the Greens. Only a few bad eggs who didn't. Yeah, like that fucking 75-year-old trot that was outside the conference arguing with Owen Jones. And when I say arguing, I mean screaming at Owen Jones, right? Like that's it. You know what I mean? Like, this is the thing to remember. I didn't encounter a single your party gotter when there, honestly. Wait, what are you on about? Oh, a single your party voter when there. Yeah, absolutely. And it's just because they had a they didn't have a candidate. Anyway, so there you go. There's some more information. Let's take a look at this. This is, you know, Kerno Demo. And again, as I've said before, Kerno Demo does tend to be a little sensationalist sometimes. I do like his content generally. But, you know, I think a lot of the times he just gets his information from Twitter, which is not great. But unfortunately, he is one of the only YouTubers that is doing a video about this Zionism is racism motion that was at the Green Party conference this weekend. So we're going to listen to him talk about it. I'm just going to go for a quick week, but I'll leave you with him. And I will be right back. One bald guy for another bald guy, yeah?
Safe to say matters didn't
one in, one out.
Go our way at Green Party Spring Conference yesterday, but not for the reasons being widely propagated either, that the Greens are clearly just another liberal party that will allow Zionism to persist, that we failed because that's the kind of party we are, and whether the membership has grown or not, that's not going to change, and with a new leader, that won't change. Although actually Zack Polanski is largely irrelevant to this story, because members make policy in the Greens, and that growing membership did make itself known. Because we had the Zionists running scared. We had them beaten in several votes in relation to getting Zionism declared racism within the party, which is why they had to resort to procedure and running down the clock to finally stop us getting to that big vote. It was the only tool they had left after we'd dismantled every other attempt to derail it during the day's proceedings before that. First attempt of theirs was to try and get this motion called out of order right at the beginning of the day. That failed. We came back with a move to get the motion moved up the running order from E12, the 12th non-organisational policy motion to be heard, in other words, up to E3, up 9 places in the order, higher up that running list. We won that emphatically. It became E3. The clock got run down before E3 could be heard, though. Conference shut before the votes happened. Stalling tactics such as time-wasting, almost concurrent votes of no confidence in the chair for the weakest possible reasons being the main one. And so the clock...
Trots will be arguing with other leftists 1,000 years after we no longer use money as a society and handing us newspapers. I did get a Trots newspaper the other day out of curiosity, and the only good part was there was a whole segment called Scum Landlord of the Week. Yeah, no, listen, the thing is about Trots is that they know their newspapers. Right? You can say what you like about Trots. Their newspapers are actually good. Until you get to any pieces about organizing and organizing tactics.
Ended up finishing what the direct blocking attempts earlier
and they're just like, you should do nothing until there's a vanguard party. And even then, you should just write letters about it.
Couldn't. Anybody calling what happened yesterday a routine procedural outcome is taking the piss. If opponents thought they could beat the motion in the open, they would have let it reach the floor. If they had the numbers, they could have walked out, leaving the plenary session inquorate and unable to continue business. But they didn't have them. They couldn't do those things.
So what I'm hearing so far is that this motion only failed because it didn't get to the voting stage, and that's because the chair was clearly biased and the chair was pushing the motion to the end of the agenda. Is that right? Greens in the chat, is that what happened?
What they had was procedure. So the day ended, yes, in tears, yes, with a great deal of anger. I've waited a day to write this piece because, frankly, I was shaking with rage last night, but what we all need to take away from this is that the motion itself...
There was a From Adam Smith to Karl Marx double page, and a third of it was an excerpt from a book from Trotsky. No, the second chair was great. So the biased chair did get the vote of no confidence, and so the second chair was better. Okay. But they still didn't get to the... We brought the motion forward. So the motion didn't get passed, so it was voted against then.
Still unbeaten. They haven't defeated it. They haven't beaten us. And where spring conference is online and restricted numbers-wise, autumn conference is a lot bigger. And we're coming back with this.
Damo's just saying, like, we're going to try and get it passed again at the autumn conference. Right. How much did it lose by?
Anything exemplifies that sentiment more than anything. It's the fact that even though the clock got run out...
The first chair switched because there was a new session, they just subbed out, right?
It wasn't before some of the motion began to be heard. Conference still ended with Lubna Spaitan, the motion's author, having pretty much the final say of the day. And she made it count.
Okay, we have...
They filibustered until we couldn't get to it. Oh, right, so there was no vote. Okay, well, that's insane. That's completely fucking insane.
3 minutes left of this plenary. This is motion E12, Zionism is racism. There we are. Is that Lubna? You have 2 minutes, Lubna.
As everyone's aware, not just of the attacks, but this is a motion drafted by Palestinians with legal input and support from our Jewish allies, which is a united call for liberation, distinguishing the difference between Zionism, Judaism, and reiterating that not every Jew is a Zionist and not every Zionist is Jewish. This is an ideology that asserts the right of one specific religious group to exclusive political...
Oh my God, Secretary, turn your mic off.
...subjugation and occupation over land and people. That is racial discrimination. The practice of Zionism is the dispossession of my grandmother from her home pregnant with my aunt. It's the screams of my father's cousin whilst being crushed to death by an Israeli tank as he stands in protest to protect his family and home from destruction. It's the scars upon my father's body, his perforated ear and smashed teeth from the torture of the Zionist occupiers. It is the child and bully...
So people were challenging shit all day in order to push it down the schedule? Yeah, that's what I heard as well, yeah. I know the second chair were friends and they were doing their best to get it heard so much, yeah. The fact that we heard Lubna at all was an absolute testament to them and their skill.
Riddled, lifeless body of our dear little Hind Rajab, whose last pleas and screams for help will haunt our hearts forever. It's the 56 of our relatives slaughtered in the genocide that we all bear witness to, and the endless anguish that every Palestinian for generations has been forced to bear. To vote against this motion is to pretend that a reality of...
Whoever's taking minutes needs to turn their mic off. Sorry.
Apartheid and military rule over millions without rights is not racism, but we know it is.
I love people who take minutes at meetings. It's really important, but, you know, turn your fucking mic off, man. We can all hear you typing. It's really fucking annoying.
For decades, the world's debated this occupation without resolution because we refused to name its root cause of settler colonial ethnic supremacy, which denies our people self-determination on their own land.
There was a vote to get rid of the Greens nationalizing energy. What? By who? Hey, Chud Destroyer, if I was host, I'd mute them so fast. Yeah, same. Who's the group that brought the motion to fucking... So what I would say about the Greens being infiltrated, right? It was nationalization of energy retail, specifically. What? So, like, what's the motion? We nationalize energy, but we allow private companies to profit from it still. What does that mean, man? Like, what does that fucking mean? What would say about, like, the idea of the Greens being infiltrated is that, like, the Greens are not necessarily being infiltrated. The Greens do sadly suffer from something that the mainstream press does actually accuse them of, which is being middle class, right? When I went to, and I hate to say this on the stream, but I think that I should say it because I think that if there's anyone listening or what, like, to the stream or watching the VODs or anything like that organizes with the Green Party, and I know there's a few of you that organize with the Green Party, I do need to tell people this anecdote, right? I know someone who lives in Gorton and Denton and was doing the door knocking with the Greens, and they're a radical, working class person. And they said to me that the interactions that they had with some of the people of, who were coming up from other places to do door knocking in Gorton and Denton, it was just so very, very obvious that they were, like, extremely middle class, extremely posh, to the point where there was, like, it was a bit patronizing, some of the things that they were saying to people. And someone also told me an anecdote about a Green Party person who came up to door knock, and they were all getting some food in a place in Longsight, I think, and someone got some olives and was like, well, this is the person that I know, was saying, like, would you like any olives? And apparently this member This member said, "I've got the perfect thing for this," and whipped out like a case. Have I told this to the chat before? Whipped out like a little case and it had an olive fork in it. Right? Now, chat, I didn't know that this was a real thing. I've never seen one of these in my entire life. Right? But they're real. And they look like that, right? And I'm not being funny, man, but like, you can't be whipping this out in Gorton and Denton, bro. You can't be whipping this out in Gorton and Denton, mate. Don't be telling people you've got this. Like, there's no fuck. Like this, for the Greens, this is the worst optics, mate. Do you know what I'm saying? An olive fork. They brought an olive fork on the campaign trail and whipped it out when they were in like a fucking, like a Lebanese fucking food joint or something in fucking Gorton. Invite me over for fondue. No, it's not a fondue fork. It's a little fondue fork, but it's for olives. It's just for olives. It's fucking crazy. I didn't even know they were real. The motion was something dumb like the market will be better for people as providers. And I'm like, that's what we fucking have right now. No, that's really bad. It was voted through because almost nobody read it because it was their first time. Oh my God, that was voted through? The fucking we should abandon nationalized energy policy was voted through. No, that's terrible, dude. That's really fucking bad. That's one of the worst things that could have possibly happened. I didn't even know what the fuck this is. Hey, Widow of Oz. The rich kids are still learning how to act normal. You gotta learn how to act normal. In the US, middle class is often used to mean a certain income bracket rather than how one gets their money. It's a truism here that everyone thinks they're middle class. What does it mean in the British context? Well, it means the same. It means the fucking same. You could be middle class and not petty bourgeois. You could be middle class and like a doctor, right? You know? I love a pickle or an olive fork. Yeah, but like, you're not from up north, are you? Or are you? I don't know. You could be. Listen, not every northerner is the same, but I've never seen one of these in my life. And I actually grew up in quite a middle-class household. So, you know, that's that. I've never seen one of these, and I grew up in a middle-class house. So, what does that tell you? Southerners just hit different, right? Is what I'm saying. Southern middle-class people just hit fucking different. Anyway. Okay, so we're getting we're getting the picture of what happened at the conference, right? We're getting the picture. I've never seen one of my parents were landlords. Yeah, there you go. My mum had these lying around, but I don't think she knew what to do with them. This is why I say the people I know in electoral organizing have the patience of fucking saints. I could not. I would probably be like, do not ever bring this. I would probably tell him to throw it away. You're a Londoner. Yeah, there you go. I was going to say, I knew you were from down south. Yeah. You know, again, working class in London is also a bit different from working class in up north. But anyway, you know what I'm saying. Right, so we've got the picture of the Zionism is racism motion. Also, that is terrible news about the nationalized energy motion. 1,000%. As natural monopolies with, at present, high profit margins, electricity, national transmission, and regional distribution will be brought into public ownership. Not being natural monopolies, electricity generation and storage will have diversity of ownership, including private, public, municipal, and community schemes. Not being a natural monopoly and presently having low profit margins, electricity retail will not be nationalized and consumers will have a choice between diverse retailers operating with fair competition. No, that's shit. That's what we have already. But like less nationalization. No, that's bad. That's bad and stupid. Who the fuck came up with that? Get him out. Ban him. Get him out the party. Sorry. Gulag, re-education camp. Wrong. Wrongo bongo, buddy. Okay, well, that sucks. Listen, if you're a new Green member, go to the conferences and vote. If you're a new Greens member, go to the conferences and vote. Crazy idea, but there is democracy in the Green Party, and it needs to be used, because otherwise shit like this fucking happens. It was the Energy Policy Working Group. Yeah, I gotta get in there, man. I think I've just gotta get in there, to be honest. Because that's the worst thing I've ever heard in my entire life. The Greens libbing out is like, look, it's a liberal electoral politics party. They're very progressive, but like, you know, saying that they're libbing out is a bit redundant. I'm gonna get a motion to autumn that uproots this shit. No, absolutely, yeah, I'll back it. Even though I don't have any power or clout in the Green Party at all. Yeah. We're talking about a bourgeois electoral politics party here, right? Exactly. Like, you know, it's, you know, you can't not be liberal in that regard. Anyway, so. Let's crack on. This is the continued sort of segment that I'm doing here, where we're talking about the far right going crazy about the Together Alliance and the 500,000 strong anti-racist march in London this weekend, right? So, here's a picture of them on the stage. Well, I don't think this is on the stage where they were dancing. I think this is actually where they were doing speeches and stuff. Marching against the far right. So we got Zack Polanski here with his standard message of hope. 500,000 people standing against the far right. 500,000 people who care about each other in our communities. 500,000 people ready to make hope normal again. Lawrence Fox, failed actor and also failed political party leader. Yeah. Here with an absolute banger tweet that's definitely not dead divorced, right? What is the far right? Did hope become abnormal? I know that people have brains and that meaningless sloganeering sets off alarm bells in curious minds. What exactly is it that you're standing against? And then we got Zack Polanski just replying like a Chad. With you! It's so good! It's so fucking good, man. It's just great. Like, it's a banger response. It's a total banger response. And then, like, there's people who bring up in the chat the fact that, like, Lawrence Fox said this last year. Good night, mothers and fathers, nurturers of children, lovers of free and open debate. We on the far right stand with you. This mad, like, AI fucking generated weird little token thing that says badge of honor far right. It's absolutely mad, dude. It's absolutely mad. To get a motion forwarded, you need 12 backers, so any backers like you will be appreciated. Sweet. All right, yeah, I will back it, yeah. I don't feel that any of the parties represent my values. Green is about as close as I could get, but they ignore many matters that are important to me. So, yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the Greens are the closest to most people, to what most people want on the left, right? So yeah, that's absolutely quality slop from Lawrence Fox. He's a little win it. We also got the Stop the Hate UK thing. I already covered that. Let's have a little look at this. This is a video from the Together Alliance. They were covering this because the Together Alliance didn't just have protests in London, they had protests and demonstrations all over the UK, and the ones in the broader areas of the UK are just getting, like, a little bit drowned out by how many people went to the one in London, you know what I mean? Gotta give the Greens this as far as electoral politics. They seem to be the best we have. Infiltrate the Greens. No, absolutely, Armasari. And hello, welcome in. You're right. I'm confused by it passing because I know the vast majority of Greens don't support it. Yeah, no, it's not good. Well, there will have been a lot of people who wanted to vote against the Zionism is racism motion there. And those are exactly the kinds of people who would vote for a policy like that. Do you know what I mean? The kind of people who are sat there going like, no, Zionism isn't racism, are also people who are like, yes, we should allow the free market to, give people an idea of what they can have and represent best choice, blah, 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 blah. You know, they're exactly the kind of people who would say that shit, right?
Wiltshire, near Stonehenge. I've come because I want to show there's more of us, reasonable, kind, honest people than there are of them. And because I've got 2 granddaughters now, and I want them to have autonomy. I marched in the 70s for women's rights to choose, and I went braless, and I can't believe it's all being eroded away now. Wiltshire.
Sick. Base Nana. She got him out for the revolution, chat. Legend. Jihad flags take over the London streets. Oh, this is a Samara Gill thing. We're not watching that. We're not watching that. Alright, we're going to take a little look at the No King stuff. I'm not going to cover this in any, deep way, because I think that lots of people are covering this. Right? Also, hi, Atomic. How are you doing? Good to see you. Lots of people are covering this on the internet at the moment, and I just wanted to cover a tiny bit of it. I think that this is a great picture. You got Reverend Al Sharpton and Robert De Niro at the No Kings protest. Now, there's some crazy politics at the No Kings protests, so I don't want anyone to get it twisted and think that, it's one of the more based things that's happening and stuff like that. I mean, it is. I will say that broadly, it's a good thing, right? It's not revolutionary. It is sort of based in electoral politics and stuff like that. But these are all people who are ripe to be radicalized in that regard. I don't know the history particularly of Al Sharpton. I think I should probably read up a bit more about him. I think that he's more based than people give him credit for, from what I remember, but I could be wrong about that. But there's a lot of people in these marches that could entirely be radicalized, you know what I mean? Yeah, Rise and Eden and Gremlo all checked out the No Kings protest when they went to TwitchCon in San Diego, right? And that footage was funny as fuck. There was a lot of people who were weird. But this is the thing. This is what everybody's got to remember about politics in real life, right? And the kind of things that people support in real life. I really liked that, that video that Eden and Gremlo and Rise did, because it really showed the truth of the way that people think about politics on the ground in America and how similar it is to the UK. Humans are messy, innit? Do you know what I mean? We're just really messy. And the reason that people gravitate towards my stream is because we broadly agree on a lot of things, like a lot of the same things, right? But I guarantee if we all sat down and hashed it out, we would find things that we all disagree on, right? Because humans are just messy. Just because we're all here and we understand that it's good to have a broad coalition of left-wing people, and we enjoy left-wing content and stuff like that, it doesn't mean that we would be sat here agreeing on absolutely everything. And that's just a fact, right? And when you take a look at the politics on the ground in the UK, politics on the ground in the USA, that's what is represented. That is overwhelmingly true. Especially when people are depoliticized or apolitical. And I know that people like to say oh, there's no such thing as apolitical. Yeah, sure, technically, but there's a lot of people who feel politically homeless. There's a lot of people who don't understand politics. There's a lot of people who just don't understand that they, the things that they support are political. They just don't understand. And that the way that politics it permeates your everyday existence. People just don't understand that. So very important to remember that. Very important to remember that these are all opportunities for organizations to get in there, get talking with some normies, get talking with some normie coalitions, build some coalitions. Like, you might have a radical tenant union that is like, we want to abolish every single fucking landlord, and you might come across a residents association that is like a little more lib, and they're like, well, we don't think the landlords are bad, and it's like, yeah, but you want the rent capped, and they're like, yeah. And that's how you create a coalition. Yeah, that's what coalition building is. It's going like, okay, well, this organization doesn't really agree with everything that we agree with, that we believe, but should we ally with them? Do we support the same cause more broadly? Like, broadly, do we agree? And that's what that's about. So people in the chat saying that Al Sharpton used to be more radical and now he's a bit more lib. Yep, fair enough. Hey Baldwin as well, welcome in. Sharpton gets news cameras shoved into his face whenever there's race baiting to be done. Whenever he does labor work, he can't get any mainstream media to pay attention. Right. Yeah, you got to focus on policies and outcome. You're not going to get everything you want immediately. And this is something that I've spoken about at length, about organizing in the Imperial Core. Like, we are organizing in the belly of the beast. You are not going to get every Tom, Dick, and Harry, Susan, Georgia, and fucking Haley to be like, yeah, man, we should just like bring down the system and do a revolution. It's not going to happen, right? And I'm not saying that revolution is impossible. I'm just saying that right now, at this point in time, you're going to get people... The closest that you're going to get to that is people engaging in adventurism, right? And I have witnessed this in real life where people have said, like, I just think that people are just going to, like, get guns and, like, shoot politicians soon. And I was like... Yeah, but that won't change anything, right? That's adventurism, bro. Like, you need a dual power structure to take over power if that's going to happen. But we don't have one, and the one that is prominent, the dual power structure that exists in society is right wing. That's what we have right now, and it's owned by corporations. It's called capitalism. Capitalism is the dual power structure, right? Very true. We don't have to agree on every single matter in order to converse and agree on the key moral principles. Exactly, yeah. Exactly. Anyway, so it's very good stuff. I talked about this on Red Planet last night. This is someone who's talking about the fact that they went through their extremely rural white town, and there are Patagonia wearing mums carrying signs that say dead pedophiles don't reoffend, and ICE gets the wall. And I high-fived an old guy with a sign that said, my daddy fought Nazis and so will I. This is wild. So the thing to remember here is that, like, Sophie made a great point last night saying that, like, wow, I'm so surprised that liberal wine mums support the death penalty. And it's like, yes, of course, absolutely. And the death penalty for ICE and stuff like that. Like, this isn't actually like, liberation politics. This isn't abolitionism, but what it does demonstrate is a radicalism, right, that is emerging, and an extremism that is emerging, because these are maximalist extreme positions, and this is the temperature, the political temperature, where you can radicalize people, right? I can't stress enough how these are PTA mums and soccer coach dads, and I can best describe the vibe as festively bloodthirsty. Parade's been going for 7 minutes straight. I didn't realize how many people even lived here. Still passing, Jesus fucking Christ. There's over 1,000 people so far. And so this is a picture of this guy's white rural town. And it's crazy to me because this just looks like fucking a scene from Back to the Future. You know what I mean? It's like, you got like the town hall, the square, and like there's an American flag in the middle. You got the church there. Like, yeah, it looks like the town from Back to the Future or whatever. You know? A sudden power vacuum in the US would absolutely swing far right. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, well, I keep saying this. People keep saying like, oh, I can't wait for Trump to die. You know what I mean? It's just going to result in Pete Hegseth being in charge. Like, that's all it will be. People think wanting to kill pedos is way more radical than it is. I hate hearing it because it's so right-wing and anti-queer coded. Well, I hate hearing it as a survivor of pedophilia because it doesn't center my voice whatsoever. Like, I don't actually want my abuser to be killed because it won't make a difference to me or broader society. Do you know what I mean? The trauma that I have from being pedoed is like... It's going to be there till I'm dead, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? It doesn't matter how many pedophiles we kill. That trauma's not going anywhere. It might actually make my trauma worse. Because, you know what I mean? It just doesn't, it doesn't bring me any kind of justice whatsoever. Thanks for the follow. But yeah, no, that kind of shit, you know, needs to be spoken about, I think, because, yeah, I think a lot of people are just not ready to actually listen to survivors. It's like all the Epstein stuff, right? And that's where this comes from. So anyway, this was a really interesting thread, and it was good to see. Here we've got Twin Cities, Minneapolis, right? St. Paul and Minneapolis. Apparently 200,000 people showed up. This is absolutely fucking mad, dude. Look at the size of this crowd, right? And when I say to you now, it is 100%, 1,000% fertile ground for organizing, fertile ground for building coalitions, fertile ground for getting out there and chatting with people. I don't care if you are the most crusty armchair fucking communist I've ever met in my entire life, and I've met some of the most crustiest fucking armchair communists in the world. Well, they're not armchair communists because I met them organizing. I don't give a fuck, man. I don't give a fuck if you've got a copy of Das Kapital in your hand and you start to read it out to people. Get down there. Do you know what I mean? When this shit happens, get down there and speak to people. Yeah, if you've got an org, put a motion forward for your org to try and, like, you know what I mean? The next No Kings thing is a May Day strike. Apparently they've gotten labor unions on board as well. This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. This is the important shit. This is what you gotta do. You gotta do this. You know, it's so fucking important, man. Like, you know, if unions were already doing this to try and, like, get a general strike organized, then they're already doing way more work than, like, some more radical organizations who are sat there being like, this doesn't achieve anything, it's liberal, it's bourgeois, blah, 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 blah. You know what I mean? I want the organizations that didn't investigate credible reports torn down and replaced by something that will do its job. Yeah, it's got, yeah, that stuff has got to be led by survivors, you know what I mean? Tell that to the MAGA SA survivors who vote against their interest. I mean, like, I would never do that because, again, like, even though I'm, like, a survivor of child sex abuse, right, it's not for me to, like, yell at another survivor and be like, you're wrong and bad and yada, yada, yada. You know, I would maybe have a conversation with someone like that in private and talk to them about, like, what justice is or, like, what, you know, what that means, like what that, you know, what it means to support someone like Trump or shit like that. But yeah, trauma responses are complex. Yeah, I'm definitely not, like, super confident that No Kings thing will work at all. We've already seen the largest protest in US history. Fuck all changed, but there could be a real opportunity here for May Day strike and labor unions can bring people out. It's not about being confident that No Kings will work, right? That's not what I'm talking about here. Like, and maybe I need to explain this in a more clear way. What I am saying is there are organizations in these protests who are there. It's a springboard potentially. Yes, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so you do understand what I'm saying. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say you said the labor unions thing. Like, you understand what I'm talking about. Okay. Trump getting assassinated would simply get Charlie 2.0. No. It would be way funnier than that. Nah, sorry, it would be way funnier than that. As far as killing pedos, I think it's a knee-jerk reaction. Ill thought through. I guess the Epstein stuff has woken a few people up. Yeah, true. Death penalty is also very racist. Black people make up 40% of all execution. Yeah, 100%. 100%. The honestly, the fucking, like, yeah, the reason that people so gleefully accept punishment, like, as extreme as a death penalty is because historically marginalized people have just been disposed of in that fashion. And you know, people with privilege don't suffer as a result. Yeah, I think a lot more people would get fired. I don't think anyone would have a job. Hey, two spectral wolves. Yeah, exactly. Every single one of these people is a vector for generating class consciousness. Correct. All right. It's still wild that there's no public follow-up on the assassination attempts at the Butler rally. It was definitely... You know, I'm not like a guy to reach for conspiracy straight away, but I'm starting to think it was just all... It was all made up, wasn't it? He had like a squib that exploded in his ear. And, you know... They made a guy pretend to get shot behind him or something, you know what I mean? They had a paid actor. I just, like, with the way that, like, projection...
Hello, me old chum.
Thank you for following at that exact moment. That's crazy that that's what made you follow the stream. That's crazy, man. But, you know... Just be aware that this is about as conspiracy that I get, right? This is about as conspiracy theory as I get. You're not gonna hear me talking about false flags, you know? They may have actually just killed that guy for real, yeah. Could have been a razor, yeah. He could have just literally gone like, ah! And like, you know, done something like that. If that guy didn't die and they could cover that up, then we can't believe anything. I understand the sentiment, though. Wait, if what guy didn't die? What are you on about? A guy did die. I don't think Trump is a good enough actor, to be honest. Yeah, but he didn't act that well at all. Are you making an Alex Jones turn? I think it's really important that we look at the deep state and what they've done to Trump. Good night, Soph. Thanks so much for hanging out. No, yeah, you're right. A ghost did it. They killed a firefighter? It was a firefighter? And that funny-looking kid. Wait, what? 2 people died? Wait, a kid died at that? That's crazy, man. He had a sachet of Mackie D's ketchup, yeah. Anyway. His flinch reaction when the first bang went off. Yeah. He barely knew how to get off the stage. They killed a shooter and a dude in the audience. Oh, the shooter as well. Right, sorry. Mule, talk about lizard people. No, that's not happening. Okay, we're moving on. It looks like Melpert is gone for the moment. But we are switching segments. We're switching segments, yeah? Okay. Chat, listen. It's the last 2 days of March. It's the last 2 days of March. And what does that mean? It means that it is your last 2 days to contribute towards the March donation goal. Right? And you can do that in the tip link. Hit me up with the tip link in the chat. You can pay by card. You can pay by PayPal. Any and all donations are appreciated and encouraged. We've got another £75 to go in order to hit the dono goal, extended dono goal for the month. We need another 7 subs to hit the extended sub goal. Yeah. It's going to be really, really, really like, you know, easily achievable. And we got Spectral Wolves with 5 gifted subs already. That's fucking crazy, actually, for a guy like me. Madness. Thank you so much to Spectral Wolves. Thank you. And just as I was saying that, Melpert has returned. So, look at that. Aww. How beautiful is that? He knew it was happening. He stepped out for a hot minute and he was like, you know what? There's no subs coming in. There's no money coming in. How are me and my dad gonna eat? How are we gonna do anything? Right? But he came back. He sensed that the subs were here and he came back. Now, don't forget, subs are one way to support the stream. We only need 2 more subs in order to get the sub goal for the month. And we only need £75 to hit the dono goal for the month. £75? Well, what does that work out to? If there are 37 people in chat right now, if you all donated... If 37 people in chat right now donated £2 each, we would hit the dono goal like that. So that's the way to think about that. We're all communists, right? So we understand that all of us create a larger whole, right? A broader whole. There is strength in numbers in order to support not the... I'm doing the shape of a pyramid with my hands. Not a pyramid scheme. That's how it works. Larger holes, larger holes, larger holes. Communists love big hole. Yep, that's right. Babe, wake up. Mueller's talking holes.
Vagina.
Armaseri.
Enjoy. Keep up the good fight.
Armaseri, thank you so much for the £25. There it is. Holy fucking shit. And guess what? We got a fucking hype train on the go. Holy shit. All right, chat. We got 4 minutes to listen to tunes and have a fun time. Yeah? You know the score. 4 minutes for some bangers.
In other news, the Prime Minister has been conjuring up the spirits of previous
Krill with the £4.20
for foreign policy advice.
Let's go.
The rest of the boy chat.
Thank you so much for the £4.20. Armaseri, whoa, whoa,
Salome, Salome.
Come on, chat.
Salome, 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 Salome.
Look at the way Tom's looking at me. Look at the way Melpert's looking at me. Armaseri, thank you for the 300 bits. All right, chat. Here you fucking go. Another 3 minutes on the hype train. I reckon we could probably extend it with another 5 or another 3 or 4. But we'll keep listening to music as long as I keep getting subs. But we can always go back to the news. It's up to you. You think we move on and forget what happened? Nah, fuck your slammer. Netanyahu's bitch and genocide armor. Better off as compost for farmers. Every time I watch a cringe and I'm embarrassed. We face shit are real, not a next small film. No escaping at the fucking or golf home. The mission starts to see our more home. Trying to live those with food with their home.
Activists are currently being surgically attached to one another to see if there really is strength in numbers.
The weapons are being and their politics. For you and me,
huge banger. RT Clearance with a gifted sub. Thank you for gifting a sub to Kel Thickness. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. One more sub would do it, chat, and we can listen to some more tunes. 2 minutes left to go. Threads with the 2 gifted subs. Let's go. Extending the hype train. Thank you so much. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes. All right. All right. We're going for this one next. You know the score, chat.
Your queen considers herself our better. By right of blood, by way of lineage, by the grace of conquest, by the confidence of tradition. Your queen asserts this message through her crown. her church, her parliament, her loyal subjects, her wealth, her relationship with the media and the British Empire, who in turn celebrate her lifestyle.
New tune on the stack. 4 minutes to go.
Her culture. Your queen is financed by our taxes, which in turn validates the injustice of class and race discrimination in this here Great Britain. That some are born superior and deserve more just because of where they are from, or who they worship, or who they love, or who their parents are. Your queen is not our queen. She does not see us as human.
Huge banger.
Immigrants. We the children of immigrants. We the diaspora, we the descendants of the colonized. We claim our right to question your obscene
Spectral Wolves with 100 bits.
racist symbols, your monuments to genocide. We who built your palaces.
Thank you very much.
Blood into your banks. We who
Don't forget, we can listen to more tunes if you keep subbing, if you keep sending bits. You know the score.
we claim our place at the table.
We've also only got another £46 to get to the dono goal.
Your empire is not whole. Your conscience is not clean. Your money was printed in blood. Your high horse is three-legged. And your royalty wears no clothes. And your queen is not our queen. She does not see us as human. And we know what we came here to do. We know this system is rigged. And the only path to freedom is for the system to burn.
Come on.
And we see ourselves as human.
Yo, Dragon!
We judge our worth not by Christmas speeches or
Thank you for the 36.
movies, but by deeds.
We got 2 minutes left.
Our queens walked among us. Our queens led by action, by example. Our queens listened. Our queens made bright futures out of cruel and unfair paths. Our queens cried and laughed. Our queens knew they were just like us from the beginning, not just when it suited them. Our queens are just like us, and we are human. We need new royalty. Your queen is a reptile.
Yeah. Huge. Easily one of the best tunes out there. Listen, chat, we got a minute left. That's not really time for a next tune. So I wonder if we are going to get anyone to sub to extend the hype train. All right, we got a minute sudden death. Will it happen? I know you love that tune, RTE Clearance, but it's not... There's no way that I'm playing that as much as Ray plays it. There's no way. I can't do it, man. I don't know how he does it. Anyway, think about Melpet, chat. We got 30 seconds. I'm not too proud to accept a gifty. I think many people in chat are not too proud to accept a gifty. Many such cases. 10 seconds. Armissary with a gifted sub. Let's go. Is it going to be enough? Probably not. 4 seconds. 3, 2, 1. And that's it. Yo, thank you so much for the hype train, chat. What an absolutely legendary hype train. Really appreciate all the support. Spectral Wolves with the 5 gifted subs. Armissary with the 300 bits. Clearance with the gifted sub. Threads with the 2 gifted subs. Spectral Wolves with the 100 bits. Dragon Wizard with the 36 bits. And Armissary with another gifted sub. Thank you so much. Everybody enjoy your ad-free viewing and your emotes if you got gifted a sub. And thank the person that gifted you a sub if you're here. But yeah, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And don't forget as well, thank you so much, Krill, for the £4.20, and also the £25. I think that was from Armasari as well. Really appreciate you. Fucking hell yeah. Thank you for all the support, chat. Honestly, so we've got another £46 in order to hit the dono goal for the month. So we got one more day to do that. And then the sub goal has been fucking hit. So let's go. Yes. Oh, yes. Yes, we could get rid of that. We could just get rid of the sub goal. And the extended dono goal is the only one left to hit. Of course, I'm not going to extend the sub goal anymore. That would just be insane to do for a guy like me at the end of the month. So we're moving on. It's a new segment. We are going to be checking out the updates on the Iran war. Let's get into it. So where are we up to with the US and Israel's illegal war in Iran against Iran, but it's also expanded to the wider region. First, because of Israel attacking Lebanon as well at the same time. And of course, they are continually attacking Gaza and the West Bank and Palestine in general. So let's take a little look at the updates. First of all, we have a fire reported at an oil refinery in Israel after a missile attack. This is to do with the... This is indeed to do with the Ansar Allah group, also known in the West as the Houthis, getting involved in the war. That was the biggest announcement this week. We have an Al Jazeera piece here talking about a fire reported in an oil refinery after a missile attack. Oh no, this is from Iran. I think this is Haifa. No, sorry, I got it wrong. This bit isn't about the Houthis. We're gonna get into Ansar Allah in a bit, but this is about the oil refinery in Haifa, in northern occupied Palestine. Let's have a look at this report and see what we make of it.
To start, first of all, with the situation in Haifa, we're seeing pictures of smoke billowing out of a major oil refinery there in Haifa. It was after it was targeted. What more do we know about that?
Yeah, we're going to get there, Val. Don't worry.
Well, we don't have official information as to what happened inside Haifa's oil refinery, but we've seen these pictures that we are showing on our screen right now about the hit that could have happened from shrapnel from the Iranian-fired or Hezbollah-fired missiles, as well as or it could be from an intercepting missile. This is unclear at the moment, but what's clear is that there was a joint and a coordinated attack between Hezbollah and Iran against northern Israel, with the Israeli ambulance talking about impact sites reported in 7 different locations, not just in Haifa, but also in other areas in the Galilee and in northern Israel, leading to 2 injuries. One of them is critical. Now, while we wait to see what caused this fire, what caused this specific fire, we can talk about the Bazan oil refinery in Haifa that has been hit 4 times in 1 year, 2 times in the previous 12-day war between Israel and Iran last June, but now it's the second hit during this war. And in the first one, we've heard the oil refinery say that some of its facilities have incurred damage that took a few days to fix, but now we are looking at yet another hit to the oil refinery that has or that provides the Israelis with energy, with oil, it has a petrochemical facility as well, but it also exports to the outside world. So such a hit could also affect its business, could affect its ability to operate, but also its standing in global markets. We are looking at a strategic asset, and usually when these things happen, the Israeli military censor is alive, is very much at work trying to diminish and limit how much visuals, how much is being shared with the public about the intensity of this attack.
And as part of all of this, Israel's military now being ordered to push further into Lebanon.
Well, this seems to be the Israeli strategy. They're very adamant on diminishing the threat of Hezbollah, on disarming the group, and part of doing that requires them, according to the Israeli defense minister, to push deeper into southern Lebanon, not just...
And those of you who frequently watch the djmuel broadcast will know how well that's going for the IOF Diaper Brigade. You know, it's going swimmingly. They're not encountering any difficulties doing that whatsoever. And we're going to have a little update from John Elmer after we've watched these news reports about how that is going exactly.
To the south of the Litani River, but also they're talking about areas in the north, because they have been saying that a significant number of rockets being fired from Hezbollah are being fired from the north of the Litani.
They've had to bring in the cum vacuum brigade. No. There's no problems. There's no problems.
Anticipate that they
No. It's just shrapnel. Everything's getting intercepted. The IOF are doing really good. No cum brigade. They don't need the cum brigade.
No,
that's fake news.
Whelmed or
that's Hamas news. Actually, you're getting your news from Hamas. You're getting your news from Hamas sources. Actually,
basically underestimating the power of Hezbollah. But since this battle, since this round of fighting between them had started, we've been hearing more and more.
Yeah, it's like Trump said, only good can happen, and it's happening now. Oh yeah, we normally check the oil prices, don't we? Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah. Let's have a look at oil prices. All right, so let's look at our standard one. Ooh, that's at 100. Yeah, they're not doing great at keeping this down. 112 for Brent. And WTI's at 102. Wow. Yeah, okay. Let's check the other one. It's so funny that at the start of this war, it was only these two websites that came up, but like now it's like it's all over mainstream news. Like 44 minutes ago from Barron's, oil prices keep rising. Guardian, oil on track for record monthly surge. CBS News, stocks end mixed as crude oil prices rise and stay over $100 a barrel. This is so good, chat. This is so good. I fucking love it. Yeah, no one could have foreseen this happening. No one ever spoke about this. Who could have predicted this? Yeah, every single fucking oil company, their prices are going up and up. Even in Mexico. Iranian oil prices are going up right now. I wonder why that is. Because their prices were coming down very significantly. By any means necessary, thank you so much for the 100 bits. Great tweet about the US planes being hit by Iran. So yeah, there were some more US planes hit by Iran, I think, this weekend. Centcom told me Shahed's keep eating his KC-135s. So I asked how many KC-135s he has, and he said he just goes to Northcom and gets a new KC-135 afterwards. So I said it sounds like he's just feeding KC-135s to Shaheds, and then Indo-Pacom started crying. Yeah, this was it was before the weekend, actually. Iranian forces appear to have damaged or destroyed multiple USAF KC-135 tankers parked in the open at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia. Yeah, these are really like... it's a really competent military, the USA military, man. It's a really fucking competent military. It's the same in Australia with added panic buying and petrol stations gauging prices before increases actually hit. You mean gouging? The joys of late-stage capitalism and the fall of empire. Yeah, it's so sick. If only we got electric cars. Yeah. If only electric cars were, you know, being delivered by China to every country all over the world. That would be crazy.
That Hezbollah has hundreds of rockets. Some of them can reach very far away places, as we've seen in the beginning of the war. One mid-range missile managed to arrive or to hit areas in Beit Shemesh, that's very close to Jerusalem, a place where there's a lot of Israeli strategic assets and military sites. At the time, it was revealed that it was a satellite station that had been hit, but this is something that the Israelis have taken very seriously, and they've said that they need to push more soldiers and occupy.
I'm starting to stockpile some food. Yeah.
In order to achieve that goal. Whether they will be able to do that, it's very contentious.
There's no harm in doing that.
Certain military analysts who say that the Hezbollah has the upper hand when it comes to the battles on the ground.
Yeah, no, it's crazy. Like, damaged or destroyed multiple USAF. Yeah, the one with its entire tail cut off is so funny, man. That's what I mean. It's like, yeah, it's good stuff. Like a smoldering pit of metal slag in the ground. And OSINT Defender is like, or OSINT Technical or whatever is like, they appear to have damaged or destroyed multiple ones. Like, yeah, man, that looks pretty like not damaged and just entirely destroyed, to be quite honest. Yeah, it's good stuff. Where was I up to? Here we go.
Know the lay of the land very well, but they still...
So for a frontline soldier, the company is the largest unit where you can be expected to know every soldier in that unit. Soldiers identify very strongly with their company. A modern armor company has roughly 14 tanks. Hezbollah is claiming as many as 100 tanks destroyed. That many armor companies being wiped out is fucking World War II levels of destruction. Yeah, we're going to get onto Hezbollah in a bit. Like, they did 94 operations in a single day, right? "94 operations in a single day last week." You know? Yeah, damaged or destroyed. It's so good. This is so sick, mate. Like, yeah, man. This is just what happens when KC-135s get scared. You shouldn't laugh at this, chat. It's just it was its first day on the job. Yeah, you shouldn't laugh. It's just what happens when they get scared. It could be buffed out. It could be buffed out.
Argue the Israeli defense minister that they have the support of the US, that they have
94 operations by Hezbollah last week in one day. It's actually fucking crazy. You know what I mean? And we don't know what the rate of success in those operations are, but you know, going off what Hezbollah have been doing recently, I would imagine the success rate is quite high. These are 40-year-old planes. I'm 90% sure the USA literally can't rebuild. Oh, hell yeah, dude. This is so sick. The US is so strong and so smart. It was a really clever idea to do all of this.
Military technologies, that they have control over the air as well. So you're seeing this debate being reflected in Israeli media.
They're just like gecko's tails. They just fall off sometimes, yeah.
Clear is that the government shows no intention to backtrack on its plans to push further and deeper into southern Lebanon.
Yeah, I'm sure that'll go really well. Let's take a look at this. This is Al Jazeera, also reporting on an Iranian missile hitting an Israeli chemical plant in Beersheba. Now, there are unconfirmed reports that are saying and claiming that this is the chemical plant that literally manufactures white phosphorus. Because, of course, white phosphorus is not really created in many countries because it is illegal and completely fucking abhorrently evil to make and use in war, right? RUSI, yes, I know RUSI, says over a dozen munition types have been expended by the coalition at a rate that appears to be unsustainable. Yeah, I believe that they would report that accurately. Absolutely. I believe that they would report it like that. Because our USI are genuinely concerned about, you know, being militarily strong. Rheinmetall CEO Armin Papega noted on 19th of March that global stockpiles are empty or nearly empty, and if the war continues another month, we nearly have no missiles available. That's so good, dude. That's so sick.
These thick plumes of smoke caused panic in southern Israel. An Iranian missile hit a chemical factory in the Niyot Hovav industrial zone near Beersheba, sparking fears of a leak of hazardous material.
Damn, what were they making in that chemical plant, dude? That was hazardous. That's so wild.
As firefighters battled the raging fire, residents were told to seal their windows and shelter indoors. The main highway to Beersheba was closed.
Oh my god, it's like exploding in the background of that video. Let's just pull that right up.
Battled the raging fire, residents were told to seal
This is where it happens, chat. Check it, check it.
The main highway to Beersheba was closed.
Oh yeah, dude, that place is fucked.
The Neot.
Or is it just that, like, so-called Israelis aren't even good at fighting fire? They're not even good at extinguishing fire. Like, is that what's going on? Maybe that GB News wonk was on about Rheinmetall openly admitting that shit's fucked. Wait, what was that? I can't even remember what that was. This was like an hour ago or some shit. Here's the RUSI study. Check out the tables for some fun calendar dates. Over 11,000 munitions in 16 days of the Iran war. Command of the reload governs endurance. Oh my god. Munition count for US, Israel, and allies in the 2026 Iran war. Okay, so this is all the... So, allied defensive... okay. The depletion of pre-war stockpiles. Arrow 2 is 81% depleted. That's fucking crazy, dude. Israel's Blue Sparrow air-launched ballistic missile is depleted by half. That's crazy. David's sling decreased by 54%. Oh, these are their offensive missiles. Rampage supersonic missile, 48%. I guess Israel does have offensive missiles. I didn't know about that. Okay, this is the key one. THAAD has been depleted by 45%. That's wild. US defensive THAAD interceptors, 39% depleted. Allied defensive Patriot 3, 32%. Iron Dome Tamir. So this is just like the one that intercepts, like, you know, like, I don't want to cause any offense, but like the so-called bathtub rockets from Al-Qassam and, you know, Palestinian resistance brigades. I don't want to, you know, diminish the way in which they are making their own weapons and stuff. Qatar Navy interceptors down 17%. Navy Aegis. So they've got a load of these Navy interceptors, and that's probably because their Navy is positioned away from Iran at this point. They got offensive Tomahawk missiles. They got 3,200 of them left. It looks like that's not really made a dent. Patriots. So there's a lot of them here that do still have stockpiles, but it looks like Israel's defensive Arrow 2 and Arrow 3 weapons being depleted by 81%, and the Allied defensive THAAD partner operated. So these will be the ones in the Gulf states, right? Depleted by 60%, and Israel's David Sling depleted by 54%, and also Israel's THAAD depleted by 45%. What we could probably expect is that if this war goes on for one more month, Israel will have no more THAADs. They just won't have any more of them left. That's fucking crazy, dude. That's actually mental. The THAAD launchers have mostly been destroyed, so the missiles don't matter much when there's nothing to launch them from. That's also that as well. Yeah, there's also that. Well, there you go. There you go.
Of industrial zone has 19.
Next table has dates. Wait. What do you mean? Projected depletion date. Oh, Arrow 2 by 27. Wait, so when is this article dated? This is from the 24th. Okay, this is from 6 days. This is from a week ago. Right, okay, now everything's making more sense. Projected depletion date. Yes, I do believe that Arrow 2 has been depleted. I do also believe that all the THAAD in the client Gulf states will be depleted in a couple of days. Yeah, this all matches up with what most people are saying. You know? This all matches up with what most people are saying at the moment. Yeah. No, this is exactly it. This is exactly it. This is exactly what's happening right now. 1000%. Israel has got an offensive missile called the Popeye Turbo Crystal Maze 2. I know that Israel isn't a real country, right? I know that it isn't real, and that's like, this is the correct position to take, is that it's an illegal occupation, it's an entity, it's a colonial entity. But like, even if it wasn't that, this is just like not a real country, man. Like, calling your missiles Crystal Maze is mental, dude. What the fuck are you on about? Popeye Turbo. It does sound like weed strains. Dude. Okay. Alright. Whatever. Alright. Yeah, that all sounds accurate.
Chemical and pharmaceutical factories.
I've got these dates saved on my calendar.
Israel's main hazardous waste disposal facility. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has said it will retaliate to Israel's strikes of Iranian factories and strategic assets by targeting Israeli locations of equivalent value. A threat that may explain why Beersheba, Dimona...
Did you check out the Farage Ipswich Town thing? No, I didn't. I think that the news about the Together March just overtook all of that today, because it's like, you know what I mean? It's more hopium. We can take a look at that probably tomorrow. You can remind me about it. If you get me a decent video about it, I'll just click on it and I'll just watch it tomorrow.
Many Iranian strikes. Hours after the chemical plant strike, Israeli environmental authorities declare...
No, yeah, I do want to have a laugh at it.
...hazardous material. Threat averted, for now. But the missiles keep coming, striking several locations in Beersheba again and injuring 13. With Israel vowing to...
What was that video in a fucking football stadium?
Again.
What, me old chum?
What are we looking at here, man? Thank you for the follow. What are we actually looking at in this video?
And injuring 13.
There's nothing happening in this video. There's some roof panels missing or something. Like that was nothing. That was fucking nothing.
Israel vowing to decimate Iran's industrial capability.
Chavia, welcome in.
Many fear dangerous incidents like this are likely to repeat. Noor Al Jazeera.
All right. So, what else do we got? More evidence of US war crimes. BBC Verify says footage and expert analysis indicate a US precision strike missile was likely used in the March the 9th strike on a sports hall in Lamerd, Iran, where children were training, killing at least 21 people, including young girls. High-resolution satellite imagery reviewed by the BBC shows the sports hall and nearby residential buildings destroyed, while the adjacent IRGC compound appears to have remained undamaged. As drop sites earlier reporting documented, the missile tore through a civilian gym packed with students during training sessions, triggering panic, collapsing debris, and continuous screaming as injured children were pulled from the rubble. Eyewitnesses described parents arriving to find bodies of teenage girls and young athletes, some killed instantly, others buried under concrete. Both BBC and drop site reports are linked below. Let's take a look at the video from BBC Verify shared by
This is an
Dropsite.
Iranian military base, and this is a residential street about 150 meters away. It was on the street where a missile struck on the first day of the war. Part of an attack on the town, state media say, killed at least 21 people, including several children. Now, experts say the weapon used in the attack likely belonged to the US. Here's what we know. On the afternoon of the 28th of February, there were at least 2 strikes on Lamerd, a town in the south of Iran. One was on a residential street, which is where we can see the missile. Another strike hit a community sports hall, where state media report children were playing volleyball. Its intended target may have been an Iranian military base next door, but it appears undamaged in satellite imagery. According to multiple Iranian state media outlets, 4 children were among those killed that day, including 12-year-old El Hamzairi, an avid volleyball player. The youngest victim was reportedly 2 years old. Footage we verified of the aftermath of the Sports Hall strike shows the entire side of the building blackened. Damage can also be seen on the roof, with blast fragments in the surrounding area. According to experts, the weapon most likely used on the residential street was a US precision strike missile. It's also known as a
Mark Bar America, Mark Bar Israel. Does this even need to be verified? The IDF is the world's most elite force in terms of killing children. The reason that I think that DropSite have reported on this particularly is because the BBC is not known to be like, oh yeah man, these are some war crimes happening, right? Even BBC Verify, a lot of the time, will do very biased reporting because, of course, the editor of the BBC is Rafi Berg. He is an IOF Zionist enthusiast, sorry. And it's worth reporting on. I think that when the BBC makes a report like this, I think it should be celebrated, and I think that it should be, you know, we have to somehow emphasize these correct instances of reporting, right? In order to save journalism, we should encourage this stuff, you know, and when the BBC gets something like this right, we need to be like, yeah, man, good shit, good stuff. This is what we want. We want you to report on the truth. No, I think that it's crazy, right? But the BBC have like a verify department because they're like, yeah, man, fucking, we need a separate entity in order to verify information that we get. And it's like, no, you should just be doing this in your regular reporting, bro. This is what journalism is. This is literally what journalism is. Hey, Crescent, how are you doing? Welcome in. Everybody go show some love to Crescent, Moon, and Star. I didn't know you streamed the podcast on Twitch. What, Red Planet? Yeah. We stream it on Twitch, yeah. We also stream it on YouTube. I'm the chatter who came to town to make the raider look like a clown. Hello, the Cynic 2. Welcome in. You're a bit late. Because the 2 raids were like an hour or more ago at this point, but welcome in. It's crazy. It's like saying, I've got a journalism department in my journalism outlet. It's so wild, right? And I thought the CBC was bad. Yeah. It's bad as fuck, man.
It can reach targets of up to 500 kilometers away. This war marks what's believed to be the first time this weapon has been used by the US military. That's according to the Department of Defense. We asked the US why it used a PRISM in a civilian area, but they declined to comment. America's most senior officer praised his troops' use of the system on the 13th of March.
In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat.
All right, well, that's the end of the video that DropSite News shared. What do we got here? This is Trump accused of secret plan for Iran ground invasion as thousands of US Marines arrive. This is an absolutely, like, you know, this is the same outlet, lads. Lads with an X, by the way. This is the same outlet where they're like, Trump is accused of secret invasion ground plan. What do you mean? Everybody knows that this is what's happening. Thousands of Marines just arrived randomly for no reason in the Middle East. What do you mean? He's also said that any option is on the table. It's so crazy. This is the same fucking outlet that we just looked at.
And America's war with Iran enters its 5th week. The US is now being accused by Tehran of plotting an invasion. It comes after these images of US Marines sent to the region were released by the Pentagon. Iran is...
It's also after the news that 3,000 more Marines were sent to the region. It's also after the news that 5,000 Marines were sent to the region. Roughly 10,000 Marines are in the region. Like, come on, man.
Warning the regime will rain fire on American troops if they attack. Around 3,500 US Marines and soldiers have now arrived in the Persian Gulf awaiting final orders. Meanwhile, the US
It's crazy. They're even saying it. They're even like, yeah, man, there's thousands of troops there. They're awaiting orders.
Airstrikes on Iran.
What else are they going to be there for? They're at war.
Including in Tehran, where the offices of a Qatari news channel were hit. But Iran has again hit back, targeting Bahrain.
Wait, hang on a minute. A Qatari news channel. Chat, is this Al Jazeera? Did they hit Al Jazeera offices in Tehran? That's fucking mental if they did.
News channel were hit. But Iran has again hit
I know the
back,
Qatari news channel is just like,
Bahrain, Kuwait,
it's not just going to be Al Jazeera, there's going to be more, but...
And the United Arab Emirates. And in Israel, a fire broke out at an industrial site to the south of Beersheba.
That's so cool, man. A fire broke out.
An Iranian missile strike with the very latest.
A fire broke out after an Iranian missile strike. It's just the most gymnastic language you've ever heard in any reporting whatsoever to try and make it sound like the fire was not related to the missile. In Australia, they're saying that this is collective self-defense. Hell yeah, I love Aussie media. It's so good. I love Sky News Australia. It's so good that they use terms like woke lefties. After the news that any military expert has said that a ground presence is expected necessary to achieve any of the proposed goals, such as verifying presence and absence of nuclear material. Exactly.
Our World News correspondent, Joe Inwood.
Linguistic Olympics. Passive voice for strikes on Israel. Yeah, it's so good.
Inflicting damage. In the Negev desert, an industrial...
This is sassy as hell, actually. This is great.
For a military that the US claims to have destroyed, Iran still seems capable of inflicting damage. In the Negev desert, an industrial park burns, the result of Iranian missile strikes on Israel.
Oh, it's Al Arabi that was hit. Right, of course. Hey, Litty Bros. Thanks for that, yeah.
Today has also seen reports of dozens of drones and missiles fired across the Gulf. It has also emerged that a valuable US spy plane called an AWAC was destroyed in a strike on an airbase in Saudi Arabia. This war does not feel like it's de-escalating.
It's great. They just do that when they're scared.
In the US that the use of ground troops is being considered. Thousands of Marines are in the region. The Washington Post claims they may make an attempt to take either Karg Island or launch coastal raids. Responding on social media, the president
more like
simply
a
said,
whacked.
No, Trump is not losing.
Very good, new chatter. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here.
It's not known if a decision has been made, but any operation that put US boots on the ground would come with incredible risks, both for the personnel involved and for the escalation of this war.
What does that mean? Risks. It comes with risks for the escalation of the war. Okay. All right. It's just some weird wording, man.
Aggression and occupation will yield no result other than the humiliating capture, dismemberment, and disappearance of the aggressors. American commanders and soldiers will become...
Sorry, I can't just... I can't... sometimes it's just a natural reaction. Do you know what I mean? I'm just like... There's something about the idea of the US failing this operation in a massive, embarrassing way that is just like, I don't know. It feels like, I can't describe it, chat, but it feels like 400 years of injustice finally being ended. And it's very exciting. And it's hard to hide that. It's hard to hide it. It's genuinely hard, really hard to hide it.
I'm food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf.
The motherfucker said that they will become food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf. Yo, listen, I'm about to learn about the sharks of the Persian Gulf. They've got all kinds. They've got hammerheads. There are no great white sharks. Whale sharks, they're not going to attack you. They got tiger sharks. Well, we all know the story of Jaws, don't we? You know? The story of Jaws, where the USS, whatever the fuck it is, where it sinks, and that guy is saying like, I watch my comrades get pulled down into the briny depths by them sharks. Tiger sharks, great hammerhead, sicklefin lemon shark. All of these are very dangerous sharks. Sand tiger sharks, not really. Nurse shark, not really. Sandbar shark, don't know about that. Bull shark, that's crazy, bro. Bull sharks are fucking really aggressive. Whale tip, that's crazy. They got so many sharks in the Persian Gulf. Well, every day's a school day. Jaws is a documentary. It's a documentary. No, they tell the real story of the USS. In Jaws. Sorry, no, I'm pushing back on that. Right, I'm pushing back on that. In the film Jaws, the guy played by the posh actor, whatever his name is. What's his name? I can't remember. He's got a funny name. He's got a funny name. I can't remember. Could you say all that again? I was watching the cat. They got loads of sharks. Richard Dreyfuss. It's not Richard Dreyfuss. It's the other one. He's called like Hadrian or Hannibal or Quint. Thank you very much, one who reads. Right? He tells a story of and it's a true story of a ship that went down in the Pacific, and a bunch of US Navy Marines, or whatever they're called, soldiers, got eaten by tiger sharks. And that's a real story. Story from Jaws. USS Indianapolis, that's what it is. There we go. Here it is. It's reported in the National World War II Museum. The Indianapolis crewmen, including many who have survived wounds, dehydration, and hungry sharks while waiting for rescue in the Pacific Ocean, were divided on their views in the film. He would really like to see how they deal with shark attacks. Oh, they were really pissed that they had it in the movie. That's what that was about. Quint's boat was the Orca. Yeah, I know that. I'm not talking about that. Anti-imperialist sharks, correct. So there you go. There you go. Also, hi, Blue Rose Moons.
Humiliating capture, dismemberment, and disappearance of the aggressors. American commanders and soldiers will become food for the sharks of the Persian Gulf.
Oh! This is now a multi-front war. In Lebanon, Israel has continued its offensive. The IDF released this footage. Their target is the armed group Hezbollah, allies of Iran. But that seems to include some journalists. Today, the funerals of Ali Shwaib, Fatima Fatouni and her brother Mohammed took place. Israel accused Shwaib, who worked for a channel aligned with Hezbollah, of being an intelligence operative without providing evidence.
Okay, it's also crazy that in these... They are sneaking in some credible reporting about Israel into these reports about the war in Iran. So, you know, you got to give it props when they're there. Do you know what I mean? It's good that they said without providing evidence. They accused him of being an intelligence operative without providing evidence, and also they preceded it with... This seems to include some journalists. They said it in an incredulous way, right? Do you know what I mean? So that's quite good. That's quite good. That's all right. It's not bad. It could be better. You know what I mean? I'm a flower shop today handing out all these flowers. I just think that with the way that things are, the state of things, I think that when good things happen, we need to encourage that. I just think that that's what it is. And I know that I have zero effect on the BBC whatsoever from sitting here, you know, until I am at like Hassan levels of people watching. I'm not going to have any effect on the mainstream media in this country. Yeah. But we'll get there. We'll eventually get there, yeah? And that's why it's important that we nurture a community that agrees with this, yeah? Does channel aligned with Hezbollah mean a news channel that doesn't condemn them? Yeah, that's basically it, yeah. That's all it means. It also means a news channel that is against the invasion of Lebanon, right?
The Lebanese authorities say more than 1,000 civilians have now been killed, with more than 1 million forced from their homes. Tonight, there are fears that some may not be able to return, after Israel's Prime Minister expanded what he calls a security zone, but others will call occupation.
Yeah, they hunted those journalists down. That would be the right way to describe it. Like, the right way to report on this would be Israel, known for killing journalists, having killed the most journalists in any conflict of any time in recorded history, in the Gaza genocide, which is not a conflict, it was in fact a genocide, has also killed more journalists, more news at 11. That would be the right way to report on it, right? But they are slowly, the needle is slowly going in a direction where that reality is going to happen. They didn't kill the lady, so they kept dropping bombs on her till she did. Oh, yeah, absolutely. They targeted her car first, and then they missed her, and then they hit her again, and they also hit her brother in the meantime. They took out 9 people altogether, the majority of whom were journalists, and there was one soldier who wasn't even a Hezbollah soldier. He was a fucking soldier for the Lebanese army. It's completely fucking mental. So there you go, you know?
I said we would change the face of the Middle East, and we did it. In Lebanon...
No, it's evil, Crescent. It's evil, absolutely. It is something to be upset about.
To thwart the threat of invasion and to keep missile fire away from our borders.
These are the skies over Tehran tonight. Iranian air defense is still apparently in action. Iran will know it cannot defeat the US and Israel militarily, but may not need to if it can outlast them.
Bro, what? How do you define defeating someone militarily? If you have a castle and that castle is besieged and assaulted by an army and you repel the siege and the assault and you successfully defend the castle, is that not the military victory that it is? Come on, bro. What are you talking about? Like, are we just pretending that this is just like it's not a real war because they're like, what is happening? What is happening? What are they talking about?
Joe Inwood, BBC News.
Over the past month, several countries have been dragged into the conflict.
No!
The launch of missiles.
No, not dragged in. They were already complicit. They already had US bases in there. Fucking hell.
Israel from
See, this is what I'm saying. This is why when the BBC reports on some good stuff, you have to take it. You have to take it. You have to hold on to it and be like, at least there is a shred of journalism allowed in the BBC and in that particular reporter's soul. At least that particular reporter's soul and morality is somewhat intact. And then you have the reporter, the anchor, just being like, actually, loads of countries have been dragged in, and it's not their fault. They're just little small beans. They're doing their own genocides in Sudan, which we don't talk about, literally ever, because no one cares about black people in Africa.
Iranian-backed,
like, come on, man.
This weekend marks yet another escalation.
Wait, hang on a minute. They're saying that, like, the Houthis getting involved is dragging Yemen into the fray when the Houthis are just Yemen's government, bro.
Countries have been dragged into
Ansarallah is
now the launch of
Yemen
targeting Israel from Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi rebels this weekend marks yet another.
Yeah, thanks for that link again, Hippie Marshmallow. BBC's systematic bias for Israel a study. Yeah. This is important to read. Very, very important to read. Key findings of this report: Palestinian deaths treated as less newsworthy, systematic language bias favoring Israelis, suppression of genocide allegations, and muffling Palestinian voices. The BBC interviewed significantly fewer Palestinians than Israelis, literally half as many Palestinians as Israelis, on TV and radio, while BBC presenters shared the Israeli perspective 11 times more frequently than the Palestinian perspective, 2,340 times versus the 217. You know? It's really good stuff. It's really good stuff. Chat, your TV license pays for this, by the way. Pays for this fucking evil. And it also pays for all the BBC fucking news pieces that overwhelmingly... I think there was also a study that they did on, like, suppressing trans voices as well. Like, it is also funding all of the anti-trans news. You know what I mean? Not mine. Yeah, no, you just get like terrible biased TV for free in America. Yeah. Yeah, it's fucking sick.
They're disrupting the global economy. Here's Mark Ashdown.
December 2023, Houthi rebels boarded.
Hell yeah, dude. This is so sick.
These attacks resulted in years of disruption to global trade.
I mean, I disavow.
A fresh blow to economies around the world.
The focus so far has been on solving Iran's effective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the key shipping pinch point. Saudi Arabia is currently diverting 4 million barrels a day through a pipeline to Yanbu on the Red Sea coast.
And again, chat, that is exactly why there is a US aircraft carrier situated right here. Situated exactly there. And this reporter is actually about to talk about the threat that Yemen could pose to the oil markets by intercepting oil deliveries through the Red Sea. It could be absolutely fucking disastrous for capital. And therefore very good for working class people all over the world.
That means it can maintain the flow of oil to the Asian market by safely sailing it past Yemen. But that route too could now be under threat. From 2023, almost 2 years of Houthi attacks saw around 30 vessels damaged.
Bro.
Any repeat, as threatened, could see the narrow Bab al-Mandab Strait become another flashpoint, affecting routes for
oil. Mate.
Some regions are very dependent on this supply, with shortages already emerging. In Ethiopia, drivers queue at petrol stations. That's the picture too in Kenya and South Africa.
Sounds like they should just trade with China instead, dude. I don't know. Sounds like everyone should just start trading with China instead and use fucking electric vehicles and solar panels and wind farms. That's a crazy idea, man, but I reckon that's what they should do.
Some nations in the region...
I reckon a lot of people are already saying this. More and more people are already saying this.
...have now started to ration fuel.
Asia has been hard hit too. The Philippines has moved to a 4-day work week, while Myanmar has imposed alternate driving days. Some countries have also introduced a fuel price cap.
It's so cool how they just like they you know, this is the big thing that is missing from all this reporting. Like the BBC paints every single one of these countries as just like, you know, a small bean. You know what I mean? And it's like, if you were actually to dive into the, collaborationist nature of like the Philippines government, the collaborationist nature that literally the Myanmar, when they're talking about Myanmar, they're talking about a military junta that was a counter-revolution against a communist revolution in the country, or like the existing communist party. I can't remember which one. A war that is still happening. There is still a violent revolution happening. In Myanmar, and they talk about this stuff as it's just like, these are just these poor small bean countries, and it's like, listen man, if there was a fucking communist government in the Philippines, they'd be trading with China, they wouldn't have this problem. If there was a fucking communist government in Myanmar, they'd be trading with China, they wouldn't have this problem. Come on, man. Yes, the prospective British colonial state of Myanmar, literally, like, it's, you know, come on, man.
In Thailand, some people have been ordered to conserve energy by suspending travel, taking the stairs instead of elevators. In Bangladesh, they've closed universities there. Sri Lanka's had some fuel rationing.
Parts of Australia.
What was that? What the fuck was this report? Is this person even introduced? Stephanie Kelly, senior energy correspondent from Reuters. Reuters Omegalol. Fucking Reuters reporter Omegalol. I'm gonna fucking go to the bathroom real quick.
There, Sri Lanka's had some fuel rationing.
Parts of Australia are also running short of fuel. In 2 states, Victoria and Tasmania, travel on public transport will now be free for a month. And in Egypt, the streets are dark. Shops, restaurants and cafes are told to close by 9 p.m. every night to preserve energy. The government here says the UK has a strong and diverse supply of fuel and has urged motorists not to alter their buying habits.
Production is being maintained, supplies are being maintained, so people should just carry on as usual. Of course, governments will always plan for contingencies. That is always the right thing to do. But people should be reassured ahead of the Easter holidays just to carry on as things are.
90% of all trade is shipped on the ocean. If the Red Sea does become another key trading route dragged into this conflict, there could be huge implications for the global economy. Mark Ashdown, BBC News.
Simon Jack is with me alongside Jeremy Bowen. To you, Simon, first. Sir Keir Starmer and Rachel Reeves, for them, the economic ramifications of all this just get worse.
They do, and as Mark was saying there, this additional potential choke point in the Red Sea, Bab el-Mandeb, gates of tears it means in Arabic, could further add to those inflationary pressures. Now, we've already seen them showing up in petrol and diesel prices up.
Arabic speakers, is he right? Bab al-Mandab, is that what that means?
15% and 26%.
Gate of tears, what did he say?
That goes immediately into transport costs, and there's more in the post. Things like fertiliser costs make their way into food prices. And the Red Sea on its way to the Suez Canal, also very big container shipping route for all sorts of goods. And that can begin to affect financing costs, insurance markets. And I expect the Prime Minister to reach out to talk to business chiefs across industry later this week. Rachel Reeves,
I'm sure we got at least one Arabic speaker in the chat.
Ministers, where she'll say we need to get off our reliance on imported fossil fuels. Her solution to that is more renewables, more nuclear. That is a different message than the opposition leader Kemi Badenoch will take to Scotland tomorrow, when she said what we need is more drilling of our own oil and gas, which she accepts might not affect prices that much, but might.
That's because all the Tories are interested in when it comes to drilling oil and gas is awarding contracts for that drilling to other companies, to private companies who will sell it to whoever they want.
Might give you more revenue, jobs, tax revenue to make.
I think Rory's probably streaming today.
As I say, final thoughts on the markets is that they're going to open very shortly. The inflationary pressures we've seen already showing up in petrol and diesel prices can only get worse, because what we've seen in the last week has yet to trickle down. So expect those prices to rise.
Yeah, I mean, Jeremy.
Wow, we're doing real trickle-down economy now. It does mean that a historical name given because of how treacherous it was to cross historically, the tears part, and it's narrow, the gate part. Yeah, gotcha. Great idea. Focus on a dwindling resource over and over, not something powered by the fucking sun. Yeah, it's so good that that's what's happening. Like, this is what I'm saying. It's like, you know, the old world is dying, and that old world is one that is powered by oil, it's powered by fossil fuels. You know, the new world that is struggling to be born is the world of renewable energy that has like a much more significant, a much less significant impact on the environment, right? So I think that, you know, this is the stage that we're at right now.
The war, it's now into its 5th week, and it seems we've reached a bit of a crunch point, a critical moment with these Marines now arriving in the Persian Gulf.
Yeah,
the sun's only going to be around for another 4 billion years.
Trump. Let's look at the options. If he gets a deal...
Remember when Phantom Menace came out and the people were like, how could trade routes be the start of Star Wars? Hey, Steve Beck. Yeah. Well, you know, that was the thing. That was what, like, the fucking Mr. Plinkett, you know, 4-hour-long reviews of Star Wars were like massively missing, right? Like a communist perspective. Because say what you like about the prequels. I know that I was talking before about the fact that I'm a Star Trek guy, not a Star Wars guy, but I watched episode 1 when I was a kid, and I thought it was cool. You know, I understood that there were bad guys and good guys, and that's all you need to really understand. You know what I mean? It's like, it's not really like high fantasy fucking sci-fi, you know? Yeah, like, you know, Red Letter Media is famously just missing, like, they're very good at reviewing movies, but they're famously missing progressive analysis, you know what I mean? I wish we could get back to TNG level Star Trek. That'll only happen when corporate media stops being a monopoly, you know? The only Star Wars you've ever seen is Andor. That's interesting, actually. You put ballot drugs in my Star Wars! Yeah, exactly. The entire colonial age is one of the... Oh, yeah. The only lobbyist of Star Trek. I thought Jar Jar was a cool guy. Hey, Ezron. Yeah, Jar Jar. I thought Jar Jar was a cool guy, and then I realized that he's just like a racist stereotype. Unfortunately, like I was actually thinking about that earlier because I was streaming some games on my new gaming channel. By the way, there's a link to that in the chat right now. If you want to catch me playing some games and streaming some games, follow me at Donkus Jonkus. It's just like the bot channel. It's the bot that's in the chat. I was streaming some eugenics this weekend on Saturday, and I was making a joke about the George Lucas thing where he's going, if we can really get Jar Jar working, he's a funnier character than we've ever had before. So I was thinking about Jar Jar, and I was like, just like you could just see it. Like you could just see they were like, what we need is like a funny Jamaican stereotype. And they were like, what is that? What does that look like? Well, you know, I guess like tall with dreadlocks, and they got like a Jamaican accent. And all they did was they just changed that, and they made him like an alien with like big floppy ears that look kind of like dreadlocks, and he's really tall, and they gave him a fucking like a Jamaican accent. It's like, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? A substantial number of Star Wars species are racist caricatures exaggerated to the point that they're unrecognizable. Jar Jar is still recognizable. Counterpoint. Fucking counterpoint. Bro.
Ah, yes! Nubian! We have lots of that. Pinake! Cabariaco!
Bro, like, Watto is fucking crazy. It's fucking crazy. Like, what is, like, he's just like generic, like, he's even got like a grizzled sort of Arabian beard. You know what I mean? This is really subtle writing. This is a funnier character than we've ever had before.
No for it, huh? So, you supply the pod and the entry fee. I supply the boy. We split the winnings.
And also, he has like a child slave, by the way. He has a fucking child slave. That's who Anakin Skywalker is. Mental, man. Absolutely fucking mental.
The Iranian regime. And he seems,
I think we may have gone too far in a few places
that he can get one. He seems to believe that they are weakened.
Stop ruining my childhood. It's my childhood as well. I used to have Lego fucking Naboo fighter. I used to have that. I used to have like the Anakin Skywalker Naboo space fighter, and I also had the like even the name is like a racist name. I can't remember what it is. It's like the spaceship that the Gungans use, which is like the racist Jamaican stereotype, Caribbean, just generically Caribbean. It's called like a bongo or something. Slavery just doesn't make sense in Star Wars. Bro, they're faster than light travel. Why the fuck they got slaves? Exactly. The race that blockaded Naboo? Yeah, it's like a submarine spaceship. I had that. Whatever it's called. It's literally called like a bongo or something. I couldn't. Like when I grew up, I was like, I can't believe that was allowed. What are you talking about? It should be noted that Ahmed Best developed Jar Jar's voice on his own, apparently. Oh, well, fair enough. But then what about Boss Nass? Boss Nass also had a voice similar to that. That's what I would say. Slavery is mandatory when there's lots of sand around. Yeah.
Well, they'll make a deal.
Often, many people are saying this.
Very different. Now, they seem to think they're doing actually pretty well, and they've hit an AWACS, they're hitting air defense, radar, you know, they are still fighting. So if he doesn't get...
Brian Blessed played Boss Nass. Are you joking me? Who is he? How do you find out who he's depicting? Who depicted him? On Wikipedia, Brian Blessed? That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. Die! That's absolutely mad, mate. That's absolutely fucking mad.
That deal, and their official positions are way apart. So what can he do? He can declare victory, perhaps, say, look, we've smashed them, we're going to go home, that's it. I don't think anyone's going to find that credible, probably including many people in America. Alternative, he can get in deeper. Those Marines have arrived, more Marines are coming in, there are paratroopers from the 82nd Airborne on standby, and other troops as well. As we were hearing, that is dangerous. These pictures have been released by CENTCOM, the American command there, and they show that these guys are ready. They're ready to fight. That's what they're trained.
What's going on?
But it's a big political
something happened to the video on BBC's end.
Doing all of that because Iran can respond. Iran can hit them. Say taking.
They were called bongos, with the specific submarine used in the film called a tri-bubble bongo or Gungan bongo. That's what I mean, Gungan bongo. It's like, what the fuck? You know?
Territory is one thing, keeping it is another. And as you've been hearing, on the other side of the Arabian Peninsula, there's the Red Sea, there's Bab al-Mandab, and there are the Houthis, who have started firing missiles again at Israel, not yet at shipping, but that could be the next step for them.
And what about the second front, the other front in this war, Lebanon? That's an escalation, it seems, tonight too.
The leader who is doing best out of all of this, I think, is Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. He's getting more of what he wants. He's wanted this war against...
Listen, I don't think that you could just like be this reductive when it comes to this discussion. I think it's so depraved to be this reductive. And, you know, yes, sure, Benjamin Netanyahu is getting what he wants. It's benefiting him. In what way, though? Right? What way does this actually benefit Netanyahu? Like, in what world are we sat here saying, like, yeah, man, it's so good that Iran is absolutely battering Israel to the point of, like, possibly no fucking return. It's really good for Netanyahu, this. How? What do you mean? You know? What you want about? Yeah, Iran is free. Israel is free.
America, as he said himself, for 40 years. And finally, he's got an American president who's prepared to do it. Netanyahu will want to continue hitting Iran. He says he wants to change.
It's not just, again, this is all just like putting it at the behest of Israel. And it's like, this is something that the USA has wanted for 40 years as well. Like, you just can't skip that huge, big part of it. Like, Lindsey Graham is not someone who lives in Israel. He's not Jewish. He's like, and being Jewish does not mean that you're automatically a Zionist or whatever. What I'm saying is he's not even a Jewish Zionist or whatever. Like, he's a Christian Zionist, you know? This is a USA thing.
The face of the Middle East. So they are occupying now, the Israelis, a big strip. They want to, anyway, of South Lebanon, plus continuing creeping annexation in the West Bank.
All right. Jeremy, thank you. Jeremy Bowen, international editor, and Simon Jack.
And they always throw in a little bit about the West Bank. Apparently the West Bank is like much more acceptable to talk about than Gaza. And that's got to be to do with some like Palestinian Authority thing. You know, that the BBC is like, oh, well, the Palestinian Authority, because they're collaborationists, we get to talk about the West Bank in a nice way. But Hamas, who reject Israeli occupation, they're evil terrorists and should be murdered. You know? Ingo says, hey, this is a question for sure, but I've noticed lately that many co-workers have been talking about USA agendas, or even straight up have been saying USA propaganda like it's nothing, advocating their talking points like it's Swedish opinions. Have you guys seen things like that? USA opinions masked as EU opinions? Yeah, absolutely, because the EU is an entire imperialist vassal collection of states to the empire led by the USA. You know? And of course, the media all over the fucking world is gonna parrot those opinions to the point where the working class in the countries of the vassal states will be like, yeah, man, we believe that the US is really good and yada, yada, yada. You are gonna see that stuff happen. Absolutely.
Business editor, many thanks. And polls suggest a majority of the American people are against the military campaign in Iran. Republicans, however, have largely stuck by Donald Trump, with around 3/4 supporting the war. But with the conflict now more than a month old, will that backing remain strong? Gary O'Donoghue has been to the Deep South, to Alabama, which Donald Trump won in the 2024 election, to speak to some of his supporters.
It's time to spray the peach trees in rural Alabama. The crop should be ready to pick in early June. Tim Pierce's family have been farming.
Tim Pierce?
Crop should be ready to pick in early June. Tim Pierce's family have been farming.
He did say Pierce. He did say Pierce. It really sounded like he said Tim Pierce.
This land for almost 100 years. But this year he's lost almost 50% of his crop after just a few days of sub-zero temperatures 2 weeks ago.
Wow, why did that happen, man? Why did that happen?
On top of that, diesel prices are up 50% since the beginning of the war. And then there's the fertilizer.
The ton price, it was up $400, $500 more per ton.
$400 or $500 a ton?
Yeah.
Tim can pass on some of...
Hey, Shugash Villain, how you doing? Welcome in. They came all the way down here and didn't even interview me. Yeah, it's not fair. The global north and its vassal states could have chosen to entirely circumvent the Strait of Hormuz by building a Suez-style canal through Oman, which Oman would have loved too, or increasing the capacity of Yanbu port in Saudi Arabia. They built the pipeline that can carry 7 MBP. Well, the port can only do 4 MBP, but they willfully chose not to do it. They instead chose to strangle BRICS, and states opposed to Western imperialism by keeping this war in the back pocket until now. I've heard some people talk about this like supposed canal, like a Suez-style canal through Oman, right? MBP is million barrels per day, right? Thank you. It's a weather machine. I've heard some people even say, like, I saw someone the other week. It's not something that you could just do, right? Exactly. That's what I mean. It would take fucking years to build. And when people talk about the Suez Canal, I don't think that people realize just how like small it is in comparison to like the area that they're talking about that it could possibly be like created in, right? Do you know what I mean? Because when you look at the Suez Canal, it's like here, right? It's from Port Said to Suez. Yeah, that's the Suez Canal. Yeah. It's like about 2/3 of this border here between occupied Palestine and Egypt. So, you know, when we're talking about Oman, if we take a look at Oman, like where are we building this canal, man? Right? We've got UAE here and Oman here. Like that kind of distance isn't even visible. Like you can't even get that kind of distance. I've not zoomed out or zoomed in at all here. You can't even get that kind of distance from like sea to sea anywhere here. Like, where is that going, bro? Do you know what I mean? Like, where is that going? How long is that getting built? What are you talking about? Like what? From fucking Abu Dhabi to fucking here? To Al Khalouf or some shit? Like what? How is this happening? They're not going to do it. They were never going to be able to do it. And I just think that they need to like look at the difference. Like, it's fucking crazy. I saw someone the other day, and I'm not going to mention names or say what chat it was in, right? But someone was saying like, oh yeah, well they should have just built like a canal from fucking Kuwait to fucking the Mediterranean. And it's like, that is never going to happen, bro. What do you mean? Like, what are you talking about? The canal would have been south of the Strait of Hormuz. 32 kilometers. What do you mean? What? Oh, you mean here? You mean like across here? Yeah, but that would have been meaningless if they'd have did that. The tiny tip above Dubai, that would have been meaningless. Iran could have still blockaded this with no problem. They could have blockaded that, no problem. They got all this fucking water territory here, and their navy would just come here and just stop it. It wouldn't have made a difference. I just think that's crazy, whoever's talking about that. North of Dubai into Oman. Like literally here would be even worse. Like it's not, it wouldn't make a difference. It wouldn't make a difference. What they should have done is trains. That's too woke. What you forget about that is that that's too woke.
Extra costs, but the consumer won't pay over the odds. You'd think this might shake his support for the president, but no.
If it's just going to cost me a little bit of fuel prices, that the reward is greater than the expense. And
so getting the war done.
Yeah, getting it done and not having to worry about the fact that Iran might have a nuclear missile.
Wasn't me.
Over this way. And
thank you so much for the sub. Welcome in. How are you doing?
Yeah.
Thank you. Enjoy your ad-free viewing and your remotes.
I don't like war, but sometimes it's it's not preventable.
70 miles west of Tuscaloosa, home to the University of Alabama.
Bro, hogs are so funny, man. Hogs are so fucking good. It's so sick.
Getting it done and not having to worry about the fact that Iran might have a nuclear missile they can send over this way, and so I don't.
Everyone in the mainstream media interviews, with rare exceptions, seems to be a business owner who fully supports Trump. Right, exactly. You're talking to a fucking farm-owning Trump supporter who is like, I don't know why we had these cold seasons, brother. Why do we have these cold seasons? They told me the climate change wasn't real. It's like they don't know what's going on. And they're like, they could have sent us a nuclear weapon over there. I'm going down and get us over here, man. Like, what else do you expect? Of course, this guy fucking loves Trump. Came in from RTB, just an American listening at work. Hell yeah. Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
I don't like war, but sometimes it's, it's not preventable.
It's not preventable. This guy spends all day on Twitter.
Yeah! 70 miles west in Tuscaloosa,
America!
Home to the University of Alabama, the college baseball team has just hit a home run against their arch rivals Auburn. Brian Banks and Ben Plattner both have sons on the team, one a pitcher, one a catcher. They follow them everywhere. Their support for the war is strong, but you can see them wrestling with concerns.
I think it's a little touch and go. I'm not disagreeing with what's going on because I think it needed to be done the last 47 years.
The way Trump has been handling his business, I would have thought he would have already handled it, but this is a lot bigger than.
But like, if this guy was open to hearing something that could change his mind, right, which is possibly not the case, you could just say to this person, do you think it's possible that he could have been lying to you about the other stuff? Right? Hey, Kralov Zanth, it's not even the stadium park and it's just a random lot that they're partying in, yeah. Talking about the war like it's a football game. Yeah, it's so cool. It's so cool. I'm your cranky neighborhood socialist. Hell yeah, that's the way it's got to go. That's the way it's got to be. That's most of us here, man.
You know about.
Both Brian and Ben believe Iran did pose an imminent threat to the United States. Reason enough, they say, for the president to go back on his promise of no more foreign wars. But some things they're split on.
How would you feel about US boys on the ground down there?
Yeah, I didn't want to see that.
What would you feel about that?
As far as boots on the ground, it's whatever it takes to get that regime.
Bro, they're not disagreeing. What are you talking about? Also, it's so unsurprising, right? It's so unsurprising that these two guys, these two white 50 to 60-year-old American men are sat there going like, we gotta get rid of that regime, brother. We gotta do it. Whatever it takes, man. These are my neighbors. I'm trying. Hey, Zhugash, you got all the respects of every single person in this chat and support and love and solidarity. You can do this. We believe in you. That guy almost reflected on it, and then the old one was like, no, we need to send our youth into a murder machine, whatever it takes. Yeah, these guys are going to be related. This is going to be this guy's like dad or some shit. Or maybe not dad, maybe like brother or uncle. I don't know. You know?
Once you start it, there is no going back.
What do you mean? Based on what, bro?
Alabama is also the heart of America's so-called Bible Belt. Strong evangelical Christian faith here is central to most.
It could be his boss, that's true.
Backing for this president and his support for conservative values is solid. These Seventh-day Adventists follow the Ten Commandments closely, and in particular the sixth, thou shalt not kill. So what does the congregation make of this war?
I think that people believe that Iran is a threat, and as such, they believe that as a threat, it needs to be addressed proactively.
But could that change?
There was support for Vietnam, and then it turned, and people shifted. There was support for Iraq, and Desert Storm, and it shifted. And so the reality is people can be quite fickle.
I think that this guy's more base than the BBC has edited him to be. Especially like the power of his fucking finger click. That was crazy. That was crazy. It was like echoing around the room. It was powerful. Yeah, he seemed like he knew what was up. I don't think, like, what are Seventh-day Adventists, chat? Are they evangelicals? There's so many flavor of Christian in, like, fucking... Bro, these are just Protestants. Protestant, Adventist, Seventh-day Adventist, Presbyterian, Episcopal. They believe in the imminent second coming. I think a lot of them do. Okay. I don't know. I don't think these guys are evangelicals, man. They're apparently all vegetarian. That doesn't seem that bad. The Adventist health studies indicate that the average Adventist in California lives 4 to 10 years longer than the average Californian. Research concludes that Adventists live longer because they don't smoke or drink. They maintain a low-fat vegetarian diet rich in nuts and beans. It's annihilationist soteriology. What's that second one? They're Protestants that go to church on Saturday. They tend to be just as zealous, but inwardly instead of outwardly. I get along with them. Yeah, I don't think these guys are fucking like, you know. I don't think Seventh-day Adventists could be referred to as like, you know, the extremist, you know, religious terrorists, like fucking, you know, Like that one freak from fucking Texas or wherever the fuck he's from, and he just looks like an actual demon and shit, and he like he did some mad shit where he was like fucking drinking blood or something. He like cuts his hand and like drinks blood. What's that guy's name? Americans will know who the fuck I'm talking about. He looks like if he's just got like a big face, you know what I mean? He just looks like a demon.
Rest of the MAGA base, evangelicals will go a long way to keep the faith with Donald Trump, but their loyalty is not limitless. Gary O'Donoghue, BBC News, Alabama.
I think it's a bit mad to just be like, we went to a 7th-day we know that the Yanks are crazy on religion. You know, annihilationist means that they believe you cease to exist instead of going to hell. They're more biblically accurate in that sense. This is one of the rare moments where my seminary background comes in handy. Put me in, coach. Yeah. Thank you, Jugash. Okay, let's take a look at this. This is Yemen's Houthis enter the Iran war with an attack on Israel. Let's take a little look.
This firefighter attempts to comfort a toddler he's just rescued from inside the rubble. But how do you explain this to a small child? In Tehran, screams and sirens are becoming as familiar as the flattened buildings. Overnight, there were more strikes on Iran's capital, a month on from the start of this conflict.
And by the way, this is ITV, so you can already see like a fair difference between this and the BBC, you know what I mean? ITV have been interesting when it comes to covering stuff in the Middle East. We shall see how that indeed carries on in the report. It's only 2 minutes.
A grim milestone that was marked with explosions and the expansion of this.
What is that inflection? That is British newscaster serious inflection. Like she's very, very serious. She's sad about it. She's not happy to be reporting about it.
Or as Yemen's Iran-backed Houthis entered the conflict.
In view of the continuing military escalation against our brothers in Lebanon, Iran, Iraq and Palestine, the Yemeni armed forces have carried out their first military operation.
That's crazy. I disavow.
Houthi involvement risks broadening this war given their ability to disrupt shipping lanes.
What do you mean? ITV, please. Risk broadening this war. In what way? The only way that I could imagine that they would broaden the war is if Saudi Arabia were like, right, we are going to invade Yemen again. Right? Do you know what I'm saying? So, like, what else could you possibly say?
And that could put more political pressure on the US president. If he's feeling it, it isn't showing.
They have to open up the Strait of Hormuz.
Mate, what the fuck are you talking about, bro? He really tried to make that sound not egotistical in any way. Bro, the Strait of Trump is such utter insane cope. The Strait of Trump, Hormuz. Like, this is just nuclear grade cope.
The fake news will say, he accidentally said, no, there's no accidents with me.
This war is claiming yet more lives, and its fallout is extending far beyond.
I don't know what he's trying to prove by that. It's like, yeah, man, we all know that you were like pretending to sound like you said it by mistake. It doesn't make a difference. This is the embarrassing thing, actually.
To the Middle East. Amy Lewis, ITV News.
Well, events in the Middle East continue to have a knock-on effect here, of course, and as fuel prices rise, there's a warning of temporary shortages from one of the UK's leading supermarket retailers. Saba Chowdhury is at the filling station this evening. Saba, what are prices looking like today?
At the co-op?
Good evening. Well, the cost of petrol at this pump is now over £1.55 per litre, and diesel is almost £1.90 as the war continues to hike up prices, and it's consumers that are feeling the impact.
These are the biggest rises we've seen since the start of the war in Ukraine, so pretty hard for households to cope with. We obviously have the big Easter weekend coming up, so it's going to make that a bit more expensive, unfortunately, for those who are planning to go away.
How much is that in freedom units? Sorry, I was looking at the cat. What was it? £1.55 per litre? That's like $3 or $4.
Diesel is almost £1.90 as the war continues.
And that's probably more closer to like $4.
To hike up prices, and it's consumers that are feeling the impact.
These are the biggest rises we've seen since the start of the war in Ukraine, so pretty hard for households to cope with. We obviously have the big Easter weekend coming up.
Our special guest, an alien.
So it's going to make that a bit more expensive, unfortunately, for those who are planning to go away.
Is there enough supply to go around? Many have been asking. Well, according to Asda's executive chairman, Alan Layton, the odd...
I'm so glad I'll never drive. No, Sorka. We will all drive state-mandated, BYD cars from our glorious ally, China. And the ghost of Mao will forever, be riding shotgun in the BYD future of our world. By the way, chat, do you remember? Yeah. Do you remember when we saw the what do you call it? They have like flying taxis now in China that are like drone taxis. Do you remember when we saw that? This is what the Iranian people are saying about their troops fighting against the West. A missile operator is on the radio. Say something to him. Hello, dear brother. Hello, brother. Hello, dear brother. Hello, dear brother. Hello, brother. Greetings to the brave people of Iran, the warriors of Islam. God bless you. God bless you all. Dios los bendiga. Oh, sorry, I'm reading the fucking Spanish. What courage you have, God give you all your strength. Bless you. Don't worry, we're in the middle of the streets. We're in the streets. By the blood of our martyred leader, we'll stay in the streets until the end. You hold your position, we'll hold the streets. Snow falls, we're here. Rain falls, we're here. Rocks or bombs rain down, we're here. Don't give up, don't waver, we won't give up. Our morale depends on you. Thank you for being there on these nights we're watching over. Don't let your hand tremble, don't let your heart tremble. Your heart is with us, ours is with you. The enemy tried hard to drive a wedge between us and you. But we know you are the children of this nation who went out for us and the homeland. Some are ungrateful, forgive us. You defend the homeland with strength and honor. Victory is ours, celebrate. We're celebrating here in the streets. That's crazy, bro. You're saving the world from the worst people on earth. God bless you. He's just like me for real. As Sayyid Hassan Nasrallah said, victory is ours, Hezbollah and the resistance. Bless you all. This lady might be Lebanese. That's crazy. That's fucking crazy. I watched a report on Electronic Intifada the other day. Well, it was an interview with an Iranian woman who lived in the USA for like 20 years or some shit. And, she went back to Iran to live there and be there at the start of the war because she was like, these are my fucking people and it doesn't matter how like westernized I am or whatever. I will stay with these, with my people. And there are lots of people like me as well. Do you know what I mean? Who are like, I can't stand to be in this fucking country while they're bombing the place that I'm from and stuff, you know? And it was really fucking good. And I would recommend listening to that interview to anyone who, is struggling to understand the way that some people feel about Iran in, like, quote unquote, supporting the regime, right? Like, why are there people who, like the Iranian government and are supporting them in this war? Like, you could just watch that interview because she says it straight away. I did see that Rob had Justin Poda and John Elmer on last Friday, and I was like, that's fucking crazy, bro. I need John Elmer on Red Planet yesterday. Rob, if you're listening, I know that you can't come on Red Planet, but get John Elmer on Red Planet. Get us in touch with John fucking Elmer, bro. Alright, let's finish the rest of this.
At his supermarkets have been, he says, temporarily without. He's also said that it's clear that demand is outstripping supply. But experts are being very clear as well, saying that there is no need to panic buy fuel, they say, because the overall amount of petrol and diesel available is stable.
Now, you see, that's cope. Yeah, no need to panic buy is famously what people say. No need to panic buy. No need to panic buy. Don't worry. Don't talk about it. Don't think about it. Hey chat, listen, it's the end of the stream. Thank you so much for being here. I kind of lost track of time because it's daylight savings. So I know I've gone for a little later tonight, but I don't think I'm going to be continuing to go this late going forward. So apologies if that upsets anyone. But yeah, listen chat, I got a whole bunch of stuff that you can check out in the meantime while I'm offline, including all my socials, including my YouTube channels, including my what else, including the VOD channel. Make sure you check out the VOD channel, and I've got a new gaming Twitch channel where the VODs aren't stored, but you can definitely go and see me. I'll be streaming games there probably at the weekend most of the time that I'll be streaming on that. Don't forget, I'll be back tomorrow. Yeah, same mule time, same mule place. We've only got £46 to go to hit the extended dono goal. It's absolute madness. It's absolute insanity, and it's very exciting. So thank you so much for all the support today. Thank you so much for all the subs. Thank you so much for all the raids. Thank you so much for all the follows. Thank you so much for being in the chat. Thank you so much for lurking and not being in the chat. That's absolutely necessary and good. And also, thank you very much for watching on the VOD channel. Leave a like, comment, and a subscribe. Let me know what you thought of the stream. And I will see you in the next one. We're going to go ahead and raid Rowie. He is, of course, streaming, doing translating, yada, yada, yada. He's in the middle of a hype train, so this will be a really nice little hype train edition for him, right? We got the raid message in the chat. Use the first one if you are subbed up. If you're not, use the second one. And join me for the raid, and I will see you tomorrow. Stay excellent to each other. Mwah. Peace, peace, peace. Good night, good night, good night, good night, good night.